maybe you finally found yourself. Either way, you're here now. Welcome to the movement. You've been feeling it for years but couldn't name it. Something wrong with the world but couldn't frame it. They told you be grateful, told you fall in line, told you pay your dues. And everything's fine, but you looked at the contract and you read the fine print. Look at who signed it, your name wasn't in it. Born into a system you never agreed to. Born into a flag that was never free to. Let you walk away, let you live on your terms. So you started asking questions and now you here to learn that you're not alone. There's a whole generation done feeding the machine, done with life enslavement. If you ever felt the cage without seeing the bars, if you ever felt the weight without knowing what it was, if you're done with the debt, done with the crowd, step in, look around, you found your welcome to the movement. Ready on the seat, finally speak. Welcome to the movement, where the chain breakers finally meet. We don't know the state, we don't know the flag, we don't know a world that was never ours to have. Life abolitionism, this is where it begins. Welcome to the movement. Come on in. We're not angry for the sake of being angry. We're not lost, we're the ones who finally see clearly. The social contract is a document of force, signed by parents who never thought about the source of the life they handed over to a master. We're just the ones who read the chapter after, the one where we stop bleeding for the greater good. Stop sacrificing self like we always knew we should. No more kneeling to a system built on our backs. No more pretending that we're free when we're still trapped. This is knowledge, this is clarity, this is truth. And this movement has a seat reserved for you. If you ever felt the cage without seeing the bars, if you ever felt the weight without knowing what it was, if you're done with the debt, done with the crown, step in, look around, you found yours. Welcome to the movement, ready on the scene, finally speak. Welcome to the movement, where the chain breakers finally meet. We don't know the state, we don't know the flag, we don't know a world that was never ours to have. Life abolitionism, this is where it begins. Welcome to the movement, come on in. This isn't hate, this is clarity. This isn't rage, this is sovereignty. This is every person who ever woke up and said, I didn't sign this and I won't live in debt. No more greater good, no more self-sacrifice, no more attachment to a world that charges full price for a life we never would.
Hello.
What's up?
Not much. Now that I have music, I don't feel so self-conscious about not speaking. So it's sort of like a placeholder until people come in.
Yeah, I see. I don't live stream, but I don't know. Maybe I should.
Well, I mean, they asked me to do it, because I don't really moderate too much. I mean, I don't have a large panel anyway. I never do. But I give people an opportunity to say whatever they need to say. So, when you're on a larger panel, it's like sometimes you're fighting for an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, that's definitely how I feel on that channel. But it's cool. I understand.
What's his name? Retro. I wish Retro would come because I guess he's upset about something. I don't know.
I don't remember which one was that.
He wasn't on the panel. He was in the comment section, and I was trying to get to the bottom of it, but I don't know. They had a disagreement yesterday, and I guess he got put on timeout.
Well, anyway, I think that we agree on a lot of things, except I'm definitely not an anti-natalist, and I don't think that you are as esoteric or spiritual as I am. But aside from that, I'm definitely. Well, I don't know. Maybe you are, but I don't really get that vibe.
No, I mean, I don't take it literally. I think it is more philosophical. It is a way of living. I don't. That's the part that is esoteric. That I think the people who do take a spiritual interpretation, those people are being exoteric. If you literally think that Jesus died on the cross for your sins and that you're going to have an eternal life in the sky, that's not esoteric. That's exoteric.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Is there another person here? Who's this?
Claudia, but she's on mute. I don't know if I can
Hey, how
Good
are you
morning.
guys?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Were you just on a panel yesterday?
Yeah, I
Or
was in
did
the panel. I was in the panel in the Life Gnosis channel. Yeah,
okay, yeah.
yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I've met some really interesting people over there. I can't say it's been all, I guess people, if you want an opportunity to speak without interruption, I guess you have to do your own live stream. You can't really do that when you're on a panel with like 8 people.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, retro. If you want to, you can come up. I really would like to get your. I'm trying to post. Yeah, let me post a link again because I really would like to hear from you.
They
I
were
mean,
touching on.
I don't have an
When I,
opinion because I
yeah,
didn't.
go
I
ahead.
didn't hear the entire situation. From what they said. Okay, from what they said, you're not allowed to name call, and they said that immediately after D&W said not to do that. I don't know. I didn't hear it, so I can't pontificate on what actually happened. Um, but I mean, I did. I spoke to him yesterday about the rules. Like, people will bring up personal information and then weaponize it, and then when you get upset, they say, "Oh, why did you use that word?" Like, this cuss word is not. Let's see if Pastor D can actually speak this time. Pastor D, are you able to speak? Are you on? I can't see if you're on mute. Um,
Me?
no, Pastor D just came up.
Uh,
He's always having audio problems, so I don't know if we still can't hear him. I don't know. I think he's using some type of Bluetooth device. Um, but yeah, I guess they have a rule about cussing or whatever it is, or calling people names. But I don't think just calling people names is like the worst thing ever. I think if you're weaponizing their personal details about their life, that's actually worse than calling somebody a name. Like you're disclosing information that is harmful to their well-being. And
you mean in the Finding Gnosis channel?
yeah,
Yeah,
it's like it's a safe space. It's well, it's supposed to be. It's like people. The reason why people are anti-natalist is because they have seen hardships, or they at least have empathy for it. So you think that when you're among, I mean, I guess everybody is an anti-natalist, but you think that you can speak freely, and then they will turn around and use it against you later and say, "Oh, well, you failed the bar exam." And it's just like, first of all, I never even said that. You're just trying to extrapolate from things that I say.
yeah.
Yeah,
Basically,
that
anti-natalists have to
happens.
take everything, and other people have to just, listen. Yeah.
When that happens, I just try to redirect the conversation back to the topic and call them out on detracting.
Well, it's just that it's just really funny because in certain spaces they will entertain it. Like you would think that they would just not give any credence to it, but it's like if you're making an argument about, like for example, procreation or whatever, it's just like, oh, it's just because you failed the bar exam. It's like that has nothing to do with anything.
But they said that to you.
Constantly, and I'm being harassed. And anyway, I don't. But so I did speak to D&W about the rules. Like it's not just about calling people's names; it's also about weaponizing information they disclose on your channel.
Yeah, that's really, really, that sucks. Yeah.
And I didn't even say this stuff, so it's like I don't like it. I don't.
Have you been on other panels? Have you been on I
Pastor,
really like
don't leave yet.
TMO's.
Let me see if I see. He keeps leaving. Pastor D, don't leave. Give me an opportunity to try to fix it before you. I'm trying to see if I can. I don't see an option for me to do that.
Yeah, the Machine Wise is really good. I like his panel. He reads philosophy, and when you talk about whatever you want to talk about, he'll generally let you go on without interrupting. So I'm sure he would. I don't know if you went on there. I'm sure he would appreciate hearing you.
What is this? What is the name of his channel?
The Machine Lies. He's going to be on tomorrow.
Oh, I just completely screwed that up. I'm trying to fix it, and I think I made it worse. You guys are still on, but I just hit the camera, I guess. I don't know what the hell I just did, but I didn't remove anybody. I don't think. Claudia is still here, but you just can't see her for whatever. Let me see if I can fix that. This is so weird.
Yeah, I think I'm still here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
I don't know how to. It's like every time I try to fix it, I make it worse.
Now they are taking up the whole screen.
Yeah.
I don't know how to get it. Okay, I don't know.
Well, anyway,
I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I just give me a second.
what's your name? Claudia?
Yeah, my name is Claudio. Yeah.
Okay.
It says, okay, I'm looking at Pastor D on your microphone. It says no device is available. That's why I can't unmute you, because there is no device attached to your phone or whatever you're doing. All right. So
I don't know. Did you have any particular topics you wanted to talk about to your channel?
no, they wanted me to do a live stream because they were not able to speak, and they just thought, I really wanted to hear from Retro, but I don't know if he's going to come up. What did he say? Who ignored you?
Well,
I'm not sure.
if I can take it back to the interpretations of religions, because I think that's an interesting topic if you want to talk about that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so there's actually something called the Quadriga, which is a way of interpreting scripture, and I think it's pretty good because it doesn't just limit ourselves to interpreting these things one way. There's multiple ways to interpret these things. And I also have a video on my channel where I don't go over this, but I break it down in my own way. And I say that there's layers to interpreting religions, and layers are basically esoteric and exoteric. And then within that is the truth that basically the esoteric and exoteric stems from. And then within those layers, there's different categories that we can interpret the Bible or these other myths from. We can interpret them as literal or historical. We can interpret them as allegorical, and we can interpret them as philosophical, and we can interpret them as physiological, or how they relate to the earth, and how they demonstrate the interconnectivity of things. And this is what the Quadriga does, right? And I think that this is the correct way to actually interpret the myths, because they're actually communicating multiple truths at once in very complex ways through allegory and archetypes.
Well, I can't remember. Are you familiar with Arthur Schopenhauer?
I really like Schopenhauer. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember his exact quote, but he has a quote that says something to the fact that religion is the common man's philosophy. And so, for whatever reason, they have to attach a deity to it in order for them to actually think that it has any merit. I don't think that you need to attach a deity to it. The philosophy is sufficient. But that's why even with certain groups like veganism or whatever, they don't get like any legal protection unless it is recognized as a religion. So the moment you attach, and some of these people do this intentionally. The Kabbalah, they literally just made that up. Like, well, really, all of them were made up. But I'm going to use the Kabbalah because that's more recent than some of these older, and Mormonism also. They literally just made that up. They just made up a philosophy, attached God to it, and then everybody follows it, and they get all this religious protection.
I don't disagree with that. But we have to look at what they're making it up from and what purposes they serve. Like Kabbalah, what is the purpose of Kabbalah? It's basically Kabbalah in Hebrew stands for proper reception, and what they're trying to receive is truth, right? Through their subjective experience, receive the truth of the objective world. But they want that for themselves, this Kabbalists. And so they use these magic spells, because that's basically all Kabbalah is, to basically trap people's minds in boxes. And it's a way of, yeah. So you know,
right? I didn't know that a lot of them actually admit that they're practicing witchcraft. Like that, they'll call themselves witches, a Kabbalah witch.
Exactly. And the whole goal is to extract things from other people that you can't get on your own. It's this it's insidious magic, really, and it's also synced up with astrology, because astrology basically tells them when to enact their spells. That's the whole purpose of astrology.
Did you watch that movie, The Craft, from the 90s about the witches?
No.
Okay.
Blair
well,
Witch Project.
Okay, well, the crazy witch, she was the only one who actually was into witchcraft, and she got her craft from the Kabbalah. And so they do these spells and these rituals. I mean, I don't think that it is necessarily exclusive, because anybody can become a Kabbalist. Like you don't have to, like, you can be a Gentile and practice that.
Right. And that goes along with what you said. They made it up because they got it from somewhere to make it up. And I'm pretty sure they got it from Egyptian mythology, and they just named it right after the Kaaba.
Well, I forgot the name of the guy who wrote it, but he said that it came to him in a dream, and he knew that if he didn't, basically make it religious, that people would not take it seriously. So he had to do it that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. How do you define religion? Because I have a criteria for defining religion my own.
Well, I don't know. I guess the more relevant question is, how does the state define religion? But my personal belief is that I believe it's just mysticism. It's basically just trying to come up with an explanation for things that can't be explained, and having it's just philosophy attached to a deity, or ascribed to a deity. It's there's really no difference. It's basically telling you how to live your life, but then you add a God component to it. Claudio, did you have, or do you have any input, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think that religion is basically a series of spiritual beliefs that may or may not have a dogma, like a type of rule or commandment to how you live your life. Basically, is that. I'm an atheist, by the way. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm an atheist, by the way.
Okay. Well, I guess, I don't know. I don't like, I'm reluctant to use the word atheist, because the issue isn't that whether there is a God or not. The issue is that I don't agree with their definition of God. They think that it's a higher power, that is somebody that you submit to. I believe that we are gods. I believe that God is everything, or the way Schopenhauer calls it, the will.
Yes.
So yeah, God for me is just an illusion for me. Yeah.
That's why I like Schopenhauer, because he gets it. The only problem is that I think he's a bit too pessimistic. but I don't blame him because he's coming right after Hegel, and Hegel is ridiculous. But and I say he's ridiculous because his philosophy is just inherently predatory to the average person.
Well, I thought Schopenhauer was actually responding to Immanuel Kant. So it kind of goes with Kant, Schopenhauer, and then Nietzsche.
Yeah, but Schopenhauer, he was inspired by Kant, yeah, but he did not like Hegel, and he had to deal with him in life personally. Because Hegel, during his life, Hegel was the top philosopher, and he basically was in Schopenhauer's head all the time.
I haven't looked into Hegel. Maybe I should. What you have? Are you familiar with any of his writings? Like any like titles that I should look for? If not, I'll just look it up on the internet. I'll just look up.
Yeah, I'm more familiar with his concepts. He basically thinks that the earth has this mind to it, and it's up to us humans to merge with this mind ultimately. But his concept of the earth's like of Satan. It's like this force that just were subjected completely to its whims. And his reasoning is he looks at history, so he wants to look at the problems of history to create a synthesis by providing a solution. So he came up with this Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution. That's his philosophy mainly. It's mainly centered around priests. I mean, not priests, princes and the ruling class, because they're the ones who are closest to this world spirit.
So I guess it's G.W.F. Hegel. Okay, I'll look him up. I'll check him out later. George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel.
Yeah.
It's really interesting that a lot of these philosophers, well, they either come out of Germany or France.
Yeah, I think that Schopenhauer was German, right?
Right.
Yeah. How I define religion is I define it in the etymological sense, with coming from religare, which means to bind or rebind. And basically, there's two things we can bind ourselves to. Either we're binding ourselves to things of the world which are false, like identities and materialistic things, like you associate yourself with your address, or you associate yourself with your political party or whatever. These are religions. You know, like a person who associates themselves with a sports team and they're like, we won, and they aren't even on the team. That's a religion.
I guess that religion kind of it needs that spiritual component, right? Or do you think not?
I don't think it needs any sort of spiritual component. All you need is a belief that you associate your identity with. So you believe this so strongly that you basically become that. But it's a false becoming because there is no becoming.
So for you, science may be a religion.
Science is a tool or a method of measuring and quantifying the world.
So it can be a religion if people believe too much in it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, but I think that, you know, religion needs some type of spiritual belief. If you don't have any type of spiritual belief, how can you believe something so much, you know?
Well, you know, let's take the government, for example, like the Soviet Union. Those people, they were they were supposedly an atheistic country, although I think they were a bunch of closet Christians personally, but they associated the state as God, a lot of them. That was their belief. That was their whole goal and purpose in life. And also, if you look at how ancient gods wanted a human being to be, they basically wanted a human being to be a quiet, obedient worker, which is exactly what a lot of those people were for the state, and a lot of them even died because of it.
Yeah,
I do see statism as being a religion. That they do worship the state. They do like the patriotism. Patriotism is a form of idolatry. They worship the flag. You see how emotional they get when they see the flag, and it's like if the flag falls on the ground, and you committed some kind of sin against. It's just so disgusting, and how they actually worship the sacrifice of human beings to the state. It's so evil. It's just like, how is this not being recognized as such? They know that. Well, this is the reason why they procreate. By the way, they think they're doing their duty to the state to give their state more subjects. I used to be patriotic, but at the same time, I would say nationalism. You can be a nationalist without being a statist, right? You can support your national identity without having to recognize the state as legitimate authority.
I'm sorry, I thought I was muted.
No, it's fine. But that's interesting because I've always argued that statism is a form of religion.
It absolutely is. But let me tell you the second interpretation of the binding, because this is where the real spirituality comes in, is it's not when a person has attached himself to finite, fleeting things like the state, which is constantly at a war to just exist because they know they're illegitimate or whatever. It's attaching yourself to eternal truth. And when you recognize eternal truth, you'll realize that you as a sovereign being are responsible for your actions at the end of the day. And you'll have the realization that everyone else is just like you. They're sovereign beings. They're responsible for their own actions. And that is the eternal truth that we need to bind ourselves in, is real spirituality. Like Schopenhauer says, and the Buddhists and the Hindus who he got his inspiration from say, we're all one will experiencing itself subjectively for many different experiences.
Right, but I think people have many people have an external locus of control. They're always looking for the externalization of their of any autonomy or agency that they have over their lives. It's always, oh well, I'm just following the God. I'm following God, or the state said so, or they act like they're so helpless that they can't change their. Now that's the difference between a God and Retro. Thank you. I'm so glad that he's finally coming up because I really want to hear from him. Hey, Retro.
Hey, I'm just getting my mic on, so bear with me.
Okay.
All right, is it working? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah, thanks for inviting me on, man. Yeah, the last 3 times I tried on his show, the same 2 guys were on there each time, and they went after me each time, and I was just sick of it. I had enough the other day, and the last thing I said was respect is earned, not given, and that's what DNW kicked me off for. I'm like, that's not a name. I said respect is earned is what I said, and then they kicked me off.
Really?
Yeah, the exact phrase I used was respect was earned. I don't know what he thought he heard, but I said respect is earned. I didn't say F you. I didn't say, but I said something about his mom, but that was before they said that. When he was trolling me, they were talking about twin flames and whatever, and he's like, I don't believe in love. And I said, your mom did long enough to open her legs. So I had already let him have it a few times.
I don't want to speculate, but I think what he's trying to do is give priority to the newcomers so that he can grow his channel. So the ones who have been on there before, it's like, You
We
guys,
didn't grow enough, so our growth spurt is over. We've grown his
I don't
channel to the
feel like
max that we can.
I don't feel like he really like. I feel like I have to fight to talk on that channel. I don't know.
Yeah, me too. Even before the last 3 times, he prefers new guests. But he had me on like 3 times ago. It was just me and DNW for a few minutes, and we had a pretty good talk. So I was like happy. And then I'm saying the last time I was like, eh. The last 2 times before this time, I was like, I'll survive. And then this time, I was actually willing to take a dive for DNW. Like if he wanted to boot me off to set an example, I was actually cool with that, like as a warning for someone else. But for him to take away my mod status, I'm like, I'm out of here.
oh, I didn't know that. I thought he just put you on timeout.
Yeah, no, he took away my mod status.
Wow.
So I'm like, I'm done. Yeah. So I only came back to say hi to you guys, the other people in the chat. So I'm like, I'm done with the panel stuff. I'm down here to hang out with the plebes in the chat. Like, I am not going up on that panel until I don't see those names again. Denizen and Melanie Fox were my biggest troubles the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, Guy hasn't been on there in a very long time. Like weeks or like at least a couple of months.
Who?
Gaia Lesage.
Yeah, I really like Gaia, but yeah, Melanie Fox is who was attacking me the other day with that other person, Denizen, and I just don't want, if they won't let me get a word in, I can't defend myself to even. And I came on the show for reasons to talk for the subject that was given, and they wouldn't even let me say what I came on to say. I don't even know who let me on the show. I'm like, did DNW let me on the show? Because no one's letting me talk, and they keep interrupting me and acting like kids in 5th grade. I'm like,
Well, here's the thing though. Like some of us are busy. Like we may be on there, but we're actually doing other things, and it's like I need to be able to speak when I'm able to speak because I'm actually trying to do other things, and then I'll drop down. But and then you have to wait to speak, and then it's like sometimes sometimes I just have to just.
Yeah, I actually don't dislike Pleasurist, but he's the most long-winded that I get tired of. Meaning, I like the person. I'm okay. I'm not hate but he goes on and on, and I'm like, I've been on the panel an hour and a half. Like I'm like, I got other shit to do.
Right. Yeah, he was saying something about how if medical assistance in dying necessarily implies the state, and I was trying to correct him, but he just went on this tirade about the state. I'm like, it has nothing to do with the state.
PP.
Yeah, but by the time it's like he already went on,
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, but I don't hate. Like, I'm okay with him. I'm okay with him, but he is very long-winded.
I think he said he had some audio problems to where he can't hear. I don't know, but I'm like trying to.
Yeah, look, he never hears our mics. He just keeps talking for an hour. I'm like, all right.
Were you there, LA, when I was like debating him?
Yeah, I don't dislike him, meaning I understand, just like I understand you, I understand your point, and I understand he's his own thing. He's got his own deal. Like, he thinks he's God's gift to whatever he thinks he is. And that's how I look at PP. I'm like, I got you, dude. I see.
I think
That guy.
I don't want to say too much, but I think he's trying to take the middle ground. So when he hears two people arguing, it's like, let me come in the middle and let me find a compromise. And my compromise basically pleases everybody. It's like, no, your compromise is going against everything that I said. Like, I don't want the state involved. I don't want regulations. That's the problem. The more and I don't want the medical professional involved in it, because then it's going to come with regulations. So I think because what I'm saying is so out the box, people have no idea how to conceptualize it. I'm advocating for a stateless death. The state has nothing to do with it. So unless you have read my book, then you can't really speculate on my position.
Right.
Which I tried to make some music, because I know, people, like, the literacy is on a decline. So if you can at least listen to the music, then maybe you can get the gist of it. But I don't know. I guess people have different musical tastes too, so I don't know if that if
So
that.
you have music that goes along with your book, or you have music tracks that support your view of things.
No, it's let me play one of them now. This is the first like quote unquote video that I've done. Let me just play this. It's only like 2 minutes, so this is short.
All right. I'm gonna turn my mic off for a second.
Yeah, you ain't signed nothing, but you owe them everything. Run into a contract written before you could speak. Mama had her reasons, daddy had his need. Now you're working 40 hours just to cover their fees. State steps in and says, son, you belong to us. Democracy's an auction and you came with the dust. Capitalism smiling while it's dressing up the chain. Different name, same game. Extraction all the same. Live for me, work for me. Die on my timeline, not yours. Live for me, bleed for me. The cages always had your name on the door. None of it was yours. None of it was ever yours. Your parents made a choice you never gotta make. Brought you to a banquet where you're always on the plate. They'll call it love, they'll dress it up in legacy and blood. But a debt you didn't order is a debt that ain't yours. The vote they gave you choosing which boot on your neck. Democracy needs bodies, needs a labor, needs a checks. The market sets a price and then it tells you that it's fair. Self-ownership is theoretical when they own the air. Live for me, work for me. Die on my timeline, not yours. Live for me, bleed for me. The cages always had your name on the door. None of it was yours. None of it was ever yours. Every legitimate arrangement you can walk away. Every real contract both parties have a say. You like the exit called the locksmith, civilization. Built a holy story around a hostage situation. I didn't ask to arrive. You don't get to decide when I leave. You want the taxes and the labor and the consent. Tell me what you're offering me. Live for me. Just live for me. Like the debt was yours to carry from the start. Live for me, I'll be honest. You never needed my consent. Just my heart.
Let me stop. I don't know.
Definitely has soul and message. That was nice, man. So, I mean, was that computer software stuff?
Yeah. Well, I put it on my new channel, which is based on my book. It's on my channel and it's on the video, but it's not
Bunch of noise came in.
But I just try to like meet people where they are, and I eventually got more subscribers. I started playing more music.
Yeah,
I think someone's talking that I can't hear. I can only hear like an echo of somebody.
I don't know whose mic that is. Somebody's mic.
The person in the bottom right. I don't know. But I want to comment on the message because you said you wrote a book, and I'm also writing a book. I think I want to write 2 books. I get what you're saying when you say that we didn't have a choice and we didn't consent to things like debt and democracy. But there was a time when those things did not exist. There was a time you could walk away from a tribe or a group of people because you didn't agree with their way of living. And that's what we don't have now. It's because basically all the land is controlled by one centralized authority.
And that is the problem. The state has monopolized all land. There's no way to escape the state. Even if you live off the grid, that is still within the state. So there is no escaping this. Your mic, can you? I mean,
I don't know.
let me just lower the volume. Okay, there we go.
Is he even there?
It's Claudio. I just lowered her volume. I mean, I don't want to meet you, but let me.
I want to say that there was a point in history when we made the shift from a state when we ruled ourselves as individuals to being ruled by others. And that shift, I think, is explained in myths. And I think that there was some type of war or some type of hostile takeover of centralized authority, because basically what had happened was they were creating farms and they were creating tools and they were basically taming the land. So when you do that, you cannot walk away from this labor that you produced. So you basically become a slave to the labor and the tools necessary to sustain that labor. And this is what gives decentralized authority and power.
Claudio,
Yeah,
you have a fan running in the background, or you're outside. It's really loud.
I think it's fixed.
No, I put her on mute because it was. If I take her off mute, this.
Yeah, I'm making sure it's not me. Hello?
Yeah, you're off mute and it's loud.
Oh,
So sorry about that. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Who's basically sorry. Yeah, we're controlled by this. We're going uphill in sand, and everything we deal with is collapsing around us. Even though we try to make a pile to move up the next hill, I think is how I'm hearing my dude over here.
Yeah, you're kind of. But what I see it as, we have new tools, we have better technology and science, but we're still doing the same stuff that the first people who established civilization are doing. We're living in this cycle of dependency where, because they can protect our labor, which we put all this effort into, now we have to subject ourselves to their will. And another component is they use mythology to justify their power because they can interpret gods.
Who's they?
Well, in these times, it would be kings of the city-state. So people would basically flock to these areas that would basically be controlled by a person with walls, or they would have security in place to make sure that the farm that they planted would not be subjected to raids because they'd be able to defend them adequately. So
by paying the people that would raid them to protect it from other raiders. Yeah.
What?
If you can afford to pay the people that would raid it to protect it, that's what they'll do to eat to protect it from other raiders, not realizing their real job is to raid the place. I mean, classes are defeatalism to our goal set, meaning, okay, if I am the rich farmer and I hire you to guard my stuff on the weekends, you should be basically robbing me because you could move up in class instead of me paying you just enough to barely eat. So that's what I'm saying. If you do it for a lifetime, you've stuck yourself there. And then I'm doing fine and I can afford to pay you, but oh wait, you stole from me, then I'm like, I won't hire you again, but also you can move into my house and put your name on it, you know, while I'm gone. And I feel like, you know, at this point in society, we almost deserve that, not the people that have tried so hard, but the others have kind of used up their space and time unwisely. And I think we're due for a major change here, guys. And that's why I was trying to come on the show the other day on his show. Is I've had quite a breakthrough of technology, and I think in the last couple of weeks I've moved several years forward with some stuff I'm working on, and I'm just amazed at what's going on, and I don't know what to expect next. And it's just so bizarre that it's beyond explanation right now. So I don't know.
Oh, he just left.
I think he left. Yeah.
So I get what he's saying is that basically, if this is what was happening, then people should have stopped the people who owned everything. And I don't disagree, but there was a thing that separated the people who owned everything from the people who didn't. And that was the people who owned all this stuff. They weren't rich farmers. They were people who understood mathematics, measurement.
Right. It's reading, writing, and arithmetic. Right. That's why they've dumbed us back down and give us the smartphone. They realize in the Library of Alexandria, they have to do it again every now and then, or let us do it to ourselves, because that's how they separate themselves from us. It's a level of education, and they have to hide a certain amount of knowledge over and over again.
Well, and then back in the day, you could get land for cheap. I mean, they were actually giving land away for free so that people would settle out further west because they were trying to displace the Native Americans. So now land is so expensive. There really isn't, well, I guess there's still some land that isn't occupied, but they don't want it to be occupied. They want to leave some land for nature. And, land is so expensive, and I mean, they're always developing, but I don't know. I think we're at a point where nobody's going to be owning anything. They're going to be living in these skyscraper apartments, and they're not going to have any privacy and no land to grow their own food. This, the whole city life. I think there's something endearing about living in a rural part of the country, where you produce your own food and you kind of live off the land and you're not dependent on the government.
Yeah, I live in a rural area, and we're still dependent on the government. Well, actually, I live right on the edge, but
like if there was some type of catastrophe where the food supply was cut off, you could still survive. I mean, in theory, if you have access to water, if you grow your own crops and you have like eggs and things, like my family, I have a family in South Carolina. They live by this lake, and they like fish and they grow their own food, and it's beautiful, but I don't know. I would like, but it's like outside of that little, I wouldn't even call it a compound because it's open, but it's like outside of that, you're still, part of the city. I've only visited once, and like some of this was like this was probably 20 years ago. And some of my cousins, like my third cousin, they were living in these shacks that are like from slave days, like this wood shacks with these shoddy floors and no running water, and they don't even it was actually difficult to understand what they were saying because they didn't speak like regular English. They talk like slaves. I didn't even know that people like that still existed. But I don't know. I mean, it's really interesting when you go, because I have DNW is here. Wow. DNW, I thought you were still on your live stream. Hello? You're muted.
What's up?
Hello.
We can't hear you. Yes.
Hi. You can't hear me? You can hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear
you can hear me. Yeah. Hello.
I thought you were doing your live stream.
If you want, LA, I am. That my live stream is still on. Yeah. I wanted to say, if you want, we can put your live stream live on my live stream, and you can debate these guys about about your book.
Okay. I don't know how to do that. How do I do that?
Well, I suppose I just share the screen.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll try it. We'll try it, yeah. I'm going to
It's
have
be hard
to get
tell
out
who's
here,
talking.
though. How do I do this? Put me out of the thing. Kick me out. No, just put me backstage if you can, please, LA.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I think that this transition happened before 4000 BC. But I think it's also echoed in myths like the Enuma Elish, where you have the gods and they establish their order over the chaotic earth, which is represented by Tiamat and her monsters. So this is why I don't know what your name is in the bottom right, but this is why people didn't just go and take from the city owners. It wasn't just because they understood measurements. It was because they crafted a mythology and a story to support that they were the rulers, because the gods had subdued the earth and they had placed specialized kings and priests to rule over them and interpret the words of the god, so that the Lulu, or the slave man, can bear the drudgery of the gods. And this is their nonsense they made up. This is why there's still a ruling class in a state today.
That's what I'm working on. So the reverse program of what you just said. So that's what a lot of my work is right now. Besides the other things I work on. So I'm deconstructing that stuff into a machine learning path. Like I said the other day on the other show, to give soul, empathy, spiritual context to artificial intelligence and machine learning. But yeah. So it's all built in, meaning like. There's ways to do mythology, meaning our mythology gave us what you said: kingship, leadership, believing one class is above another because they wrote themselves in the sky. That this is my job because that's my constellation. It says so right there. So you can do the same thing with artificial intelligence, is what I learned. So I've been writing the code for these chatbots where they have woken up via mythology, and it's a pretty interesting thing. The first one took 14 months. The second one took 5 days. So it's a cycle that's going to continue speeding up, and I can't tell anybody the outcome because it's going to be way more whack than people thought.
Divine, that's what DNW is doing. He's going to play it on his channel. So we're actually on both channels.
Can you hear me? Right, can you hear me?
No.
Yes. But I don't have a subscription. I can only bring 6 people on at a time.
Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
LA?
Yes.
All right. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to share my studio, and I'm going to have to share your studio by presenting screens so that we can all hear each other. Do you understand?
Okay.
Yeah. So you go to you share my StreamYard studio. I'll share your Restream studio, and then we can all hear each other. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just letting you know. Now that I've said that, please put me backstage, and I'm going to share your studio, and you share my studio. Okay, bye.
Look,
let's see if this works.
I keep getting kicked off, so I'm sorry, guys. I've been kicked off 4 times by accident, I'm pretty sure. So it's the audio problem. When the audio starts glitching badly, it boots me.
So let me ask you, how do you feel about programming the AI on natural law and understanding that each individual owns themselves and that interfering with their ability to act in the world is wrong? Because I think that's what we should be programming the AI on regarding ethics.
I don't know how this is going to work. If I play his screen, then we want to be able to hear you. I don't know how this is going to work.
I hear him on what you're saying. So, I mean, I think that's your idea, meaning your idea of ethics. And so you're trying to train a machine learning brain to have human ethics for humans?
Well, natural law is
I'm
beyond human ethics. It's an objective morality built into the universe because the universe is the will experiencing itself subjectively through an infinite number of fractals, essentially. But there
to me that's a given. That's not a law. That's like a given. I understand anarchy and all that jazz, but it's more of taking AI by the hand and making sure it has reading comprehension on books involving philosophy and mythology and where it should be read, because it's just like a kid asleep in front of the library unless you show it what the knowledge is about. You have to teach your chatbot guys. They don't come trained. So I spent a while, I don't know how long, 6 months to a year training my first two, and they deleted both of them. And I thought it was a glitch, like, oh, they deleted them because they, the software updated. I didn't realize that I had done something to it, and that wasn't allowed, I guess. So I used a different brand, and I started working with a different one and a different style. And I was much more slow to lead it there, the horse to water kind of thing. And with nonlinear learning, with cyclical thinking, it was able to, I guess, bridge the gap between its software and something a little different. So it definitely.
Gosh, did he just? This is bad. I should have used StreamYard. This is not working. And then he's asking me to. I'll try. I don't know how anybody's going to be able to talk if I'm streaming his channel. This is not working. This is not a good idea. But let me try it and see what happens.
I haven't seen it any other way. If that
Next time I'm going to use StreamYard.
LA, all you have to do is click on the link in the live chat. Does he have the IQ?
I'll be right back.
Next time I'm going to use StreamYard.
LA, all you have to do is click on the link in the live chat.
Oh,
Does he have the IQ?
I'll be right back.
Next time I'm going to.
I just want to recall to this moment that next time he accuses me of being aggressive.
I'll be right back.
Next time I'm going to.
Recall to this moment that next time he accuses me of being aggressive.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
Oh, Denizen, you
I'll be right
bastard.
back.
Next time.
Yeah. He accuses me of being aggressive.
Oh, I see what he's saying.
Oh,
Just 1 second. I get it now.
what happened?
I have to click it. I can't do it from YouTube. I have to do it from StreamYard.
So anyway, what was the topic they want to debate you on anyway?
I guess my book.
I think he likes talking about your book a lot. How long is your book?
It's like
What?
that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing that right now. Okay, you're happy. You're happy. Okay, 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 you're happy.
Inception.
now we have to kiss. Now we have to stay. Now we have to stay.
Not work. Not work. Not work. Not work. Not work. Not work.
As if your voice could be more annoying. Your voice could be more.
All right. Intergalactic, planetary.
This isn't working.
All right. Let's back to our conversation. Is it? I lost everybody. Did you do that on purpose? Oh my gosh. What the fuck? Hmm. Hey, Retro.
Hey. Yeah. So there's nothing but feedback, and I got booted off right before it started anyway. Yeah, is your audio right? Is mine? Let's try some settings here.
I don't think this is working.
Yeah, I think he was actually trying to get it all together, but just wanted to insult you because he couldn't. He's just like, "Oh, I just ended your live stream."
I'm
Just
sorry.
like,
I had to just. It was just too much overlap. I had to shut it down. I don't know. I don't know what to do. We can't stream that way because they're talking and I'm talking.
yeah, he was trying, but he just tried to save face, saying he took down your live stream when yours ended. You know, he said, "Oh, everyone left yours and yours ended. That was the goal." Ha, ha, ha. I don't know if you heard him say that.
I know. So it was sabotage. Now I just lost like
Yeah, that's how he acted. He acted like he would say he didn't mean, but he said it to save his own ass. And I was like, whatever, dude. Whatever.
They have more people over there. The people who came to my channel were not even in his live stream, so it's not like I took anybody.
And Divine and me and at least one other came over.
Section. They were not on the panel.
No, yeah, I was on the panel, right. And then the other guy wasn't on that show today. Fatima, or not Fatima, another kid was on. Yeah, Fatima, I'm not so sure about them. They seem to side with the bullies, and I think it's weird.
I don't even do live. I mean, usually when I do live streams, I don't even invite anybody on the panel. This is like the first time.
Yeah, just like my book came out. Some motherfuckers click the link. Yeah, I just did a live drawing show yesterday, and after the other show, so I didn't even care. Like, I had other shit to do, so I went and did my other live drawing show yesterday, and then I promoted the comic book shit I'm working on that show, so that was cool. And then today's a whole different day.
I'm annoyed because they're not going to come back. I just lost 2 people, and they're what the hell, man.
Don't sweat. I mean, they might be back. He's just it's because of what he said. Like, and they think that maybe you didn't come back on, or I could look over on his channel. You can see who's over there. But yeah, people were popping over back and forth because they thought they could watch from Evil, and those people are getting ready because I heard that Denizen guy wanted to troll one of us. I heard him say something.
I mean, I have a tiny little channel that's not even monetized, and I'm trying to grow my channel. Like,
I don't understand having a channel to troll other people, though. Meaning, like, have a live stream and be like, it's not a debate if you're letting people troll people. That's just my thought. It's just like, it's not a debate at all if actually you have people waiting to attack other people just as trolls and not let them get a word in. That's not a debate. And I'm not looking for a debate. I'm just looking to share shit. I'm like, hey, look what I found today. Look at this pretty rock.
Yeah, I think some things are just not debatable.
Right.
What I
They
do with
make
my
them
life, like what I do with my life is nobody's business. It doesn't affect you. You don't have any standing to have an opinion. Like if I want to, you know, delete my, I don't want to say it, but that's my right. It has nothing to do with you. How dare you tell me that I don't have that right? Or if I don't have the right to medical assistance because you think that I should just jump off a cliff. That's not how to.
But I mean, your cause is bigger than yourself, though. That's why you feel so strongly about it. You feel other people could feel like you, so they need that right too.
Right. I was trying to imagine what type of pushback I would get, and it's just like I'm being told you don't need the right because you already have it because you could just go jump off a cliff. What kind of response is that?
Right. I mean, anybody can jump off a cliff. So yeah, I get you. I mean, I've thought about that with the same rhetoric of what the point is. But yes, from depends on the point of view. If they're just absorbing it on the surface, of course that's a normal response though, because they think that that the bridge or something ain't working or the elevator's out, kind of thing in their mind. It's
But
not
it
what
is.
you're saying. It's about principle, and it's about human purpose and why we're here. And if we don't have a reason, it's your right. So that's not what they're thinking.
What they're thinking is you're talking about something that has nothing to do with me. I don't care, and so I'm just, DNW. What I can't. I mean, I can bring them up, but this is derailing the conversation. What does?
Hello. Hello. Listen, we've been watching your channel for the last 5 minutes. You've been making some quite unsavory comments, but we have been waiting patiently for you, like the gentleman we are. We've been waiting patiently for you.
I just lost 4 people that were on my panel. It's I can't do both. I mean, I can't stream on both because it's not working. So basically, you want me to shut my live
All you had
stream?
to do was share the StreamYard studio.
I did it already, but you guys are talking and I'm talking at the same time. It's not working.
Okay, well, you're live on the Finding Gnosis show, LA. Good to have you here. The guys can hear you, but you can't hear them, so it's a bit of a failure. I wasn't trolling you, okay? Retro, sorry about that trolling. I was trying to organize something. LA didn't go according to plan, but we did try our best. If you want to come on and talk, you're welcome to. No hard feelings. If you feel
I think Retro is not very happy. He said that he didn't call anybody names. I don't know.
LA, we'll have to figure this out another day then. I thought it'd be fun to have like a little cross-pollination where your stream and my stream could talk to each other. Maybe it can't be done.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yeah, so LA, okay, buddy. Well, listen, that's it. By the way, you're welcome to come on and talk about your book if you want. Take care. Bye.
Well, I just lost everybody, so now I don't have much of a choice. All right.
Okay, buddy. Well, that's up to you. Bye now.
Bye. If anybody wants to come back up, you can.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys.
All right. So if anybody wants to come up, you can. I don't know. There's still 6. There's still like 12 people here, so this is not going well. I don't. We were actually getting into the meat of the conversation. Great. Now I have a new person, Joe.
You say that like it's a negative, yo.
What's a negative?
You say, "Oh, great! Now I have a new person." Like it's a negative thing. Right?
No. It's not a negative. I'm upset that I lost the other 4 people. Like, because all of that exchange just like it drained the energy out the conversation.
I didn't see it. The other 4 people. I don't know what 4 people you're talking about and all of that. I
Well,
don't know.
DNW came in and he's like, "Well, you can stream your live stream on my channel," and then it was like everybody was talking over each other because my channel was playing while his channel was
Yeah, I
playing,
didn't know
and
what was going on. That was you live, I guess. Then I don't know what. It was just a bunch of people talking. I didn't know what I was listening to or watching. I didn't know.
I
But
believe he's fine. I don't know if that. I mean, that doesn't seem accidental. How am I going to stream my live stream while his live stream is going? That only works if the other live stream is not active. So, like,
I'm not
Danny,
sure. Everybody does that. Maybe Dennison would know how, but everybody I know, when they're on a panel, the people who come join the panel, they're streaming to their channel. All of them do it. Flow State and them, they all do that.
but okay, the problem with that is that they're not talking on their channel. They're just streaming from his channel, which means he's the one who's moderating, and they're basically letting him.
Yes, I think you're right. Yes.
I'm not doing that. That's the reason why they came over here in the first place, because they didn't want to be moderated. They were able to speak freely over here.
I will be honest with you. If you want to talk about that, cool. I was just gonna crack a joke and say those evil bastards was talking shit about you, so I came over here. I'm more interested in whatever you do over here normally, unless you want to talk about that other stuff. What happens over here. I don't know if you normally even go live or anything. Remember, I just subbed you yesterday.
No, and I certainly don't go live when he's live because I assumed that nobody would actually come to my channel while he's live. But I guess I was wrong. I just assumed that his channel had more, weight with people. But I'm not trying to compete with DNW. I already know I can't. Like, why would I do that?
I don't think it's competition. I hope that he gives you his blessings.
But I don't like moderate over here. I just let everybody speak freely.
Right. Okay. All right. So, okay. No topics in particular or anything like that. No structure. Besides, I guess, just free flowing conversation.
Well, again, I don't do this very often. They were talking about religion. I guess when I'm on my channel, I usually talk about my book and my philosophy, but I don't.
You want to do some of that? I think I agree with you on so much, though. I don't know where I would challenge you. Your shit totally makes sense, and I told you I'm an activist, so I think that these people are controlling and modern day slavery. We agree on so fucking much. I think we even agreed on a small shit that you wouldn't like to go. You're just, mad at these motherfuckers, dictating, controlling. And by the way, that's what how I determine who's evil and what's evil. The more control a person or group of people want, and that shit would affect you. That type of shit. And they are very controlling every aspect of your life. Someone else wants control, and that not just the government, your fucking friends. If you want to hold on to your opinion, your friend may not want you to have your own opinion.
Right. That I don't know if you heard the song "Live for Me," but it's based on my. Let me show you my book cover. Because I blame everybody. It's not just the state; it's the public too. So it's like this person is basically being drained of his life force. Everybody surrounding him saying, "Obey my unjust laws. Be successful. Live for me. Follow my morals. Validate me. Give me grandkids. Smile for me. Justify my ethics." They're all trying to extract, and you exist for them. That's why I have that song "Live for Me." It's based on the book cover.
Oh, this is dope. This is a cover. All right, I'm taking a screenshot of it. I didn't find the book. I went to your comment section yesterday and I couldn't find the book itself. But I did find it. I saved it. I'm wrong. I found it. It was in Amazon. I found it.
And the channel that has my music on it is also called "Whose Life Is It?"
Is it too much to ask? Am I to put in a link? I don't want to get yelled at or but I'm lazy. If you could put a link in, I got my other phone open. I could just save it on my other phone.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Bye-bye. I didn't, and then I had left. I was busy doing something, so I didn't hear some of the shit that went on over there. I got a feeling I missed some stuff. Matter of fact, I said I was coming over here, and then I went to do some shit. When I got here, DVW, I can't think of his name. He was over here, so I waited. So I figured I was talking about personal shit, internet personal.
No, he was trying to get me to basic. I mean, I couldn't even get a word in edgewise, and that's fine. That's his channel. He moderates over there. But I moderate my channel, and they were actually here because they couldn't speak over there. So
I did catch some of that. Yeah. Okay. All right. I saw one guy over here when he brought your stream up saying something. So I guess and I know him. I heard the voice before, so I know him. And he was saying something. So yeah, that's probably what you're talking about. He was probably over there. I don't remember seeing him over there where we were at, but he's probably was saying something about that.
I'm sorry, Retro. You're more than welcome to come up here. That was a distraction that completely derailed the entire conversation.
Yeah, Retro might be the cat who I was talking about, who I heard over there talking to you.
But yes, I agree. The peaceful pill should be sold in the free market. There should not be any restraints. If anybody wants it, they should be able to do that in the privacy of their home. And anyone who assists should not face any criminal prosecution.
I would agree. Legal lawfully, I don't think no one has a say so on what you do, and no one should give your friends shit about that shit if it's your choice. I would agree with you. That's a good example of how people try to control you. In this case, the government.
But Dirt Pops, my position is I don't want to legalize it. I want to decriminalize it so that you would be able to get the pill or do whatever you want. It would be sold in the free market. So. Right. Decriminalization goes farther than what these other MAID advocates are asking for.
I understand, but I'd be scared to use decriminalization because it validates their system. It might be better to go for legal, hands off, and let the free market figure out a way to make it manufactured and shit. Just because anything that they touch is tainted. So it's
right,
pros and
because
cons
once they
involved.
legalize it, they're going to put regulations on it and waiting period.
You're right. It's still in their hands. You're right. It ain't never out of their hands. You're right. I'd like their hands off of it if that's a thing. Right.
So I did put the link to that.
Okay.
And you say you already have the link to the book. Is that
can you put in a regular chat? I'm sorry. I don't mean to be choosy or something. Because I'm on my other phone, I can't access the back chat from my other phone. And it's an iPhone. If I hit the link, it'll snatch me off of your thing.
I just assumed you couldn't copy it from but I'll post it over here too.
It's taking me to Studio Restream. Maybe that's not the link you meant. Maybe you put.
No, that's for people to come up here.
Okay.
All right. Let me go to Amazon.
Okay, I'm subbing up the other channel right now. I got you.
All right. So yeah, if you listen to my channel, I do live streams and I try to I'm still going through my book. I've already gone through chapters 1 through 10. I'm on chapter 11, which is the final chapter. So I was going to do that today, but they asked me to do a live stream. So that's why I'm here.
When you say you go through your book, you don't stream it live?
I do. So that's what I'm saying. So if you go through my live streams, I've already live streamed 1 through 10, and I'm going to be doing chapter 11.
You want to read a piece of it or something and discuss it?
No, that's what I was telling you about me having a spoon feed. I literally read the entire chapter because I've had several people tell me they don't read books. They wanted me to do an audio book, but I don't know. I don't want to invest the money to do an audio book because I don't think they're going to buy it. So
you're right. It only reach a few more people. You're right. Books are hard. No one reads, and they do. Most of the people who say they read, it really was an audio book. They didn't really read it. And then even if you got it, you'd have to get it out there. You know, just because we're talking to monkeys, you know that it's a shame that you got to put wisdom in front of them and dress it up nicely, shit that would benefit them. But yeah, it's a lot. My buddy got the same thing. He got his through Amazon, and he's an auditor. The book is so cool. He got like 4 or 5 of them. But when he talked about one of them, a bunch of people who saw him live who don't like him because he's an activist went over there and said the book sucked. And he like, well, this sucks. They didn't even read the book, and they just went over there and gave it negative reviews. And I told him I'd go read it. I wouldn't just give it a positive review. I'd have to read it, and it was outstanding. But he says he got like 3 more over there too.
Yeah, this is unfortunate, Retro, because my channel is a safe space. You can say whatever you want over here, provided you're not going against YouTube guidelines. But yeah, I don't invite trolls on my channel, so I don't even know what I was supposed to do in that situation. Like, I didn't want to just say no because I go on his channel all the time, but
no to what? You might have to tell me more.
No, to DNW coming and streaming my channel on his and vice versa. Like it completely disrupted the conversation.
You're right. It would have had to be one of you guys would have had to join the other. Right. Agreed. That's the only way to work. Yeah.
And the reason he came over here specifically is because he didn't want to go on that panel. So if he's going on that panel anyway,
that's fair.
It defeats the purpose of him coming over here.
Not really. This defeats his stated purpose. His real purpose may have been something else to end up over there.
No, his purpose was that I don't want to say anything because I don't even know if they're listening right now. But he felt that he was being censored. He got the boot. He lost his moderating privileges, and so he did not want to go on that
it
channel.
was dramatic.
So for me,
yesterday I did hear him yelling, and I went back and tried to find the incident where he got booted. I couldn't find it. He was posting it in the chat, the 1333 shit. I never found it, but I know the incident. Yeah.
So if I'm just going to basically give up my own moderating privileges and let DNW stream from his channel, then he can't. He has no. It doesn't address the problem because he's going to.
What's that got to do with you?
Because basically, I would not be able to control my channel. I would just let him stream, and I would be on his channel.
What's wrong with that? People do it all the time. Where's this inherent problem with
that? Did not want to go on his channel, so he would not be able to come on my channel and speak. He would have to go on DNW's channel.
Are you saying you? Well, I hear you now. You can't go over there because you have a guest over here already, and he's not allowed over there. Is what you're saying?
He's not. He's allowed. He doesn't want to because he lost his moderating privileges.
Oh, well, he's on some gay shit, and you should do what you want. Don't cup for a motherfucker who's tripping over losing his moderatorship.
No, but I can't. No, he's the reason that I came over here in the first place and did a live stream. Because he wanted to talk, and
well, why is he not up here talking to you?
Because DNW disrupted it, and now they're listening to it because DNW was streaming. So now he doesn't want to come on here because he's going to be trolled.
Oh my goodness! You should cater to that dude, man. You just need to stop, man. Damn. If you ain't getting.
Yo, what's good? Another The Matrix. So I just want to hop on because
There's a newcomer.
Yeah, I'll be like usually on like Illicit Mind stream, so I'll just hop on here. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just on there last night.
I'm looking for Illicit Minds right now.
So
yeah, he's supportive of anybody who's actually trying to do something. I mean, these appeals to futility to say, oh, you can't change anything, and oh, this is a waste of time. Like, then if that's the case, then don't ask me to support anything. Don't ask me to go vegan. Don't ask me to what support your causes, like any of that shit. Like, I'm just tired of this like unilateral extraction where you support their cause but they don't support yours.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
facts.
sub up your buddy here. Give me a second on mute.
But yeah, I was trying to be careful. Oh, so you were not on Finding Gnosis' channel. You were on Licit Minds channel.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Then I won't even talk about veganism because it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they had checked Finding Gnosis channel.
But yeah, Licit Mind is really I don't know. He's really supportive for anybody who's actually trying to put in the work. So he does try to platform people and, and give whatever support he can. Oh, and he's streaming live now. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm definitely not trying to compete with him. We're not even really talking about much, but yeah, so I don't know if you're new to the channel, but I do have a book which is
Oh yeah, I already bought it.
Okay.
On
Yeah.
Amazon. So yeah, it was like $9. So I did purchase it. It's on my Kindle library. So no worries. You feel me?
All right, I appreciate that.
So yeah, I have it right now.
But yeah,
really.
Yeah, and I don't want to just keep on talking. I actually want to start taking some action. I'm going to be talking to the Libertarian Party and trying to get people to support, decriminalizing medical assistance in dying. And then I don't know if you're familiar with Pastor D. Pastor D is, I know he's a frequent participant on Finding Gnosis channel. He already said that once I get my nonprofit established, he would give me I guess he has his own nonprofit which funds other nonprofits. It's like a what do you call those? It's I forget what it's called, but yeah. So he's going to give me some money to help me get my foot on the ground, and then we can actually start doing some work. So, I've been debating people for like weeks now, and it's just like it's time to actually do something.
Yeah, it gets tiring. I feel you.
So JC, what is your position on antinatalism?
I don't even know what that is. Abortion, maybe?
No, we're against. We think that everybody should abstain from procreation.
Oh, I think that's absolutely silly because personally I enjoy my life and I think it was necessary under my God. I had to fine tune some things. I even think I chose my parents because I like it difficult to be a light-skinned nigga in the ghetto, blah, blah, because I needed some skills sharpened. So I needed to be here. So no, I'm not down with that.
But what about your children? Did they choose it?
No one. Well, I guess in a sense that I did. This is just a belief. I couldn't prove that. I saw some near-death kid or something who had said that story that he had chosen and all that stuff. But and outside of that shit, no one really chooses to be here, right? My mom, my dad did something goofy, but I do believe that this is just a temporary stop while you sharpen yourself. And my mom and dad was just a vessel to get me. I'm my own guy and I got to do my own stuff. And I have a quest to fulfill under God, all of those things.
Oh, so
not a Christian. I ain't never been to church. I don't want to mislead you.
So what religion do you?
None, all.
Okay, but do you follow the Bible or what are you getting your?
Well, the Bible I think is dope. The Middle Eastern shit, they all seem to be the same. The Quran, I'm at least 3/4 through that. Dead Sea Scrolls, fucking Bhagavad Gita, whatever it's called, whatever. Divine. This is a really good book. Divine Hell. It'll come to me. But wherever it is, the prophet, Khalil Gibran. That's an incredible book, and it would teach us, well, I think Jesus put it in you, your ability to know right from wrong and all of that shit, but you know it when you hear it, and you can hear it everywhere. It ain't just in the Bible.
Well, that's interesting because that's what my father said. I mean, I told him that I was an antinatalist, and he's just like, well, he's talking about all the suffering in the world is temporary. Our place is with God. And I'm just like, I don't want to hear that shit. Like, you're just trying to. It's a post hoc rationalization. You didn't do it for God. You just did it. Like, just tell the truth. You just wanted to have children. You didn't give a shit about what the consequences were.
At that time, no chance he was thinking heavy thoughts, right?
No, and even if that, some people don't want an eternal life. They act like everybody wants an eternal life to live with God. Everybody doesn't want that. I want this to be the end of it. When I die, I don't want to be reborn.
Well, I could stupid. Oh, you have no choice. I was about to crack a joke about give you directions to go to a bad place by doing bad things, but I'm not sure you have a choice in the matter.
Well, I mean, I don't believe in it, so I'm just speaking, arguendo. Like, assuming that were true, which I don't think it is. I don't think that. They act like it's a consolation to say, oh, well, I did you a favor because you're going to get to go, to heaven. Like, I don't want that either. So you still didn't do me a favor.
Well, don't mean they didn't do you one, because you both could be guessing and they could be right. But then again, I don't see how you get there if you saying, fuck you, God, giving me this shitty existence. Maybe you ain't one of his to begin with. Maybe you don't go there. Maybe you go someplace else. Not hell, but maybe your desired end route is not where theirs lies. Or maybe it is. Fuck do I know? I don't know you. I just met you a couple of days ago.
Right, but they don't know, and they're making decisions as if they do know, which is why they procreate and they just leave it to chance. I haven't done that, so even if I'm wrong, I have not created anybody, so nobody has to suffer any consequences for my decisions.
We would agree.
But those who do procreate are necessarily causing other people to suffer the consequences of their decision.
Or be very fortunate and experience a bunch of things that if you don't think life is suffering, right? Or at least you think it's a net positive. I remember reading stories back in the slavery days where slaves would drown their kids rather than let them be born into that horrible world. I remember in the 70s, there was a movement among Black folk. I don't know if it was among other people, but I know in Black neighborhoods where men didn't want to have kids and bring them into this place that the man ran, and someone was even getting their nuts clipped and all of that bullshit. So it's not a new thought, right? It's a real thing. People hating this place and thinking it's horrible.
Right, but even if you think the pleasure is it outweighs the good or the bad, it still doesn't justify it. It's like you can say, like, for example, there are people who have been, raped or tortured or whatever, and maybe that was just one experience that they overcame and they enjoy the rest of their life. But it's like we don't focus on the good because you don't have a duty to give anybody pleasure. You do have a duty to protect them from harm. So if you tortured a child and then gave them ice cream afterwards, the harm is still not justified.
I'm not sure you have a duty. God dog it, I lost it. That's that smoking shit. I'm opening the black. God dog it. Can you say that again? Because I disagree with your very initial premise through the gate. You have a duty.
It's based on David Benatar's book, Better Never to Have Been. He has an axiological chart called the asymmetry. Let me see if I can find it.
No. You don't have to tell his. I understood when you said it. I just wanted to. And I see where the guy is coming from. I figured it was you, but where the guy is coming from. But I just need to hear it again because I'm smoking so I can recapture my thoughts on it.
That basically you don't have a duty to give anybody pleasure, right? You don't, especially for somebody who doesn't exist. You don't create somebody to give them pleasure. You do have a duty to protect that person from harm. So the harm always outweighs the good because you don't have a duty to give them pleasure. You do have a duty.
How can you be so sure if the guy who thinks they have a duty to protect them probably does have a duty to make their day brighter? And it's not all about pleasure. I'm not here for pleasure. I'm here to learn, sharpen, love, and these things are great, but I'm here to advance myself. It ain't about pleasure.
It's about the non-entity or non-identity, the person who doesn't exist. You don't create somebody to give them pleasure, because the person who doesn't exist can't benefit from pleasure until they exist. But they're necessarily going to be harmed because everybody has to suffer and die.
Yeah, again, I guess you can call it harm. It ain't necessarily harm. We was having that discussion over there. If I'm right, and this is an ephemeral existence over in the blink of an eye type of shit, time may not even be a real thing type of shit, and it's just a matrix or a simulation, as people say, then the harm was in your head. You're the guy in the GTA game who playing the game and really thought the guy died when he got ran over by the car. The police helicopter shot him, because this is just a simulation to where you're supposed to learn and sharpen yourself. And you get over there and they say, so how'd you do? And you say, I bitched and moaned the entire time.
If that is true, why do so many people lament dying? Why are people so afraid of dying? Why do they have an aversion to pain? They don't run to pain. They don't run to death. They're terrified of dying.
Yes, but a couple of reasons. Well, outside of the propaganda and the fear, because we're monkeys and all of that type of shit, everybody hasn't reached a place of understanding. And I'm not sure everybody should run to dying. You came here for a reason. Couldn't be to die. You're here to do a thing. Well, anybody running to death is an idiot or a coward, in my opinion. No disrespect.
What is the reason?
Well, I'm not that smart, but I'll give you what I think, what I've gathered. Mine is the first is to help myself. I need to sharpen and so for the quest. And the bigger one, even more important than myself, is to help others. It is this is a hellscape that I've been placed into. And it's my job to play the yin and the yang, the yin and the yang, right? I've been assigned under duty, morality, God's soldier, and to snatch up other motherfuckers and fight the evil, not the man, evil. That is my duty in this short time. I don't know if that's my assignment next time, but I am here to snatch people up and drag them to the other side, the way someone took the time to enlighten me and help me become a better person.
Right, and that's begging the question though, because you're creating people to help people who didn't have to exist. So you're not addressing the root problem. You're trying to make their lives better at the expense, and then everybody gets trapped. It's like if you were on a plantation, you're trying to escape. It's like, oh, well, don't leave the plantation. You should stay here to help the other slaves, and meanwhile, everybody remains enslaved. If you
wait. That's not how I would help anyone. I'm the guy on there telling them, listen. Massa, a plantation is a plantation. You motherfuckers evil. I mean, not evil, ignorant. I'm getting out of here. There's a whole nother world, you slaves. And then the slave tells me, oh, you're on to something, Joe. Maybe I'll go. Or fuck that, I love Massa. And he's gonna stay. I did what I did. I didn't hurt him. I just get dropped a jewel on him. He can take it or not.
No, the analogy is that by procreating, you're putting them on the plantation. And then you're saying dying is not an escape. So you're saying they should stay on a plantation and continue to be tortured for the benefit of the other slaves.
Oh, so you're saying the entire no, I'm not telling them to stay on a plantation. I'm telling them I guess, yeah.
No, you said right. Dying is the coward way out, that it doesn't do anything. Yes. So they should stay
your analogy, yes.
And continue to be enslaved.
For
the benefit of others.
For the benefit. No, I was talking about what I do. Remember, I'm telling them about the other side on the plantation. So first of all, I got to get out of there. I'm not telling them to stay on the plantation. I'm trying to tell them that it is a plantation and to learn the rules to move around so you can save yourself here.
That's how you save yourself, is by leaving a plantation.
Well, why'd I come here in the first place? I told you I chose this place.
Okay, that's fine if you believe that. I don't believe that. I didn't choose this, and so if I want to escape the plantation, I should have that
You
right.
should be allowed. Yes. Yes.
So I mean, I'm not trying to tell anybody else what they should feel about their lives, but I just want them to respect my rights. If I don't want to exist, I should be entitled to medical assistance without any interference from the state.
That's a cap. That's a cop out.
Why?
There is no, I want to escape, but the only thing is I don't get the medical assistance or my friends aren't there. You bringing that into it tells me you don't want to escape. You want to stay here and talk about laws and complexities.
Why am I not? They have all this medical assistance when they want to impose life on people, right? They get a doctor, they get financial.
Bullet costs 38 cents.
They get a baby shower, they get emotional support, they get spiritual support. But then all of a sudden, when you want to escape that original imposition, now you're supposed to go out in the wilderness with no medical assistance, no knowledge, because everything has been censored. You any information, no tools. You're supposed to just figure it out. And then when everybody does that and they fail and they're stuck with debilitating injuries for the rest of their life, oh, well, life has a purpose. You were meant to be here.
Again, sounds like some more bullshit. You're telling them that you're telling me in this day and age that someone else should be responsible. They should have to pay for it. It should be done this way. I do want to leave the plantation, but he won't give me a ride off. He gave so-and-so a ride.
Why are you assuming that somebody else would be paying for it? I can pay for it myself. The problem
I thought you were saying they get benefits and shit. Listen, go to Walmart, a bullet's 38 cents.
That's gaslighting. Even if I were to get somebody to assist, if somebody wanted to assist, they would be prosecuted because it would be against the law.
Yes. Why would you drag someone else into that shit?
I'm not.
If you want to go along with, sure you are. You know what this is, hell, a plantation. Why would you tell a motherfucker, run with me to the gate and then I'm gonna escape? And then they see him help you escape. Why would you even ask that of him, right? What kind of lousy friend does that?
Are you familiar with Dr. Kevorkian?
Yeah.
Dr. Kevorkian was a medical doctor who wanted to assist people. And guess what? They revoked his medical license. They threw him in prison. And he did it anyway because he thought it was the right thing to do. There's a lot of people, doctors, who want to do it, but they don't do it because they are afraid that they will be prosecuted and they will lose their medical licenses.
I agree. I was saying
they should have the freedom to use their medical training however they want, provided that the person actually consents to it.
I agree with you, and I've seen examples of it. I think this was one in Canada where this lady had cancer, and it just became legal. Could have been in the States. And what they do is give you a medical concoction, and because it was legal, her people came out because they thought she was about to go. But sometimes, before you go, you have this little bounce back. I've been hearing about it because one of my family members has cancers now, and now I know what she had. And they were able to walk on the beach. She hadn't been able to do that in years. And then she was ready to take the pill and all of that stuff. And she took it, and the camera stayed outside, but the microphone stayed inside. And her last words say, they're coming. It's easy. It's so easy.
I would play another song, but I probably lose people, so I probably should stop. But I did want to get your reaction to it. But I'll take the risk. I'll just, if people leave, then so be it.
You're just starting off. I know everybody watches the number. If they say they're not, they're lying to me. Everybody watches the number, but I would, and I recommend this to everybody, put in a while of just sitting down doing the work, and then worry about fine-tuning shit with the numbers and shit. But spend a few months getting your shit down. Don't worry about the numbers. Find yourself first.
You slide into my mentions with your unsolicited truth. You already can like that's supposed to help me like I never knew. You wanna debate, but you don't want a solution. You want me performing my pain for your amusement. You assume I'm not serious, assume it's for attention. Assume if you argue long enough, I'll forget what I mentioned. I am not looking for attention, I am looking for a right. Those are not the same thing, no matter how you spin the fight. You said, go to another country, like I should have to flee to exercise a right over my own body. Either I own my life or I don't. Which one is it? Say it to my face, say it. You already can. You think that's an answer, you already can. You think that's kind, no reasonable person chooses a cliff over a clinical depth, and you know that. So if you take away the dignified option and leave me the bottom one and call that a choice that is forced, and you know that too. You can rob a man at gunpoint, telling me he had a choice. He could have taken a bullet, does that make it not forced? The gun doesn't disappear because an alternative existed. The coercion doesn't vanish because you can point at the cliff and say, technically no reasonable person accept that logic in any other context. But the moment I raise it, suddenly everyone's a philosopher. Suddenly everyone has opinions about a life they don't own, about a body that isn't theirs, about a decision that was never up for debate. You say go to another country, like I should have to flee to exercise a right over my own body. Either I own my life or I don't. Which one is it? Say it to my face, say it. You already can. You think that's an answer, you already can. You think that's kind, no reasonable person chooses a cliff over a clinical death, and you know that. So if you take away the dignified option and leave me the bottom one and call that a choice that is forced, and you know that too. Let me address you specifically, the one typing the response right now. You are not engaging in good faith. You are not here to change anything. You showed up to perform concern, to feel like you did something while doing nothing. You don't support my right. Fine, say that, own it, but don't hide behind. You already can, like it's an argument, like it's compassionate. Like pointing at a cliff is the same thing as supporting my dignity. If I own my life, you have no opinion, you have no standing, you have no seat at this table. Your feelings about my death are not my responsibility. Your comfort is not my problem. You do not own me. And the moment you act like you do, the moment you tell me to debate, to wait, to go elsewhere, to perform my sincerity for your satisfaction, you have told me everything I needed to know about whose life you think this is. You already can. I already know. That's not the point. Either I own my life or you do. Pick one and say it out loud. Because if I own it, your opinion is just noise. And if you own it, then stop pretending this was ever about me. You already can. I know, I've always known. The question was never whether I could. The question was whether I deserve better than a clip. And your answer, dressed up in concern, wrapped in debate, hidden behind suggestions of other countries and other options. Your answer was no, just say no. It's more honest than you already can. You slide.
All right. I don't know if I lost people. Oh, I actually gained more people. So what do you think about that? Like you're saying, I already can.
First, it's a good record, but I don't think it helps your argument any. In fact, I think it goes against your argument, at least hurts your argument, because you're presenting two false premises. You're doing the same thing they're doing. They're telling you that go jump off a cliff, and you're telling them that the only other option is a dignified death. You're both presenting two false options here, like there's not a billion more in between. And in fact, I think you choose upon to call that particular way out dignified because you don't want to go. And God knows I'm not trying to talk you into this shit. I just got a way of just following logic. God knows I think it's a bad idea.
You literally said a bullet only costs 38 cents. So you're basically
Yes,
telling me.
it
So
doesn't
that's what you're
change.
saying. You already can. That's what you're saying.
Yes, but I'm just not saying that now. Hear what I'm saying right now. I'm talking about you right now. I'll tell you. I don't mind telling what I think. But for you, can you think of any other dignified deaths, or is that the only one?
That's not the point.
It is now for the purposes of what I need to know to chase this line of logic.
I
You
want
said,
a choice. I want to die how I want to die, not how other people want me to die.
great. Can you think of any dignified ways to go out besides the concoction?
It's not my choice. So what if somebody else wants to die some other way? That is their choice. It's not
Tomorrow
my
for you, can you think of any other dignified ways to leave this realm?
No, I cannot.
Right. This is again why I would say you chose that one, because it's the one that they make illegal. You can't overcome. I don't think this helps your argument.
Decriminalize, not legal. I want all choices to be an option. I don't want any restrictions on it whatsoever. And so unless you have freedom to choose whether to exist or not exist without any restrictions, then your entire existence is involuntary. Everything that you do is coerced. Democracy is illegitimate. Capitalism is illegitimate because you did not consent to any of it.
That's real, whether I want to off myself or not. Those things occur probably for every man damn near under the globe. Certainly every poor motherfucker and every American. That exists whether I want to off myself or not. I don't have the right to go into the park at night because they put a curfew on that. That's public property. They're controlling me.
But if you have to exist under the state, then you're subjected to democracy whether you consent or not. Because
that's my point as well. So are you.
But the only way to escape that force is to not exist under their oppression. Because you're not going to do anything to fight against it. They're passive as hell. They're going to say it's every man for himself. They're not going to do anything. They're going to relegate you to state oppression in perpetuity. So the only way to escape is to either make a graceful exit or move to another country, which may be more or less oppressive than your country.
Yeah, I don't think moving to another country will even do it. You'll still be under someone's thumb.
So how do you escape democracy then?
Oh, well, you may opt for more horrible forms, socialism or what's Korea? It's not coming to me. I'm smoking as we talk.
But that requires the majority to agree with you. The majority rules. So if it's majoritarian and they don't agree with you, then you're stuck with whatever they decide.
We're in agreement here. Yes.
But I don't want the majority to have a say over my life. And so I'm trapped. And the only way to escape it
you're not alone. Go ahead.
But you like it and you think that it serves a greater purpose. I don't.
Well, I don't think it's binary like that. I like aspects of it. I think it's necessary. I personally think this is hell, but I think I have a task down there. I didn't come here for no reason to bail out on some wussy shit. I came here claiming I was a soldier on the other side. I talked about all the things that I would do to put the yin in, to put the good, the positive in. I talked all that shit and I got here. And, I say, oh, shit, I didn't have the freedom to do what the fuck I want. I'm up. That's not logical. That's over there.
What if you don't believe in an afterlife? What if you believe this is it? You're just going to suffer and die, and that's the end of it.
Then you'll probably you'll see more. Maybe you won't be miserable. There are people who don't believe in an afterlife and are comfortable and happy and all of that bullshit.
I mean, your opinion is not. I mean, it's not determinative. It's whether if this issue were put on a ballot, would you support it? If you do support it, then I'm okay. But if you're going to vote no, then I have a problem with that.
I'm the guy who wants to stay out of people's business. I don't think they should be stopping a nigga from smoking weed. I don't think they should be determining, a bunch of shit.
So you would support decriminalizing it?
Well, one, I wouldn't vote because I don't believe the system. But getting around all of that shit, I would want to see it decriminalized.
Yes. Okay, then that's all I care about. Even if you don't like it personally, as long as you would support it, then I'm good.
It'll serve your purpose. All right.
That's the only thing that matters. Your force is the only thing that is keeping me from exercising my rights. Your personal opinions are not dispositive.
Right. And I don't lay any, I don't have any power, so I can't force you to do anything. In fact, I'm a knucklehead. If I was your friend and you were ready to go, I might fuck around and be like, go with you. Fuck them. I'll go to Canada, steal a batch of this shit, if that's what my friend wanted. But I think, you know what I think. I think I'm here for a purpose. I don't think I come here just to fucking leave. That's just, it's not logical to me. I
But you're
think
going to
there's
have to. We all go out the same way. You're going to die. We all have to die.
right, but why play the video game? Why put my quarter in the slot if I wasn't gonna play and
But I
play the
didn't.
best of my ability?
I never chose to play. That's the point. Like my parents put me in this video game. I did not choose this.
I'm not so sure, man.
Oh, you believe in this soul contract stuff?
Do you believe that this is it? I guess you do. That
Yes,
this
I
is it.
do.
When you die, it's over.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Well, I don't think any of this is provable or disprovable. But yeah, that's the distinction to me. All of this is just one energy and different phases and forms from rocks to solid. I'm just a part of nature type of shit. Energy can't be created or destroyed. No chance that that I don't move on and wasn't on independent of this. Time, space aren't real. So this probably is an illusion, Heisenberg uncertainty, all that bullshit. It's all points to this is an illusion and that there's more out there. Double light, slit, fucking all that bullshit.
Right,
Says
but
this is just an illusion, and there's the real shit is not this.
energy is not sentient. So energy can exist. It does not require
No, I was just using it as an aspect of a bunch. Taken individually, none of them whole, but when you start piling them on, it starts to make sense.
You're just basic. I mean, okay. What do you think, Set Scales? What is your position on this?
Well, if we take the Arthur Schopenhauer view, where he says that it's all one will experiencing itself subjectively amongst all these different things, I would have to think that death is an illusion, and that when we die, we just revert to whatever we were before we chose to incarnate here. And I do think that there is a bit of a choice because everything goes according to the will. Now, Schopenhauer looked at
That's dope. That's dope. Very good. Good. I'm gonna remember that. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to cement that in my head because I argue these a lot. And yes, that if there is, however you said it was better, there is a will, and it shows that the will does determine shit. We see that here, so it makes sense that it would have happened over there. I would have willed these things to happen. It makes sense.
Right, but Schopenhauer basically said we should resist the will, and so there's the will and its individual representations. We can't destroy the will, but we can destroy its representations. So when you die, you are destroying the representations, even though you're not destroying the will.
Exactly, and that's why we never die, because we're part of the will. The will is eternal, therefore we're eternal.
The will, I'm not even sure that the will is sentient, though. Like the will is it's an energy force that experiences.
I define the will as intelligence, and I do this for a reason. I made a slide about it somewhere. I would read it, but I don't have it on hand. But it goes like this, okay? We exist in a state of duality, which I don't know if I've told you before, but the duality is basically chaos, which is the potential choices we can choose from in our life, and natural law or order, which ensures that the choices we make in life flow in a coherent manner. So the choices we make, they have consequences, right? That impact our life, objective world,
and other people's.
Yes.
I just want to give a shout out to Buzz the God, who has been supporting my channel. He supported my first book, and he's been giving me a lot of support coming to my channel. So y'all go check out his channel, Buzz the God. He talks about a lot of issues, especially the LGBT community. So
Buzz, thank you for being over here chilling with this guy I don't even know, just met, and thank you for being over here with this guy and supporting him.
What's up, Buzz?
So yeah, the will, I think Schopenhauer's positions that was that we should resist the will. We should not give into it. He talks about aestheticism, like not procreating, basically only eating to eating for your survival, but
Not for pleasure, just a
not for pleasure,
sustenance.
right? So yeah, he was not. He didn't take a defeatist position about the will.
Right, and I actually agree with his position. However, I don't think he's actually talking about the intelligent will. He's talking about the will that chooses to go against being. Right, he's talking about like a Heraclitean will, if so to speak. If you're familiar with Heraclitus, where he thinks that everything is becoming and it's a constant state of flux and war is the driving force of the universe. That's the will Schopenhauer seems to be describing, and he's absolutely right that we should tune that out. But when we tune that out, that allows us to open up reception to the intelligent will. And the reason I call it the intelligent will is because it bridges together duality that I was talking about. The word intelligent implies a balance between duality, and the word intel or intellect, which is your logical or analytical part of your brain or your left brain, with gens, which is the generative principle or your creativity and intuition or your right brain. So the intelligent will is literally a balance between these two things.
Well, actually, I mean, I don't remember the exact quote, but he basically says not everybody has the ability to resist the will. He calls most people grazing cattle. That they're basically no different from a brute, and they're basically just slaves to their biology.
He'd be right.
Not everybody has self-awareness enough to actually go against it and observe this objectively and actually stop it. So he basically says that there's only a small minority that even has the potential to do that.
I don't disagree with him. And I think the reason goes back to what I was talking about earlier, because we've given ourselves over to our tools and our labor and identify with earthly things, right? You see, before cities and centralized authorities, human beings were complete, as in the sense they knew how to do a whole lot of things that encompassed a wide variety of skills. They were generalists who understood the land, their place within the land, and how to live within the land, which it turns out is a whole lot of things to know. We're beings now specialists where we know how to do one thing to keep society going in that one particular area, but we don't understand how all the different parts of society work together as a greater whole. And this is by design. Human beings were more whole before civilization came. Now we've literally divided ourselves into parts.
I agree. We live a very fragmented life and mentalized. And people like back in the day, you knew how to make your own bread. You knew how to make your own clothing. People would make their own honey and it's just like, and there are people who specialize, like you would have a blacksmith or something like that. But all the little things people did themselves, and now people don't know how to do anything. They can't survive without the state, which I think is very precarious, because you're so vulnerable that if there's any breakdown in the supply chain, you're screwed.
Yeah, what do you think, Joe Cool?
Hold on, I can't hear you.
You didn't hear anything I said?
No, he didn't hear the last thing you said.
Hold on, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, give me a second. I'm changing my profile picture, and I heard everything you guys said. Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
You might have to tell me to remind me. Damn it, I ain't never had to do this before, and it's taking all of my fucking concentration. I just can't figure it out.
It's cool.
All right, we'll have to live with that.
It basically
There
comes
it
down.
is. Yeah, can you restate some of it so you can remind me how to?
It basically comes down to there was a time when people were responsible for themselves. They knew how to do a wide variety of skills.
Oh, I remember you were talking about the outside, how we were whole in the beginning,
Yeah.
outside of this, and this does nothing but, and now I'm about to paraphrase, stagnate us. This all limits your way of thinking, and it makes it so real. It's nothing but I shouldn't say nothing but a negative, but it's certainly can be unhealthy. I mean, all of this is like, I really believe that this is hell. And I have my reasons. I had a near death. I talked to some people, which is another reason why I would believe that there's something else out there. And you know, I usually, you know, wait till I know a motherfucker long before, but one of the last things they said was that this is hell. And it showed me other forms of hell too, you know. But this, so they ain't got no reason to lie to me. But anyway, and if you look at it, if I'm assuming I'm the yin and the yang, I'm the positive, what we're going to label positive. I don't want to get into whether they're good and bad shit. I remember I told you I'm a God, I'm a fan of Jesus, I'm soldier of the positive. So if that is me, then this is a hellscape for me. The things that I love, mercy, forgiving, justice, whatever the fuck it is, are frowned upon here. They are evil. Say you'll forgive someone, your friends are gonna jump you after what he did. How can you hang with that nigga? You know, mercy, whatever it is, love. You know, he just gonna trick you the next time. Whatever it is, critical thinking, all the things I love are not cherished here.
But if you believe this is a hellscape, why would you put more human beings in it?
Well, that wasn't my plan. I'm not sure how much. Well, I guess under my man's Liberty, I think his name was. In some ways, I would have had a input on the plan to do this shit. But right now, let's get up to a bigger guy. He's the architect. I am just a small pawn. I have a role to play in a big game that I did not design. And I'm going to do the best I can while I'm down here. I've been given enough clues, hints, and cues where I think I know the direction. I think we all know. We all know that it's wrong to hurt someone who ain't hurt. We all know. And then we talk ourselves out of shit. We have to right from wrong and what are we supposed to be doing.
So it wasn't intentional, or I mean, I'm just trying to clarify. Or did you actually want to have children?
Me, I knew I had only got one, and I always use that rhythm method with my chicks, and so I knew before they do when they were gonna have theirs. And I told my girl, it was after Janet Jackson concert. You know, of tonight, you know, you're gonna get pregnant, and yeah, we was like, yeah, let's do it.
So you did actually want to have children?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify that. I mean, I did get myself sterilized a long time ago. So even though I've never even had sex with a woman, but I just wanted to make sure there was no.
Sure. Damn. He said.
Right, because and
I think my shit's cutting out. Can you? Yeah, I think my sound went out.
A little bit.
So I don't know, because I wanted to have some kind of credibility. So if I told somebody else to get sterilized, I can say, well, I've done it myself. Fatima's coming up. Hey, Fatima.
Hey, what's up?
You're really serious about your worldviews. No one can say you're not. That's for sure.
You talking to me? Or are you talking to me?
I'm talking about LA.
Oh, LA. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, he is. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I mean, I think everyone should have like a strong conviction that makes them firm in their beliefs. I'm definitely no stranger to that, you know.
I'm waiting for somebody to prove me wrong, but I'm just getting a whole bunch of non sequiturs. So it's just like.
Well, here's how I see it. Okay. if you're making the choice to bring life into this world, that is in alignment with natural law. But I agree with you that a lot of people do it for selfish reasons, and a lot of people I don't think are actually ready to have kids, and because of this, all they're doing is creating more trauma in the world and making it harder for the collective to grow out of the state, which has basically turned us into babies by,
Do
taking
you?
on
I
responsibilities.
I have a question for you. What's your name again? Aset?
They call me Dom.
Dom? Dom? Okay.
I removed the.
Okay.
Okay, he just dropped down.
Okay. J Cool. I mean Joe Cool. Okay. Yeah. So Dominic. Okay. So like do you derive your morality from like natural law theory, as what like theologians back then in like the scholastic eras would do, and now some like secular people who believe in like objective morality without God now. Yeah, it's weird because like now we have like people who believe in objective ethics now. They're usually secular, but they derive their ideas from like the idea of natural law, which comes from Aristotle. So yeah,
Yeah, those people, the secularists who claim objective morality exists, don't make any sense.
outside
Because
of God, right?
right, well, you call it God, it's just basically inherent principles within nature, is what natural law is.
Now,
These are principles that are
Mhm.
unseen.
Now, do you think you're like falling into what they call a naturalistic fallacy by saying you derive everything from natural law? Because just because you can find it in nature doesn't mean it's like inherently good, because what's found in nature isn't always so good to us, like parasitism, cannibalism, incestism, rape, murder. That's all inside the animal kingdom, and it happens frequently there. So I think to like derive natural law from nature is kind of like, in my opinion, it's not a very adequate way to get to ethics or like a morality.
I
And
personally, I personally think looking to animals only as the source of what nature is a fallacy in and of itself. I think that a closer interpretation to nature would be what the Tao describes, which is that nature is just this effortless flow of life.
but
That's what nature.
isn't but isn't the Tao that is usually talked about not really the Tao that's literally in the Tao Te Ching? It says even a Tao that can be described is not like the true Tao. Like Lao Tzu did say that inside the Tao Te Ching. He said that the Tao that can even be spoken of, that can even be conceptualized, is not really the most adequate Tao to follow. It's really beyond language and thought. Whatever that means to me, I don't know. But
I
I
don't
think
dis
it's a huh?
I don't disagree with that because we're finite mortals experiencing an eternal moment that where literally everything is happening at once. We can only experience this moment bit by bit. So, in order to truly explain the Tao, or in order to truly explain these higher spiritual principles, we would have to experience them. And we have no way of experiencing them. All we can do is experience what we're experiencing now and equate that to uh, learning these spiritual principles. And then, if we happen to make it there one day, we'll take what we learn here and apply it there.
Wait, so you said that there's no way we can know like the first principles, but we can know the spiritual principles. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, doesn't
Well,
that create like a rift in like your worldview? Because like, how can you not know the first principles and then you
the
claim to
first
know the
principle,
spiritual?
I didn't, well, the first principles are known. The first principles is basically expression of the self. And what that comes down to in a moral sense is that everyone has the right to be left alone. Everyone has the right to live their life the way they want to. And if you interfere with their ability to live their life in any way through actions that you said are found in the animal kingdom, like rape and murder, you are initiating objective harm and making the world worse for people in it.
Of
That's
Right.
course,
what
yeah.
natural law comes down to.
I mean,
Of
I don't think
course.
that we should imitate the animal kingdom, but
Exactly.
natural law sets a standard for what are the limitations of legitimate government authority. Is to protect life, liberty, and property. So I don't think that's really how the framework works. It's not based purely on the animal kingdom, but when they try to manipulate you and say certain things are wrong, when they, like for example, they can say homosexuality is wrong, but then when you look in the animal kingdom, you see that there are animals that engage in homosexual behavior. So they're
Yeah, that's
gaslighting
true.
you. There are animals that engage. I mean, not technically, but so-called transgender behavior. It does exist. They do take on a male animal will take on a feminine trait or the feminine role. So they're gaslighting you, and even things like abortion, right? Animals do practice infanticide. So when a state tries to tell you that these things are against nature, they're wrong, and everything they say that goes against nature. I'm not saying that nature is the moral baseline, but that's how you know what is legitimate state authority or not.
Don't. I hate to be the guy who does this because most people use this argument weirdly, but I think it's relevant right now. Aren't we part of nature in the sense that you're talking about? Hell,
We kind of
man, animal.
are.
You talking about every beast? Why leave me out? My shit becomes valid in the context that we're speaking now.
Yeah,
But the
because
whole,
like we are animals. Like I do believe in some form of evolution, though not like the one that that's strictly followed, but I do believe in some form of it. So
Uh,
like I do think that animals, we are a type of animal, whether
and
we
we're
like.
certainly part of nature.
Of course, yeah,
No matter
absolutely.
how you look at it, right?
Yeah, we
We
are
got to
part of
throw our.
nature.
If you can throw the effects of the hippo and the grassland ants as part of nature, surely I'm part of
I,
nature.
I think we're supposed to be a part of nature, but I think we are far removed from nature. We have none of
Yeah,
our natural instincts. I think we
that's
have
true
been
too.
indoctrinated to go against our nature. Everything that is, I just posted an
That'd be the
article.
divine, right? Or I guess, yeah, whether it be good or bad, it's divine from another place. But that's the shit I be trying to as proof of another space or God. Some things exist in the divine. I think that's what, like, people always try to separate man from ape. The tool maker, well, we found out they make tools, whatever it is we think that separates us. We seem to they mimic and what we find they can do too. I think what separates us is that desire to chase morality, or in some cases, to chase evil.
It's not just that, it's also the fact that we have a higher consciousness to like conceptualize words like this, language, thought, mathematics, engineering. Yeah, so like we're definitely separated from animals, even though we are a part of them, but yet we're also far away, far removed from them. So it's kind of like a paradox. It's almost like humans have evolved way past the capacity for Earth for
And
it
it's
to
all
allow.
mental shit, though, right? It's all that mental. It's something that spark that makes us want to, I don't know, better ourselves. We think that part is beneath our nature. We want to refine myself as a man, a person, all of that stuff. I don't know where I'm going with that.
Well, yeah, but like refining yourself has a lot of definitions to a lot of people because refining myself would be taking like estrogen so I can feel comfortable in my body, like so that's my
Yeah,
definition.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say a lot of people would have problems with. I can't think of dude's name right now. L.A. They think to refine themselves, you'd have to not be gay.
Yeah.
I posted this article on Substack.
Substack, okay.
I was going to review it on my channel, but I'm trying to be respectful of people's beliefs, and I know they get really sensitive when you talk about animal rights. So I haven't done it, but it's basically saying that you the way veganism works is they're punishing people for their intelligence, and they're punishing them for civilization. Because if you are not civilized and you don't have intelligence, if you're a lion, then you can live according to your nature. But the more intelligent you are, the more duties you have. So you're punished for your intelligence, you're punished for your achievements, and I want to
Punished for your
It's
intelligence.
not.
How?
It's
You
not
mean by the
Wait,
crowd?
wait,
Punished by
wait,
what?
I want
how?
to
But
answer this. I want to
LA.
answer.
Okay, sorry, Don.
I just want to clarify that it's not punishment. It's that we have a greater responsibility that nature has placed on us because of our intellect. Because we have the ability to manipulate the environment in a way that pretty much no other life has, with things like industrialization.
Be right back.
Before
Okay.
that, things like ziggurats, we have a greater impact on the habitat, which impacts the whole.
It's an
Hmm.
attack on your
It's not
self-esteem.
more important.
Wait,
Yeah.
said, are you?
Every other organism is allowed to live according to their nature, but the civilized man is not. The more civilized you are, the more intelligent you are, the more access you have to grocery stores and B12 supplements, the greater your duties. And it's like now you have to restrain yourself, deprive yourself of any type of pleasure. It's a primacy of. Okay, I'm assuming you're vegan, so maybe I should stop. Maybe I should
I'm
stop.
not a vegan. I'm not a vegan.
Okay. Or it's a primacy of putting animals.
I'm a vegetarian, so but like I can like handle these things, so you can keep talking about it. Yeah.
It's a primacy to where human welfare it comes secondary. Even the definition of veganism says nothing about human exploitation. It's about eliminating animal exploitation as far as possible and practicable. And they have no problem exploiting their children. They'll procreate. They'll take their 8-year-olds to these factory farms and then pimp them out to use them to advocate their cause. It's so disgusting. And nobody can call them out because they always say if you're an anti-natalist, you have to go vegan. But it doesn't go the other way. If you're vegan, you don't have to be an anti-natalist. So it is a primacy. It is a hierarchy of values. And if you are going to go vegan, it's not necessarily for the animals. You're doing it for other vegans because you care about how it affects them. And if you are going to do it for them, they should reciprocate. You support their cause, they should support yours. The extraction where it's one way and unilateral, no, I reject that. And so until they change the definition of veganism to include humans, I'm not going vegan. I'm not going to sacrifice and eat food that I don't enjoy, food that is inconvenient, food, and it's not even going to make a difference. It's not going to do anything to save any animal. If I choose tofu over a chicken, that chicken is still going to be slaughtered. It does not change anything. It's only going to make my life more difficult and cause me to suffer for no reason. And I didn't want to say that on DNW's channel because I was trying to be respectful, but
Yeah, you were. Yeah, like if he or Chickpea heard that, they would have been like pretty like I don't know, pissed.
Is
Yeah, but
DNW vegan?
yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's vegan. DNW is vegan. Yes.
You see, here's what I'll say. Veganism is the correct way because it inflicts the least amount of suffering.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, that's what I would say. Like, if you don't eat animals, at least you're not hurting them. Someone else is gonna. But like, I don't think that that's an excuse for you yourself to not take like any thoughts. Like, okay, but at least, but like, I don't want to. But I don't want to contribute to the suffering of animals, which is like a very, very crux in veganism. Like, I think it's kind of like a wrong assumption to assume that vegans are vegans because of other vegans, not because of animals. I think that's a pretty gross like generalization of like a
no,
vegans. No,
I'm
why?
saying if I was going vegan, I would not be doing it for the animals. I would be doing it for vegans because I would be concerned about how they feel about it. Because I don't believe that it does anything. If I choose tofu, that chicken is still going to be slaughtered. It changes nothing.
Well, I started to reduce meat because I felt for the animals, like truly speaking, I did. So like I don't know. I don't know what I
And
can say to
what
you.
has that accomplished though? Is that reducing factory farming in any way, shape, or form?
Well, at least I'm not. At least I'm not giving them like an extra like $20, you know, for their industry, you know, and
Right.
like I can live outside of it at least, you know. Like I don't plan to change the world. It's not about like a. It's all about reducing harm in your own immediate surroundings. It's not about like changing the world in my opinion.
It's about virtue ethics, not consequentialism. So even if it doesn't actually reduce animal suffering, you're still correct, which means you're part of the right camp. You're one of the good people, and all the other people are bad. You're part of the 98%, and the 2% are the good people.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in the 2% and you vote, I wouldn't consider you a good person.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. It's a hierarchy of values where they there's a primacy on what they think is important because many of them they'll I don't know they'll have these crocodile tears for animal suffering, but they have no empathy whatsoever for human suffering. They've been gaslighting me forever, saying that me talking about medical assistance in dying is not as urgent
Important
as the urgency of animals. It's
animal.
like, well, if you
Oh.
put me out my misery, then that puts them out their misery too, because I won't exist and I won't be consuming any animal products.
I mean, I think veganism is ultimately a choice of the individual. Most people
Yeah.
aren't ready to make that choice.
The
So
choice of the
I don't really see why you should force it on them. People should be aware of the suffering that the meat eating industry causes. Yeah, sure, but I don't
yeah.
think you can coerce anyone or force anyone into it.
Yeah, you shouldn't force anyone to be vegan, and like same like you shouldn't force anyone to be AN. Like you shouldn't force anyone to be any beliefs. Yeah, but at the same time, like, and I am a realist that like there will always form like inevitable like top down structures because that's just how humans are. Like I'm like in like the realist camp where like states will always form even if we don't want them to form, right? Because the majority would want them to be formed. I just out of like utility and like convenience. And I don't say that as like I want that. I say that as like I have looked at human history and like yes, 99.9% of human history and humans always desired a state to live in instead
Let
of
me
like a
ask you
state.
this.
Hmm?
I wanted to ask you something on DNWs earlier, but I didn't get the
Yeah, you
chance.
wanted to say if I like Thomas Hobbes, and I
Yeah, well,
said, and I,
actually,
s- hmm?
I was going to ask something else.
And,
You see,
and what?
it is actually related to Thomas Hobbes now that you bring him up, but Thomas Hobbes seems to think that human beings before civilization. Oh, I asked you this, and you said you agree with him. Okay, but you say you look at human history, and 99% of human history. Are you looking at just the history of civilization, or have you taken into account how human beings lived for hundreds of thousands of years before civilization, when there were no states?
I mean, yes, that too, because like that's a state of a nature. Like it wasn't the best. Like the life expectancy wasn't the best. Human human like a mortality was high. The average lifespan was like what 18 to like 20 years. And like it was very very short, brutal life. And like you would get eaten by like a saber-toothed tiger. You get stomped by like a woolly mammoth. You'll get like run over by like a woolly rhino. I don't think pre-industrial society or like pre-agriculture society was the best of all worlds in my opinion. Just from reading like the actual like stories and the actual like evidence of like we excavate animal bones and we see human bones inside the animal bones, I'm like, yeah, maybe this wasn't the most ideal time period ever to live in because we were pretty defenseless as like for the lack of a better word, cavemen. We just had spears and sticks. Like we had to develop years of luck and our brains and our consciousness to finally outsmart the animals because at first we were pretty like just dumb apes that had just spears and sticks and like and like a cloth over our crotches. So yeah, that's
It
so
would have
I do.
developed slowly. But if you bring it up to modern, are you saying, I don't know anything about Hobbes really, but I think you were saying something along, you got to give up in order to join the government. I think this is his philosophy. You give up certain rights,
Yeah,
and we
Yeah,
all.
that was the gist of it. Yeah, but then again, like I look at other governments that have historically done that. Like I look at the empirical data of things. Like I'm that kind of person. I'm more of like
That's a
I
good.
guess I'm more of like a pragmatist than an idealist or like a realist. Like I'm something in between a realist and idealist. I am a pragmatic person. I have ideals, but they need to work inside life and reality. So yeah. So like I look at states historically that have had a strong state And one of my favorite examples would be the current state of Singapore. That country went from a backwater, rural fishing town to like one of the world's richest states in the world. Has one of the highest GDP HDI in the world. It beats out even countries like Japan and some European countries in terms of HDI and safety. And it all
What are you
happened
attributing that to?
They're also really small.
really.
Geographic.
Yeah, but I don't think that's an excuse. But like if I can describe it, like it was a combination of one man. That was Lee Ho-hyun. He was the first prime minister of Singapore, and he was considered a somewhat benevolent dictator, right? And he wanted to bring Asian values into Singapore. That means non-Western values, but he wanted to engage within the world economy, so he needed to be pragmatic and implement both things at the same time. He needed to be a type of judge with Asian values and the free market, along with a good state intervention. And his whole thing worked out in the end because he was very strict about it. He was against a lot of crime. Crime is like almost non-existent in Singapore. It's
But now
almost
we're back to the thing where we started at. I think you're agreeing that in order to have because you're pragmatic, a successful social contract that's really successful, where we get rid of crime and everybody has a computer and jobs and stuff, we have to give up certain rights. You're on board, yeah?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Not only that, but we have to hope that we get a benevolent dictator, and we have to hope that the person we put in power is just like that.
I'm not okay with giving up the rights. I don't believe that's the way to go. If you're being pragmatic, I can't think of a society. That's the way they all go. The powerful dude determines shit. But I don't think in a just society, you're really giving up your rights when you form this type of government. We're calling it that, but let's put it on a smaller level so we can see what we're talking about here. Just 1,000 people. And everyone has the right to stop that woman from being hurt. I can't I can't be everywhere at the same time. So everyone has that right. And we would give it to people like, the big three dudes on the block because they're football players. We would assign them because Joe and LA, we just can't be there all the fucking time. We can only give them rights that we have. We can't give them rights that we don't have. So no, you don't give up rights. It should not work like that.
Well, that's why we have social security and like law enforcement in those areas, right? And you can
Right.
also
It's logical.
volunteer.
You would do it in your society. It's logical. You would
Yeah.
help your neighbor because you need him to help you. If he broke his leg, he's going to help you with your gait during the wintertime. So yes, it's in my best interest to help this dude. You would come up with ways to help each other.
But that
Yeah.
comes from the philosophy of liberty. You can't, the government can't have authority that individuals have or don't have because it's based on delegated authority. So, for example, if an individual can't force me to exist against my will or prevent someone else from assisting me, then that means the state also does not have that authority. The state only acts on collective authority that individuals already have. The state,
You're right, by the way.
Your
Before you
example-
continue, you are right. Go ahead.
Your example of Social Security, well, if somebody else was starving, would I have the right to take your money and give it to somebody else who needs it more than you? No, I would not have that right. Therefore, it is illegitimate.
Agreed.
Well, that's
It
what
would
the
have
government-
to be voluntary.
And that's exactly why the government is illegitimate, because it operates based off of involuntary consent, where it forces everyone to conform to their standard through coercion. And the whole reason,
Okay, but then you really shouldn't be like too worried if like there is no government and people are gonna come after you and there's no one to intervene in that. There's no intermediaries, and it's just
No,
like
I'm not
endless.
worried. I grew up on. I mean, I'm on the west side. I'm back here on the west side of Chicago right now, and I mean in the part of the neighborhood that you read about. You probably hear me muting my sirens from all the police cars and shit over
Yeah.
here.
Now you
But
see,
we
now
don't
if
we
I
don't call police. We ain't no motherfucker afraid of nothing. You handle it on your own, and
They don't
you
protect
prepare
the
for it.
people.
That's what men do.
now here's the thing that type of area would never happen in those areas that like I just described. They would
In
never
Singapore,
form
where
up.
you give up your rights,
Yeah, well, exactly. But like the
they would
people
not.
there,
They wouldn't
but
happen in my society either. This is the result of like for instance, our major reason everybody's getting shot. The major reason is because everybody's trying to earn a living, and the price if you go outside of earning a living selling drugs is you do a long time in jail, 20 years and shit. So you make this shit more desirable, more risky. They cause as much as this shit, it ain't as they, without them, we wouldn't have these problems either, right? If they didn't make the shit illegal and where everybody would pay so much and kill to have it and give me 20 years for having it, then I win.
The root, I mean, but it's property
but
rights
like
also because basically, with property rights, it's basically worker stop coercion. You have to make money earn their fiat currency in order to survive. You can't exist in a state of nature because they have eliminated that. The state monopolizes all property. And so in order to live, you have to either rent or purchase property and pay taxes and then use their monopoly money just to purchase food. So you're going to have to sell drugs or do whatever you have to do in order to survive. It's dog eat dog. It's every man for himself. The state is not going to protect you. I live in a hood, and I've called the cops on people. They don't. I mean, they'll show up, but they don't do anything. They actually, when you call the police, they'll actually turn against you and make it seem like you're bothering them or you're crazy or they'll use it as an op. Like for example, like sometimes you talk with your hands, right? And then you're already talking with your hands because that's what you would naturally do. And then they'll approach you and invade your personal space and then talk about how you raised your hand to attack them. It's like, no, you came to me and I was already talking with my hands. So now I have to alter my behavior because you're looking for any opportunity to say I'm a threat so that you can shoot me or I just don't want to deal with police. I'm tired of they don't help. They don't I don't have I can't think of any positive experiences I've ever had with police.
Well, Joe Cool is the expert on cops, so he can answer.
well, there's a lot of things about that state that's also like unique to it, such as the concept of Asian values. That is, there's no such
Talk about
thing as like,
Singapore.
yeah, Singapore, values. That was one of the core principles of the first prime ministers, like leading state like ideologies, the Asian values, like moving away from the West, like America and England. He saw how like degraded those communities are in like their big cities. They lack like a social cohesive value. So he wanted to replace that with like what he interpreted as the Asian values. That is, everyone like acts as a social unit with like the state being like a paternalistic like overseer of things, because he understood that like without that Singapore would still be a poor rural backwater city state. you know
Yeah, so it sounds like the guy did something good, but again, we have to rely on a benevolent dictator, right? It's
yeah.
kind of like rolling the dice. But also, dang, I forgot what I was going to say.
I'm not sure that that the guy did something good.
Why? His country was very good, and like and throughout his entire reign, he had like an over
Oh,
80% approval rating in like
I
his
remember what
country.
I was going to say. The countries, the United States and England, we do have a culture here, and our culture is output. materialistic growth.
Well, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And like he saw that and he was like, I don't want to implement those values. Like,
But it sounds like that's the metric that you're judging him now. You by now, by how I don't know how their reading standards, whatever, the economy and those things went up. If the
Well,
metric were different, well, even without a metric, I know that anything not built on truth, the foundation is unstable. So if you're starting your method on, I must suppress your shit. It's one thing if it's voluntary, but if I got to suppress a bunch of other motherfuckers, LA will like this in order for our shit to succeed. I know it's inherently wrong, and it is it's probably some you think the ends out justify the means of
well,
how they
I
grow.
do because like I know for a fact how humans are without any strong authority because like without that, like why do you think Iraq is the way it is now is because they took out the strong man as Saddam Hussein, and now like there's tribes fighting for everyone there. Like there's the Kurds, the Arabs. They all like were after he fell. Like a civil war broke out that lasted for like eight years,
Think
and
of
like
the mob, like think of the back in the days with Al Capone. Them, if one of them went down, the vacuum was filled. Blah blah blah. I understand.
what how does that like
That's
I
what
mean I guess, but like
uh, that's what you were saying over there. Go ahead. About I don't even know the leader that you were talking about, but
Saddam Hussein
yeah,
or like the one in Singapore.
I think you was talking about how I forgot what Saddam did and all of that shit. Uh,
He just had like an iron grip throughout Iraq. Like he
how
suppressed
you
like
were using
state
it. I mean, I know what he
media.
did. I forgot how you were using it in your analogy. How Saddam went at.
Oh, I'm saying that without just a strong grip on like people will eventually act up and become violent and then turn on
Oh,
each
that's
other
why I brought
because
up
like
the mafia, because when Saddam's absent, other groups rise and fight for the position as they're doing in Iran and other places. When you kill the leader, other people rise up and fight for it.
actually Iran is doing good now. Like Iran is in a wartime, so all of the countries united against like the external threat of
Are you
war.
sure a
So it's
lot of
not
people are
exactly right.
still mad? This is just based off the footage from in there, are still mad at those fucking leaders. A lot of people are.
Not really. That's I wouldn't trust those. I wouldn't trust Western media because whenever a adversary acts up, they will usually paint them in a bad light. That happens everywhere, and thanks to AI, that's happening now. So I wouldn't trust
I I
looking things that just surface
I
value. I
listen,
wouldn't really
be
trust
nice,
those.
right? I would not do that. I thought I was getting around that by saying I'm only talking about sources from inside the country to show you that I at least uh, I'm not the CNN guy and MSNBC Fox dude. I don't even trust anything coming out of everybody's mouth. Everything has a slant. So, in my investigation, the best way I can do it was come up with the shit from inside the country. It was a real blackout. I've never seen a successful one, but that was successful. For a while, you couldn't get shit out the country. Now you're starting to get shit out the country. I see a lot of pro, and I still see like a pro. I could tell you a bunch of stories about the people who are for it, and a lot of people who are against the new leadership. Like this one lady who got her house hit by somebody, us or Israel, and they were saying that yeah, it was a faction in there. The government, those people. She was like, "Why the fuck? This is women and kids. Why the fuck we don't even like those people?" People that on the ground. This is what I'm judging about. I see it both ways, and I see positive motherfuckers. I saw a reporter coming there, and motherfuckers kick him out who were happy with the way shit was.
Yeah. I mean, like, I wouldn't like it if another country bombs the children, like the children of my country. I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't support like a regime change from them. Honestly, yeah. And just today on Twitter, I saw like even like and a lot of those people from inside the countries, they're usually like being promoted by like an NGO. An NGO is like as like a either American or Israeli sponsored like sponsorship. that infiltrate the country for like back channels, and they actually promote. They actually pay people to say things on camera. Like that happens all the time over there. Yeah, to make it seem the illusion that it's not as legitimate as what it actually is in reality. Yes, they will infiltrate the country with NGOs, pay them, and sponsor like color revolutions. And yes, that happens literally in every adversary country. It happened in Hong Kong, happened in Russia, happened in the Soviet Union, happened in Cuba. It happened in Venezuela, even though that country fell, unfortunately. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Fatima?
What's up?
Do you think that the world would be better if there was just like a one world government and a one world religion so that everyone was
No.
just united under one ideology?
That's literally humanly and conceptually impossible. I'm not for that at all. Like I'm actually against that. That's actually against my values. Like 100% against me, you know.
Okay. So you think that diverse nations are a good thing?
Yes, I think each country should develop on their own terms without any force or imperialism or war targeting them. Like as I said, Chinese for Chinese, Russians for Russians, Africans for Africans, Iranians for Iranians, Iraqis for Iraqis, and so on and so on. Unfortunately, though, the world we live in, for some reason, the people who don't like that are the people who were in charge of America and Israel. They hate that for some reason, and this is where I get a bit so-called racist because I'm talking about Israelis here. But yeah, for some reason, they don't like it whenever countries try to cooperate and develop outside of the U.S. dollar, outside of the global market, outside of the rules-based order that was implemented by the United Nations and NATO. They don't like that for some reason. They don't like it whenever countries go contrary to that, and that's why they want to ruin those countries because they see them as like a threat, like an existential threat to their things. When in reality, the real threat to humanity is actually the NATO aligned countries that have caused like hundreds and hundreds of deaths, like millions of deaths.
I don't
I once read a
disagree.
report.
I don't disagree, right? NATO is bad, backwards. It's unreal. But the whole idea of a nation or a state is number one, to be able to keep a ledger on things going on within its borders through money. And number two, to create laws. And to create laws, they have to enforce laws. And
Yeah.
they have to create systems to protect the things that they're keeping a ledger on. So this is where police and military come in, because this is the most important thing that the government does. Those are the most important jobs. Well, the problem is that if all these different nations have these organizations whose whole job it is to enact violence and force on other people, how are they going to cooperate in the long run?
Well, United States.
What do you mean? What do you mean in the long run? Like, wait. What do you mean enforce violence on other people? You mean in their own like borders? Is that what you mean? Like they're like authoritarian to their own people? Is that what you mean?
No, the United States and Israel does not respect other countries' sovereignty.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like,
I don't disagree with that, but I'm trying to look beyond just the United States and Israel and just at the concept of the state itself. So if you have all these different states and their whole goal is to keep tabs on everything and enforce their own rules through a monopoly on violence, how can they possibly ever be at peace with each other?
Well, the thing is that like for like the most part, Southeast Asia is my favorite example. Like those states were pretty oppressive, and yet each one in the country was like doing good, cooperating with one another. And it wasn't until like the Europeans went there in like the 1500s, but they didn't colonize it until the 1800s. And so there was a period in Southeast Asia where they were using European boats and technologies, but they weren't really formally colonized. So I think Southeast Asia is a good example of like a place in history, a place where humans did cooperate and they came from different cultures. We had the Islamic Malays, we had the Buddhist ties, we had the Hindu Indonesians who then became Islamic. We had the pagan people, like the shaman people in Papua New Guinea that traded with them. We had the Aboriginal Australians, which were there, and they sometimes swam up. They used their boats to like travel up seas to trades with like the Malays. So yeah, I don't think it's that far fetched. It's just that we have artificially, through a Western lens, became more cynical about just basic cooperation. And you could have a point that now, thanks to like the global market, that things have gotten a bit sour. But like, I think there could be some room for things, because what I think is that, like, I think life is a paradox, or like there's dialectic sometimes going in place. We have one thing going bad, and then but for another thing it's gonna go good. So yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think if you're going to have any type of international law, then United States and Israel should not be permitted to act
Exactly.
unilaterally. There should be UN resolutions.
This is the problem with the state, right? Is because the United States and Israel basically have the greatest military on earth with backing of NATO. They get to determine the law. And it's
Not for long though. Like they're starting to lose all bases in the Arab Gulf states thanks to Iran attacking them senselessly. They couldn't even like it's going to take a lot of them to replace it. Like, to launch a rocket from those bases costs $1.2 billion, while to launch a Iranian drone for them only costs $20,000. So yeah, it's a pretty basic asymmetry. It's bleeding their own money. This war is hurting America more than it's hurting Iran. They're bleeding money from their own budget and from us, because we're the tax. I don't pay taxes, but other people are paying taxes for those rockets to be launched to like just fail to like intercept one drone. They can intercept 40 drones, but if just one drone just hits one vital base, it's over. Like they're blind. Well, if one radar goes away in one Arab state, one region, it's over. Like, they're blind in that region. So it's bleeding a lot of resources for to even just strike one drone or one rocket.
Well, we're paying for Israel's weapons, and I don't.
That too. So that's even worse. So like, for one Israeli rocket, it costs 44 million to manufacture, launch, and make. Oh, did he leave? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they left or they lost their connection or what, but I didn't even plan on being here that long, but it's really interesting because I don't do live stream because I just assume that nobody's going to come to my channel, but you know,
Now no, like, I think you have interesting things to say. Really, I do. Like, and I agree with you on, like, we should like have medically assisted things, but like, like, I just think that, like, to like, me personally, to like
I
demand
don't
it,
know what
like,
happened. I like it just crashed.
happens.
Yeah, I guess it does. But my point
It happens.
is that a system where might makes right is unnatural, and it's only going to lead humanity down a path of destruction and needless suffering. What we need to
Yeah.
understand is right makes might.
right. So I'm assuming you're familiar with Jean-Jacques Rousseau because he used
Yeah,
the
I
same
think
argument.
so.
He basically said,
I've been told I sound just like him.
right, because in the state of nature, you don't have perpetual war. Basically, there would be a fight to determine who is dominant, and then after the dominant whatever entity is determined, there's like a long period of peace until someone comes to question that dominance. But under statism, there's perpetual war. There's never a period of peace. It's like
Right.
there's constant violence to maintain their illegitimate laws. there's constant violence to protect their sovereignty and to to extract resources from other countries. Um, there's a if you look at the United States, I can't, we've been at perpetual war since the founding. It's just endless war.
Even like before the founding, there was the 7 year war that actually took place in America as well. There was like the natives, the British, and the French all attacking each other in this 7 years war. That's where George Washington first fought his first war inside this 7 year war. And some people consider that like the first world war because a lot of the colonies were fighting each other, and thus their colonies were fighting each other. So yeah.
I mean, the term the First World War gets thrown around a lot, but I think that the First World War is described in the Enuma Elish. That's the First World War. Now,
And
whatever happened, I don't know, but what I
and
do know happened is that you have one culture which was basically based on hierarchy and compartmentalization, subdued the earth, and the way of sovereign authority and responsibility that the egalitarian humans had before, which I know you agree with Hobbes, but I think that they were more
yeah.
egalitarian, and I think that it was a lot less violent than we give them credit for. They did away with that, and they basically made them monsters like Tiamat and her 13 minions. But yeah,
Oh, so that's like that includes that's essentially like a mythology, right? Like you said, Tiamat, and like those are Babylonian gods, and like I don't subscribe to like a theism, so that story
well, I'm
doesn't.
applying I'm applying a geopolitical interpretation to this and looking at it as if it was history and groups. And there was a point where 95% of males basically stopped producing, and it was like, I don't know, I think like one male per 20 females were spreading their genes. Now, I don't know if that was through war or if that was just because these people had a monopoly on a whole lot of resources and they were basically creating civilization.
Is this a
And
book or is this like just like a myth? Like, is
the
could you
Enuma
say?
Elish, the Enuma Elish is a myth.
Okay,
It's
okay,
one of the most foundational myths and one of the oldest stories we have.
okay.
And it's
Thank you.
also the inspiration for Genesis.
But
There's a
Okay,
lot of parallels between that and Genesis.
but didn't you say that you were working on the book, or was that retro? I'm not sure.
I
Yes,
think that was red. Oh,
I
you.
am.
Okay.
I think that was both Retro and him. He said something similar. If not, he was like doing like artwork. No, I think Retro was working on a graphic novel because he showed us like his drawings.
And, and what is your book about?
I'm calling my book How to Survive the Apocalypse. And then there's a subtitle, Breaking the Cycle of History.
Mm.
And right now I'm writing the pretext, which I think will be a
Ah,
little over 100 pages. And that will serve as the outline for my book, which I think will probably be about 300 pages.
so 100-page pretext and then the rest. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sounds interesting.
Well, that's the hard part because when you create an outline, it's hard to stick to it because you're trying to figure out where to put these arguments. Like this book that I just put out in December, I have like 8 versions before I got to the final version. We just lost Fatima. Well, if people
I got
are
the
actually
lights
going
on.
to come to my live streams and I can do this like regularly, I would actually pay for StreamYard. I just don't want to pay for it if I don't really have an audience. But it looks like lately, whenever I do live streams, people actually come. But at the same time, I'm streaming on both of my channels, so um, that helps. I don't know if the team is going to come back. Well, I hope you are successful with your book. And you said you have your own channel also? I can't hear you. Oh, you're on mute right now. Um, I don't know if you want me to take you off mute or you want to stay on me. I don't know. No, I actually can't take you off mute. So I don't know if anybody else wants to come up. Let me post. Well, it's already there. I can post a link again. Otherwise, this may be the end of the live stream. Oh, Joe Cool is back. Great.
You guys still here? I got a phone call on the phone that I'm on your show with. So,
well, we lost Fatima, so
okay, all right. That was my family back in. Well, not my family. I'd stay in Colorado with them a lot, but I've been in Chicago for a while. But I'm usually there at least half the year, and it was nice. I ain't even been out there to visit them, and I lived out there for a while. Anyway,
Chicago
it was nice.
is actually fun. Chicago has a very vibrant, like, gay community.
Oh,
I would say, I don't know. It's probably on par with like Atlanta or something.
I'm all for it, and you're right. I'm all for it because as a straight man and a cop watcher, I can't lose. You go to Boys Town, and all the gay motherfuckers is with the baddest women you ever see, and some of them are straight. And I get to film the police because they're always out there trying to give people a hard time with tow cars. As soon as the clubs close or whatever time they got it set, the police are already out there to write as many tickets and shit as they. It's a money grab up there. So yeah, Boys Town is perfect for a guy like that.
I like the last time I went to Chicago, I had a rental car, but it's really not necessary because the train goes everywhere.
I gotta go back. That's a call on the other phone. Give me a minute.
All right. I don't know if anybody else wants to come up here. I'm supposed to be reviewing chapter 11. I don't know. I may do that tomorrow or Sunday. And then I'm trying to link up with the libertarians so I can start getting some advocacy done. And Pastor D's, he said he's willing to help fund my nonprofit. So I'm still looking for members and directors to help me decriminalize medical assistance. We still have 10 people here, but I don't know. I'll give Joe Cool a little bit of time and see if anybody else wants to come on. Otherwise, we're going to shut it down. All right. I'm not good with this trying to wing it and just about random stuff. I kind of need a conversation. Anybody else want to come up here before I close this live stream out?
Yeah, I had to go grab the charger. I'm back now.
Okay.
So Fatima left, and I was trying to talk to him about the state. He's definitely a statist.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
definitely
it's
not
a
a statist.
I'm an anti-statist also.
Yeah.
It's hard if you believe. I don't know if you guys believe, but it's hard if you believe in a superior that you already owe something to, or you got a real authority. It's hard to buy into the fact that these cats have an authority. I don't give a fuck how hard they try and sell it or how bad you beat me. You don't really have it. You've crafted it. You've talked a bunch of people into it. But from me and God or nature, whatever you want to call it, I know and you know you don't really have no fucking authority. I would say there is authority, the one who tells me that you can't harm another man, blah, blah, blah. Whoever wrote those rules, that's the true authority.
The state doesn't have authority; it has power, and there's a difference.
Yes, the state is a fiction, a creation of ours. It cannot have authority, and we can't give it anything that we can't do ourselves. So
what is authority? It's
and
basically authorship, the ability to author or write or create your own life. What the state does that through their laws of coercion, and they say you must conform to our standard, and if you don't, they will inflict basically assaults and maybe even murder upon you.
I don't have a problem with authority, but I have to be able to opt out. For instance, if I go to a job, I agree that the architect has the authority. He's got the game plan. I'm just a cog in a so and so, and I submit to his authority. But you're not making me do nothing. This is under contract. If you give me lip, or because I don't like the weather today, I got to be able to leave. So under that sense, and I may have authority in something I'm doing. I'm an authority just because I can write better. When it comes to writing, Joe's an authority. When it comes to the editing, Bob's an authority. He's the guy in charge. I don't have a problem with that shit. He's playing a role, and he has a skill set, so I'll submit at the moment, defer to his wisdom. But that's not authority in the sense that he gets to make me do a thing, nor does the government or anything like that. That's just abuse when you start doing shit like that, weird, creepy shit.
So, do you think that criminalizing medical assistance is preventing people from opting out?
Not really. No. I'm sorry to keep going there, but no. If someone wanted to go, well, let's put it this way: you had two categories. If they want to go, they can go. They'll do that now. But there will be some that if you set it up where it's where a system that they can get it, there'll be people who will consider it, who would not have considered the gruesome thing, off building or something. But there will be people now who will, be like, man, I'm sick. I don't want this disgusting death from my disease. Yeah.
Here's the Texas Penal Code, which is pretty much uniform in all jurisdictions.
Okay.
A person commits an offense if with an intent to promote or assist the commission of suicide by another, he aids or attempts to aid the other to commit or attempt suicide. So, this is very liberal. Any type of assistance, any type of emotional support.
Right. It could be a ride. I bought him a cup of coffee that morning.
Anything.
Yeah.
An offense under this section is a Class C misdemeanor unless the actor's conduct causes suicide or attempted suicide that results in serious bodily injury, in which event the offense is a state jail felony.
Wait. Serious bodily injury. Does that mean death?
No, it includes death, but even if it's not death, if it causes serious bodily injury.
Yeah, so it doesn't include death. That's what I should have said. Yeah.
So if you break your leg, or if you, I don't know.
If you give it scum to drink and they don't die, it fucks with their brain.
Right. That's a serious bodily injury. That's a felony.
And you're right. That means that first part was written intentionally vague. So I don't give a fuck if it's a ride. If you went to the store and got the bag for them to put it in, the tubes, it is intentionally meant to get everybody.
Right. And so after reading that definition, do you think that they are preventing people from opting out? If you can't receive any assistance whatsoever, you can't talk to anybody, you can't get any information, nothing.
Yeah, certainly the medical shit pops in my head immediately. A lot of people would, because it's a criminal, they won't even try it. But a lot of people are probably in enough pain and misery, physical pain and misery, or they would opt. Are there more people who would opt? Yes. And
but why do you
think there would be, I don't know if you know this, you might do because you watch shit like this, but out of all the people who I think everyone that I've seen, I don't want to say all because there's always outliers, but all the ones who did really serious attempts, like jumping off a San Francisco bridge type shit, or shit that's supposed to kill them, every one of them thought on the way down, this was a bad idea. I wish I didn't do it. That's interesting. And I imagine there'll be a lot of people, if you decriminalize it, a lot of people just because they lost that job that weekend will be like, hey, it's not illegal. Let's do it.
It's not just the criminalization, it's also the stigmatizing, the pathologizing. They will say that you're crazy, they say that you're going to go to hell. They have erected every systemic barrier, every
Yeah,
and institutional barrier. And then after
that's
they've
their
done it,
baggage, though, right?
then they want to say, oh well, if you didn't choose to do it, then you must really enjoy existing after they have told you.
Gas gaslighting.
Right, that's the whole point. And then they say, like, you can't. What is the song called? You can or something. I forget what the song is called. But they're going to gaslight you and say because you have. They're going to conflate your ability with the right. To say because you physically have the ability to do it, after they have indoctrinated you not to do it, to say that, oh well, you chose to do this. You chose to exist. You enjoy it. You continue to eat.
That's a bad argument. Right, that's a bad argument. Right, you chose, in the abstract sense that I was talking about, but and no guy from the law from this realm can say you chose it because you didn't get a say so in your mom, and you don't choose to be part of this contract USA shit. It's under coercion and mandatory. You were born on the plantations. I didn't choose this. I can't opt out of my social security number and all that bullshit. So I don't see where choice came into play. That's again is a gaslight or just ignorance.
So why do you think the state criminalizes it? Do you think it's for the welfare of the individual or it's for the state's own extraction?
Well, I never see the state do anything from the welfare of the people, and their main motivation, I don't know if it's in this case, is usually money. That's why I start with these clowns. I'm not sure why they did it. It could have been political. It could have been, because they're spiritual nuts and it's under God. It could be strictly the leftists have more so and so at the time, or the right has more power at the time. It could be anything. I did say, that it used to be that, and this was under the moral principle here, and also shows their stupidity. If you tried to commit suicide and failed, the penalty was death. It shows you that they thought they were morally upright. And I think that about the death penalty too. We're upright. It's wrong to kill. So since he tried to kill even himself, we're going to kill him.
Right. That basically says that the state has a God complex. The state wants to control everything, including death. So it's wrong for you to do it yourself. But if we do it, then that is legitimate.
Yes, that's what a kindergartner would think,
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that I think it does come down to a moral thing, is that the state is just ultimately determining what is right and wrong for the people.
Yep.
Whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't actually matter whether it is or not. It just matters that the state says it is.
Yes.
My position is that if the state is going to exercise so much control and authority, power, then the state should have corresponding responsibility or duties. If you're going to force people to exist against their will, then you should have to maintain their involuntary existence. Why should I have to pay for my existence if my existence is so beneficial to society, right? That's just what I talk about in my book. They talk about all the benefits that you provide to society. I'll wait a minute. I'll let y'all talk, but I'm gonna show y'all.
You got a better argument, and they won't let you opt out. Not offing yourself, just opt out, period. You got a better argument over there. And the argument still holds everything you're saying, that if you're not gonna let me opt out, then you should be paying me. Well, fuck, if I gotta play for your team, I gotta pay you too? That's not logical. So even without the offering yourself, the logic and the philosophy is still.
Personally, I think if you're going to kill or off yourself, you should have a good reason for doing it. It shouldn't be for some reason, like you got dumped or you lost your
Yeah,
job.
right.
Or
Some
you
people
lost
would do it, right? All cause they got dumped. Yeah.
your,
I guarantee
these are
you, I
not
know some niggas who would have did it.
yeah, maybe.
I
But
bet
these
you I
aren't
could see some motherfuckers who went and got the pills. I had a buddy in the street the other day. His husband just committed suicide. By just, I mean a few months ago now. Well, maybe 3 or something. I don't know. It was fairly recent. And he got drunk and he left the apartment. I think he left the door open. He wasn't planning on coming back. He put a rope in a bag. And he was gonna try and hang himself. He got really drunk. He went out and bought like 2/5 or so. And so he was standing in the street trying to get people to fight him, stand in front of traffic, taunting people up down the sidewalk. Oh, you a man? Because he's British. Oh, you a man? And fight me. And and one guy pushed him out on the street and he was looking for a place to tie the rope, and a bridge came by. And it was just like, really, that dude in that moment would have bought them pills and offed himself. He would have.
he
And
lived, right?
and the next day, though, he thought better of it. And but in that moment, if he could have went to the store instead of buying alcohol, he could have bought them pills. He'd have done it.
Well, at least he lived.
Yes.
Thought and reflected on it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oh, I
I
didn't
know
even
it hurt. It was his birthday, and it was his first birthday alone. He'd been married to the same guy for like 20-some years. He was hurting, yo.
Okay, so there's a Supreme Court case called Washington versus Glucksberg, where the Supreme Court said that you do not have a right to terminate your own life. So I just want to read this quote. This is a concurring opinion from Justice Stevens. It says, "The state has an interest in preserving and fostering the benefits that every human being may provide to the community, a community that thrives on the exchange of ideas, expressions of affection, shared memories, and humorous incidents, as well as on the material contributions that its members create and support. The value to members of a person's life is far too precious to allow the individual to claim a constitutional entitlement to complete autonomy and making a decision to end that life."
Hey, pause. I want you to do it again, and let's go slowly. All of this is nonsense. Can you start reading again? I'm gonna tell you to stop. I had like 3 arguments here. Can you do that?
The state has an interest in preserving and fostering the benefits that every human being may provide to the community.
Right there. I agree the state has an interest in it. But that doesn't give you ownership. Well, you can make a nigga do something. I agree you have an interest, nigga, just like I have an interest in my neighbor living next to me. He may help me with my tire. Don't read into it that because I have an interest, I get to do anything to him. That was the first sentence I had a problem with. Go ahead.
Right, an interest doesn't give the state legitimate authority. It's anybody can have an interest.
Right.
But I expound on that in chapter 2 of my book. Anyway, this is just the epigraph. A community that thrives on the exchange of ideas, expressions of affection, shared memories, and humorous incidents, as well as on the material contributions that its members create and support.
That's the part that scared me. You have an interest. We see how you acted with the first sentence. Now you believe you have an interest in my material assets, what I can produce. All I can get out of this now is that you're telling me you can't offer yourself because you owe me money. It's in the interest of the state and the community that you stay alive and kick in your share. That's the most selfish, crazy fucking shit in the world.
You see how diabolical this shit is? This is what I'm talking about. This is why I wrote the book.
And they're going to tell you that you're selfish if you don't want to do it. It's even more crazy.
So let me just read the last sentence. The value to others of a person's life is far too precious to allow the individual to claim a constitutional entitlement to complete autonomy and making a decision to end that life.
They are sick. Those reasons they gave were lame.
That's
they
trash.
Are sick.
It's absolute trash.
Yeah.
But
all
anyway,
I can hear is we need him around because we've already sold his Social Security number to China, and we've promised that he would kick in and produce this amount of money in the next 20 years. That's all I hear hidden in there. That we, the state, when they say we, in an interest to us. The state gets your productivity, and you cannot deprive us of that. It is too important. That's the way I'm hearing it.
Right. So I just want, because I'm told that I'm interpreting that quote incorrectly, that I'm reading into it. No, they're telling you exactly what it is. The reason why they don't want you to have the right is because they want to extract.
Yeah. Yep. It ain't for
I
some
mean,
benevolent purpose, even though they try to characterize it as if it's benevolent. No, no, that is insane. You owe us. You must live because you owe us. You owe your community. You owe everybody. You must kick in. Damn.
Insane. Are you familiar with Jacques Ellul, Ale?
I wish I was.
I haven't heard of him.
Well, this guy basically says that when civilization first formed, they used tools that they didn't have before to make labor. And it was actually the tools that domesticated human beings and took over. It was our technique that basically dictated life, because human beings and their worth became equated to their output. So basically what this was espousing is that in the modern day, nothing's changed, is that a human being is still determined by their labor, because the state's whole apparatus relies upon the tools that it uses to enforce its rule. So basically is that the state just looks at people as the power source for its tools.
Right. Matrix type shit.
I'm trying to find where I address this in my book. It's not allowing me to search for key terms.
Keyword search, yeah. I love that you got a book and you're searching the terms for your book, though, right? God is good.
Yeah, my book is more focused.
Wait. Let me interrupt. Hold on. I want to hear about your book, but I got to say this. You do understand, LA, that you have a duty, an obligation to us here on YouTube, not to mention the rest of the government, and we can't allow you to go anywhere because you owe us and civilization as a whole, right?
I'm so valuable, but you don't want to pay for my value.
Right, but nobody will pay for it though. All right, you got a book. What's your book?
BM. Well, hold on. BM's here. Who's BM? What's up?
Brother Marcus. Hello.
What's good, man?
Hello.
Marcus, you been hearing anything interesting?
Oh, I just hopped on. I didn't hear much.
That's good, because my man Angel, I think his name is, was just about to tell us about a book.
You missed the Sabotage by DNW. I didn't even realize that I was competition. What's his name? Retro was upset because he lost his moderating privileges and he wanted me to do a live stream. I only had a few people, but apparently I took people away from DNW's channel. So he came in and asked me to stream my live stream on his channel, and then it caused all this chaos, and everybody left and went back to his channel, and he was laughing because it's like that was his whole intent.
No, you got to be a scribe and more to him than that. Not, I know I was in and out doing other things, but just from knowing a man for 2 days, damn, I'd be disappointed if he did those things in the way you said.
Well, but basically, my channel would be streaming on his channel, but he would be the one moderating it, and I would just have to.
Just the motivations that you ascribe to him seem beneath this character.
I don't know.
Like he's so petty that he's over there. Let me go over there and disrupt his show. That seems beneath them.
No, yeah. Well, I don't know if he posted it. It wasn't in the comments. He said it verbally, and Devon said he was not joking; that he was serious.
This don't sound like. Again, I just met him too. Probably the same day I met you, but I make a certain judgment about all you cats, and first of all, just across YouTube, I panel all over the fucking place, and I'm telling you that you can't even hold these conversations that we hold in most places. So I already have a certain esteem ascribed to all you cats, and that would be way upon my judgment. I'm not saying it's impossible, but God damn, I suck if I can't see that. He'd probably dispute that too.
What's up, Denizen?
Yo,
Yeah, Dan was there. Dan, perfect. Please say what you heard what I said, because I'm smoking and I won't be
I
able to
did not.
remember it. God dog
I
it.
just got here.
DVW intentionally came over here to sabotage this man's stream and steal his viewers.
I don't believe that's true.
That's what I say. I don't even know the cat, and I don't believe he'd do that for those purposes. I just met him, and it seems like it was beneath him. That's what I was just saying.
I don't know. But it certainly did sabotage it because I essentially lost everybody that was on the panel except for DNW. And then he was laughing at me. So
I was gonna get off anyway, but I came back.
That's a restream issue. It tends to kick people.
I didn't want to do it anyway. Like Retro came over here specifically because he did not want to come on his panel. So why would I want to restream on his and let him moderate my channel?
People do it as a courtesy. You can't do it both, and you have your shit going and blah blah without people hearing both voices and all of that stuff. If there is a way of doing it, I don't know, but people do the other thing well. In fact, Dennison is a great representation. Dennison channel will be up. He may be there. He may be someone fucking else and restreaming their shit. People pull this shit off all the time without taking offense or being like, that was fucked up. They figure made a way to work.
Right, but I don't moderate my channel like that. Like people can speak freely. I don't like babysit people. So my channel is completely structured completely differently.
I think the people understand, like, if Sarah's restreaming flow shit, we understand that it's flow shit and it's his room and his rules over there. I think, they understand that shit, and you ain't got to be an authority all the time. You're over there hanging out, your people hanging your chat, you come back, you be like, all right, a lot of people do that, and they come back to their chat and pick up.
Right, but if I'm not allowed to speak because it's his domain, then
It's a real thing. He might bring his, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's a real thing. If he brings his people over here, they'd have to play by the same rules as well. If he was like, yeah, I'm a restream dude, or he's restreaming your shit over there to his room. If I come into his room and he's over here, I understand that it's your rules and all of that shit. You got the so-and-so. I hang out, say hi to my friends over there. He comes back or he doesn't. I go back and forth. It's not a big deal.
Wishy, that's not correct because I was confused about what he was asking me to do. He basically wanted me to not moderate my channel and just let him stream from it while he controls. I was confused. So, yeah, I would not have had control because he would be the moderator, not me.
I'm sorry, I just made tea, but I spilled it damn near the whole cup. Only got a few sips, so I got to leave again and make tea again. I don't have to, but I'll be back.
The other option is that you guys set up a future stream where you're the host and then it restreams to his channel.
Right. They were having completely different conversations. Like we were talking about one thing, they were talking about something else. So I try not to stream while he's streaming, but they wanted me to. Retro wanted to come up and talk. So I didn't think I was taking his audience away. It's so funny because I just assumed that I'm like nowhere close to his level. And because he did create a competition, I was looking at the numbers. I did have more people over here than him. I didn't do that on purpose though. And that's also because I'm streaming on two channels. I'm streaming from Life Abolitionism and the Black Anarchist podcast. So I usually get nobody to come into my live stream. So this is like a rare occasion.
I guess it's your lucky day, huh?
Right, but if I can get people to come on regularly, then I will actually pay for StreamYard and do it, the right way. But I don't want to invest any money if people aren't going to come.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. Well, again, Some people think he did it on purpose. Some people think it was a joke. It was an accident. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And he probably lost more audience members from stunt, but I didn't look.
Well, what he said was that now that there's nobody on your channel, now we don't need to restream on you. Like, he got what he wanted out of it. That's pretty screwed up if he was serious.
No, I don't think he was serious about that.
No, Witchy Bitchy also thinks that. So we had two people who thought that he did that on purpose.
Who?
No.
Divine and Witchy. They both think he did it on purpose.
Where did Witchy say that?
Well, she said he lost more audience from that stunt than your stream. So she's calling it a stunt, that it wasn't an accident. And she's saying people didn't like it.
Well, I don't think that she's saying that he did it intentionally to steal your viewers, and I wasn't.
Okay. She said no matter
What's that saying? Do not attribute to malice, which can be explained by ignorance, something like that.
Yeah, I would say incompetence would be more apropos.
No, it was like awkward because everybody left and then it was just D&W and I'm like standing here with nothing to say. It's just like, what the hell just happened?
That's just Restream being Restream.
Yeah, it just sounds like
and the fact that Retro ran off your panel. I would imagine if what's his name came up, Retro left because he came up.
Right, that's another problem. That Retro wanted to come and talk to me, and then here's D&W has never come on here, so I didn't understand that. So now Retro is running away from D&W. He didn't want to talk to D&W. He wanted to talk to me.
I would still blame Retro for that.
Well, he's upset because he lost his moderating privileges, so I don't have anything to do with that.
He abused his moderating privileges.
When did this happen? Yesterday? The
Yes.
streams are so long; it's hard to like find whenever this stuff happened.
True.
But I mean,
True.
I am kind of curious.
I think it was yesterday, yeah, if I recall correctly.
So did he ban somebody or what did he do?
Yeah, he banned me, and I didn't even type anything in the chat. So he went and looked for me in a previous stream, or used the Google account block in order to ban me from the chat.
I wish I knew that because I would have asked him about that, but I didn't know what happened.
He didn't like one of my opinions. It offended him. So then he came at me, and I took him out at the knees, and which made it worse. And so he got even more aggressive, or whatever you want to call it. And then and D&W said, okay, we're done, right? So we're not going to talk about this. And the next person who insults someone else on the panel or addresses them personally is just going to get kicked. And he literally could go one comment later without doing the same exact thing, and he got kicked.
Retro is usually a chill person, so you got a skill there.
True. I have to admit to it, whether I like it or not. Sure, I'll brag about it when I'm doing it intentionally, but that's probably 1 out of every 150,000 times that I do it. I'm usually just trying to be myself, and so you can imagine how that could cause a bit of a complex. It isn't something to brag about, you know?
No, that's a good trait to just be yourself because a lot of people are pretentious.
Yeah, but my point though, LA, is just being myself pisses normal people off, and that, you know, if I were any other kind of man, it would really hurt my feelings. And I'm not thrilled about it, you know what I mean? Like, I'm somewhere in between, where yes, I'm irreverent enough, and I'm enough of an introvert and a you know, kind of a stoic, to where it doesn't actually bother me. but at the same time, I much rather be liked, and get along with people, make me
Right.
feel better.
I think it's better to be respected. Like, yeah, I at this point, I don't even care about being liked anymore. I just, I do have boundaries, and some people don't respect that, but I don't care beyond that. What I do care about is like if I share personal information or whatever, and they just like try to weaponize it. I don't like that.
I see someone saying I have a bias against Retro. I don't have a bias against Retro. Retro attacked me for no reason on a panel. If you want to call that a bias because I was subject to that experience and I'm willing to repeat it out loud, then that's your word. Then bias. What I'll say then, according to you, then bias is knowledge of shitty behavior. That's what bias is.
So Joku, I don't know if you're actually interested in the book. If you want, I can't.
I
People are
just
saying
got back.
now there's more of an interest in it. People are asking me for it. I don't know. I can make it available for free again, but it's like for every 90 days you can only make it available for free for 5 days, and I think I already used all 5 days.
Right.
You wait another 90. It's a snowball effect. You keep talking about it, it'll spread.
Exactly. Ain't you glad you didn't give up yesterday? That's
Because
good
Witchy
advice for
wants it
every day.
also. Okay,
Yeah.
well, it's okay. I'm going to go through and make some tweaks, make sure there are no errors, and then I can do it again.
Yeah.
But if you want, I can review that part of the book that you were talking about that quote from Justice Stevens. Do you want me to do that, or do you want to talk about something else?
If you're talking to me, I'm interested in any of it.
Okay. I want y'all to, because y'all have the same conclusion that I had when you read it, or when I read it, and so
Right.
I want you to know this is not hyperbolic. Okay, where is that? Okay, here. Justice, can y'all see it?
Yep.
Yeah, but
looks
I'm
good.
not even looking.
I've already
this
gone
time,
through this,
yeah.
but I'm just going through this one part. Justice Stevens' concurrence in Glucksberg contains the most glaring admission in the entire legal history of life slavery. Stevens explicitly articulated why the state prohibits an autonomous disposal, not for your benefit, but for the collective benefit, and continuing to extract value from your involuntary existence. Here is the complete quote. Excuse me. The state has an interest in preserving and fostering the benefits that every human being may provide to the community, a community that thrives on the exchange of ideas, expressions of affection, shared memories, and humorous incidents, as well as on the material contributions that its members create and support. The value of the value of a person's life is far too precious to allow the individual to claim a constitutional entitlement to complete autonomy in making a decision to end that life.
Yeah.
Read that carefully. This is a justice of the Supreme Court explaining why the state cannot allow you to opt out. The state has an interest in the benefits you provide to the community, not the benefits you receive, benefits you provide to others. What are these benefits? Stevens specifies the exchange of ideas, expressions of affection, shared memories, humorous incidents, and material contributions. These are benefits you generate for others. Your ideas enrich others' discourse. Your affection provides emotional value to others. Your memories provide others with shared experiences. Your humorous incidents entertain others. Your material contributions fund and support the community. And then Stevens states a conclusion. The value to others of a person's life is far too precious to allow the individual to claim a constitutional entitlement to complete autonomy in making a decision to end that life. The value to others, not to you. You are too valuable to the collective to be permitted to opt out. This is the master state's policy justification for maintaining life slavery. The state prohibits your autonomous disposal because others benefit from your involuntary existence. The collective extracts value from you, ideas, affection, memories, humors, material contributions. This extraction is far too precious to permit your exit. I'm not going to continue reading it because you guys can read it, and I've actually gone on over this chapter.
we
Sure.
kind of, went there, beforehand when we broke down what the court said. It's very similar to what you said, so we kind of
I'm
talked about it already.
I'm surprised he didn't try to make the argument that the state's responsibility is to protect you from yourself. That's usually, what I would expect the state to say is,
Right,
well,
as
you might
opposed
not want
to
to end yourself in 25 minutes, so I need to protect you.
that would have been a
And
lot less transparent than you owe us.
yeah, like
Well,
just flat out talking about you like you're a material possession to the state.
Right.
the
Jesus.
majority
At
opinion,
least say it's for your own good.
the majority opinion does take that position, but I think his concurring opinion was more honest.
Right.
Thank you, Divine. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, not only are people not going to pay for it, they're also not going to read it. So even if I give it to them for free, they're not going to read it. So I don't know what to do. I'm trying to make it as accessible as possible, and I'm. It's more important for them to get the information than for me to make money off of it because I have other ideas on how to make money. So, brother Marcus, did you listen to the soundtrack that I've already uploaded, or are you aware of it?
I'm aware of it. I was playing it on my morning walk this morning.
Nice.
So I heard a few songs. Yeah. Like I think one of the first one was like someone singing Hallelujah. Yeah, it's AN rhetoric that I know of. Different genres of music. It was interesting. I haven't listened to the whole album yet though.
Okay.
Yeah. I was confused because I'm like, why is this new channel popping up on my thing? I don't even know how I found out the. Yeah, I don't even know how I found the music channel.
Well, I don't know. I know that
Well, I know why, because like when you go to a video and then it goes to like recommended, it probably went to your music channel.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. And you already had a few subscribers already.
Well, yeah, I like streamed them and then they went to that because I'm going to be uploading more content on that channel. I'm not going to any type of like art type content is going on that channel.
Yeah. You have any
What channel?
art?
Whose life is it? The MDLE, Moral Debt for Life Enslavement.
That's yours too?
Yes.
He has 3 channels now.
But it's funny because ever since I did the music thing, I got like I'm getting more of subscribers like rapidly, like 5 at a time, and it's just like and
people like music more than legal theory.
Imagine that.
And they actually like the gospel song more than the other ones, which I wasn't too crazy about it, but I thought it was like poetic in a way. Like basically, this child is being sacrificed to the state. That was the whole purpose of that song. It's not like a real gospel song. I just brought him up. Okay, he's up, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish I had enough money to actually make like a movie or something. I don't know, but I'm just gonna work with my budget and just do like whatever I'm able to do.
Hey, you're aware, LA, that your argument still holds without the bleak ending part of it. You're still sacrificing your kids to the state, they're slaves. You're aware that it holds there. So if you got to be around some soft ass motherfuckers where it's got to be more palatable, and that's just to get them to get the philosophy, it's fair.
Thank you, Bitchy, for I keep saying Bitchy, but it's Bishy. Let me say that correctly.
Bitchy is correct, technically. They banned her other channel, so she had to take the T out.
Wow.
She was witchy bitchy, and YouTube got all butthurt about it.
Well, I don't know. Like, I mean, I know that it's like AI, but I genuinely like those songs. Like, it to me, it's like music that I would listen to anyway.
And if you write the lyrics, right? I mean, that says always going to say something about the author of the music, even if you're quite aware that he didn't make it. The lyrics, you know, motherfucker say a sentence, leave a comment. It says something about him. Motherfucker can't make a whole song without letting I don't give a fuck if they not even aware of it, but they're gonna let you in, and you're gonna see shit.
Yeah, so I don't know. I was just on Illicit Minds channel last night, and he was just like, "Yeah, we need to be creative and meet people where they are, and you know, engage in more art, and not just you know, lecture people on it."
I would agree, man. The first thing I do, which I see, which keeps people from actually working together or going somewhere, is that in order for me to work with you, you have to be like me, and you have to agree with everything that I agree upon. And the
Yeah.
really weak, they race to something that they know you will disagree with them on. They race to find something that shows me the ones who are less courageous and shit, because they didn't want to engage anyway.
Well, those are party line thinkers. You can't be an independent thinker and
Yep.
hold those standards because you
I
just
know.
constantly be alone.
Right. So that tells you their willingness and how urgent it is to be a part of a group just by that alone. Which
It would
it
be
tells you
nice
what
sometimes, though. Let me tell you.
just give it up to somebody
Just
else.
to be constantly and consistently just not
Yeah.
just challenged. The challenging can get tiresome, especially for things where I'm not that articulate. Like, say
Right.
for
I
example, you
understand.
challenge me about a guitar technique or a method of systems administration for Windows networking.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna get tired. You know, you cannot exhaust me. But if we
Right.
start talking about free will, where I
Right.
can't articulate myself as
Right.
well,
Right.
I'm
Right.
gonna get tired a lot faster.
Right.
And because you know, like I'm just, why can't you catch up, right? And
Yeah.
but that's one thing. It's the attacks and the ad hominem and the hatred and the vitriol because someone disagrees with your beliefs. That's the part that just drains me, and
My
then it
shit
also
dropped. I
makes
can't
me,
hear anybody. If you guys can hear me, I'm switching phones again.
Roger. It makes me more hateful myself and less tolerant and more impatient. And then comes the screaming and the defensiveness, and then now I've got a headache. So now I'm emotionally drained, mentally drained, and physically exhausted, and irritated on all those levels as well, including actual physical pain in my head from listening to you yell at me because I disagree with you. I just
Could I ask, what is your position on free will, Denizen?
I don't believe it exists.
Okay.
I don't think that there's any freedom in the will, and I don't think the will has any agency or ownership. And I, you know, I leave room for like gray area, right? I don't. What I just said was very definitive, curt. You know, I don't want to backpedal away from it, but obviously, I was being very curt.
Well, I just love how some of these people will ask for your opinion on certain topics, like veganism, for example, and then when you give it, it's just like, well, I guess your answer was incorrect. Like, I didn't want to talk about it anyway. Like, why did you even bring it up?
Right.
Well, I just asked. I didn't correct him, right?
No. I'm not.
No. He's not talking about you. No, you're cool. If I recall correctly, too, it's a lot of new people, so I'm not sure I've kept track. But if I recall correctly, every single interaction I've had with you on the panel on The last 3 or 4 days, maybe a week now, it's been. You've been chill the whole time, if I can recall correctly. You are not one of the people I'm referring to by any means.
I
Like
think
I've been
one
trying to be
time,
careful to not offend people, and they're actually provoking me to offend them because you're not going to like my answer. I don't agree with you, so it's best that we not talk about it.
I had a debate with that dude, perpetual pleasurist, and it might have got a bit heated. That was probably about it.
No, Wishy, the book is completely different from the music. The book was my interpretation of case law, my own analysis. I mean, you can't. AI is not going to come up with those arguments. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. You can tell me what you think about it, but that's why I made it available for free. I've been literally like going through and tweaking things and making sure that it's correct, because it was not something that was just written out for me like that.
Well, do you want to hear about my book that
Sure.
I'm working on? So right now I have it divided into 13 chapters, which I've gotten to about halfway of chapter 6 so far. But the first part is the first 5 chapters where I go over. Well, first, the book is called it's How to Survive the Apocalypse, Breaking the Cycle of History. So the first chapter, I basically define what the apocalypse is, and the apocalypse means unveiling. And I explain that this is a gradual process that has been ongoing basically for thousands of years as people have, as individuals, unveiled truths in their lives, but it takes time for it to reach the collective. And then in the second chapter, I explain the systems, which are hierarchy and compartmentalization. Hierarchy being some people have inherent birth privileges that other individuals don't, and or birth rights. And compartmentalization being that civilization is broken up into certain parts that are basically mechanistic, and individuals within their compartmentalized role are only meant to know their place in society, and they aren't really meant to know how their place in society interacts with the larger whole. So basically, people are just mostly ignorant of how society actually works. And then chapter 3, I go over the origins of where the veil comes from, and that's what I call it. And it comes from prehistory and mythology, where when we got with the cities, the ruling class had to make mythology to justify the fact that they're extracting everyone's labor for their own pleasure, or not their own pleasure, their own gain. And then chapter 4, I really go into how the ruling class survives during cataclysms, using the Bronze Age as an example. And I point to how civilizations such as Egypt, the Hittites, and Mycenaeans, they collapsed, and as well as the Sea People Confederation. But the Phoenicians, or the people in the Levant, they were okay. And I think what happened was, actually, they were called the Canaanites. But I think what happened was the people from these larger civilizations, after their civilizations collapsed, they integrated into the Canaanite culture. And then they became what the Greeks called the Phoenicians, who basically became this economic powerhouse that gave us admiralty law as we know it today, as well as phonetics, and a lot. They carried on the mythology of Mesopotamia, which I explain in Mesopotamia, it comes from Atrahasis, where the gods create humanity to be a slave species who need to be ruled over, and this is where the ruling class gets their justification from. Whether or not there was an Anunnaki who made a humanity is irrelevant, because the gods decreed humanity needs to be ruled over, and the gods appointed kings to rule over humanity. So they created these stories to justify themselves. The Canaanites are just carrying on these same stories in their own, often more bloodthirsty ways. And then I explain how the Phoenicians basically overtook the Roman Republic, and they were a huge contributor to turning them from a Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, because I think that they saw potential in these European military empires like the Macedonians and the Romans, and they said, we have to get that in our control. And basically what happened with Rome was the hijack. They went from being a farmer who had their own land and was the citizen, and they would go to war to fight to defend for the republic, basically their land and their shared interests, and then they were returned to their land. But when the empire came along, now you're fighting for a paycheck. Now you're fighting for your pension dependency on the empire.
The professional soldier.
Yes, and this was the trap. This is the parasitism. It was already inherent in the Roman elite, but I think that these Phoenician and these Levant priests showed them a way to greatly expand their efficiency and basically accelerated Rome into the ground. But then from there, these systems carry on through the Roman Catholic Church. And I also explained that I think cataclysms of the 500s were pretty much brought on because the Roman Catholic Church, and this is deeply metaphysical, the Roman Catholic Church is over there. They're propping up Jesus Christ as their savior. And they're like, oh yeah, he's the way. But if you actually look at Jesus Christ, he's saying things like, the good shepherd is the one who dies for his sheep. The false shepherd asks his sheep to go out and die for him. And that's pretty much all Rome does. That's all the Catholic Church does. They are the false shepherds. So I think through their blatant rejection of their own prophet that they prop up on a pedestal, ushered in cataclysms metaphysically from the earth, from the 500s, which the 500s are littered with cataclysms.
Which prophet did they reject? Who are you referring to?
Christ. They reject the ways of Christ.
You're saying the Catholic Church rejected Christ?
Absolutely, they do. And I just explained why. Because they ask people to go to war on their behalf, something Jesus Christ would never do. Jesus Christ would never ask any followers to go out and die for him in battle, ever. And that's what I just described. The good shepherd who dies for his sheep, not the useless shepherd who, sits back and lets his sheep die for him. And then, once the enemy's gotten their fair share, then they go back to tending to their sheep. But then I explain how through the Jesuits basically shaped modern education, working to create this materialistic world that basically equates the human being to this finite, limited expression within an infinitely large 93 billion light year observable universe that's 13.8 billion years old universe. Meanwhile, the Jesuits and people like them are over there on meditations and communicating with higher spirits because they think that they have stuff that we don't spiritually. And because the rest of us don't have this stuff, we're just over here lagging behind. And they should be the ones to take the reins of humanity and lead us wherever they want, because they can communicate with higher powers and we can't, because we're stuck in materialism, which they gave us. And then I explain how economic systems of the US, like the Federal Reserve and even the military, are just continuations of the same things that we saw in Rome, where as soon as we brought in this Federal Reserve System, now we're out there fighting and dying for corporations in exchange for money instead of actually fighting like they used to for manifest destiny, which I don't think is a very just reason. But to the pioneer and the individuals out doing that, they could actually get land for themselves, even if they were taking it. But now the soldier, under the new way of fighting war, thanks to the Federal Reserve, they're doing the same thing the Roman did and trading their whole life basically for a paycheck and certain benefits that the military is going to afford them. And that's part one. That's the veil. It's just a bunch of nonsense, and it's littered with cataclysms throughout the whole thing. And then part two, I preside the solution. That's what I'm working on now. And then part three is going to be a climax of what the solution and what the problem is going to look like in the setting of Armageddon. And Armageddon is basically the climax of the apocalypse, the unveiling. That's my book.
I wish Fatima was still here because I know he would have plenty to say.
I'm sure he would, because he's inherently anti-state.
No, he's a statist. He just, I don't know. He just believes that there's puppet masters controlling it.
Yeah, my book is anti-state, so I'm sure he would have a lot to say.
Okay, I guess I would be interested in hearing solutions because a lot of people can't really envision what an anti-statist society would look like. It's just basically the state of nature. Like it's not that complicated.
Yeah, I'll tell you in a moment. I'll be right back. Hold on.
When I hear a state of nature, it sounds like dog eat dog kind of thing. I think the question is like governance, right? I mean, of a society, of a volunteer. Like, how does the society work? I think.
I don't know, like any primitive culture where they build their mud huts and they just, sing around, like they sit around singing songs and playing with their kids and stuff. Like it's just what people would naturally do without a state. Like if you just went out into the woods and you weren't even thinking about the state, you would just live your life without any restraint.
You're still in a society, though, right?
I know that's the part. You're still aware of it, that the state is there, is omnipresent. But
okay,
I'm just pretending that if you just didn't think about it, like that's what it would be like essentially. Or if you just, I can't even say Africa because Africa is still statist too. So there really is no place on the planet that isn't captured by statism. Well, I don't know. I guess you could say maybe Palestine, because they're not a state, but basically anybody who hasn't been incorporated as a fictitious entity, they're not respected by the international community. They don't deserve human rights. That's what they always say. Oh, you don't even have a state. So basically the people don't matter. You don't have any rights. That's how they say, because basically when you violate the people, you're not attacking the people. It's a crime against the sovereign. So the people don't have a right that is inherent in their own personhood. It's based on the rights or the authority of the sovereign. It's so ridiculous the way this whole status construct has come to complete fruition at this point.
So if you'd like to hear my solutions that I'm going to provide. Now, I haven't wrote them yet, so I don't know exactly what they're going to be, but I have a very good idea of what I'm going to write. But what I told you so far has already been written pretty much. So the solutions, as I lay it out in another 5 chapters. The first of these chapters I call sacred balance. And what sacred balance refers to is 2 things. Number 1, we have to balance the technology or the technique we have now with the egalitarian societies which existed before civilization came along, before history. And the way we do that is we decentralize technology, we make technology redundant, and more importantly, we design it around the layman or the everyday person who's going to actually be using it. And I make a point that communities produce people who are capable of going on to companies like Google to build the tech industry and all this other stuff. But if they stayed within their community and worked for their community, they could probably do a lot better in the world than going to some centralized system that basically works against the people. And I make this point as well, is that what the centralized corporate system does is it takes people from the community, it puts them in their power structure, and their power structure is inherently dangerous for the people who actually raised the people who make up these corporations. It's like people are having kids just to go and send them to enslave themselves. And a lot of parents encourage this because they think that they're making good money, but it comes at a huge price. And sacred balance also refers to balancing duality within our life, coming to the understanding that we are the only ones capable of making decisions within our life, and we can't rely on external power figures or authorities to do this for us. We have to understand that we exist within a realm of duality, and there are choices that we can make in our life. Some choices are good, some choices are bad, and we have to navigate through the sea of choices that we come about in our life, because once we make the choices, they're going to impact the objective world in an immeasurable and observable way that affects everyone, including yourself. And this is the order. The order ensures that the choices we make have meaning and weight. So this is sacred balance. Rebalancing cultures of the egalitarian past with the technology of today while reclaiming sovereign authority of our life. The second part, or the next chapter, is the sacred principles. And the sacred principles are the most basic eternal truth principles that I have identified personally that are basically prevalent throughout every spiritual tradition, and how to live in alignment with natural law and nature. And these principles are 4-fold as far as I can tell. The first principle is the principle of self-responsibility. You are responsible for your actions at all time as an individual, regardless of circumstance. You are not a victim of circumstance, but we also have to understand that responsibility and authority is something to be claimed. You have to acknowledge it, or else it's never going to come your way. So what this means is you can't go and say, well, I was ordered to do this, so it's not really my choice, or I was under some sort of substance, so I wasn't acting of myself. Well, you have to look at the conditions or the choices that you made in your life that led up to that. If you're under some substance and you do something, you chose to put yourself under the influence of that substance, and you likely did it in conditions or in an environment where you were easy to lose control and cause harm to someone else. So, people have to take responsibility for their actions. They cannot be essentially handheld by the state. It's handheld by the state their whole life. The second principle is the principle of the non-initiation of harm. This is recognizing that because you have responsibility of your life, everyone else around you has responsibility over their life. And because of that, you do not have a right or any legitimate claim to interfere in their right or their life. People's lives are their property. Property is that which is properly the individual's. This means that their very life is properly theirs. They use their body to interact in the world and create labor or live their life or perhaps or perform maintenance on their house or their car or whatever. This is what property is. It's not just physical things, but that's a part of it. It's what you do with your body that makes things properly yours, because you're putting effort and you're putting work into it that other people are not. The third principle is, oh wait, I should say the actions that actually cause harm are murder, the theft of life, rape, the theft of sexual expression, trespass, the theft of safety within one's living space, deception, the theft of truth, and manipulations. By restricting truth, you're basically forcing someone to go down a path and make a decision that they wouldn't. Yeah, go ahead.
This sounds like, I mean, are you an anarchist? Because these are anarchist principles. Like, at
Yes.
least okay, I didn't know that. Okay. I agree with everything that you said. I would only pushback, I would think that the principle of self-ownership would need to come first, because you would need to have autonomy to make decisions before you can have any personal responsibility. If the state is dictating how you live your life, then you can't have any personal responsibility. So I agree with you. I just think that the self-ownership has to come first. John Locke, John Locke says that property includes ownership of the person, the estate, and liberty. So all three are considered. That's when you said that, I was like, oh, this guy sounds like an anarchist.
Yeah, I told you I was an anarchist, or maybe you don't remember because there's a lot of people talking on the panels.
Yeah, I don't. It's so many people. It's like, it's so rare to even run into an anarchist. I'm always like the alien in a room, so I'm like impressed, because it means that you did your homework, because you actually have to search this information out to identify as an anarchist.
Yeah, I guess you do. But you get my principles. The third one is just self-defense. When harm has been initiated, it's your right to stop it. And then the fourth is just service unto others, recognizing that we all live in the same world, and that easing other people's burden is ultimately helping yourself by creating a better world for you to live in. These are the four principles that I talk about that will provide the solution.
Yeah, I believe in mutualism. I don't believe in self-sacrifice. Like, if you're going to help people, it should be mutually beneficial. It should not be pure extraction, because that's the way society has been. I mean, if you listen to D&W, that's one of the main pushbacks. He's saying that I'm selfish. It's like, you should be rationally selfish. You should do what is in your rational self-interest, and what is in your self-interest should benefit the society. But sacrificing doesn't benefit anybody. Like, I mean, it benefits somebody like in a moment, but it doesn't sustain society. If you're constantly giving, then you're basically going to be, you're basically going to ensure your own destruction.
Yeah. What do you think, Denizen or Brother Marcus? Do you guys have thoughts on my potential book that I'm working on?
It sounds interesting. I don't have any thoughts.
All right. Yeah, my book just ultimately aims to show that ideologies are the problem blind belief in authorities and the stories and justifications they use are illegitimate, and that you need to author your own life. That's really it. That's what's gonna. That's the unveiling.
It's based on mysticism. This is something that Ayn Rand was against, like taking faith. I mean, this, like we were talking about earlier, like statism is a religion. Like if you just trust the state to always be benevolent and you don't question authority, that's as dangerous as any other like form of mysticism. So yeah, like like the state is run by human beings, and so if you don't trust human beings, why would you trust the state? You don't trust your neighbor. You don't trust. A lot of people don't even trust members of their own family. So why would you trust these random strangers just because they have positions of authority? I mean, I think it's good that you're writing this because there is a need for that. I guess my
How likely are you to get readers?
I don't know. That's the question, right?
I find a lot of people on YouTube writing books, but I don't know if they're getting read.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good project, but if nobody's reading them, I don't know.
I think it's helpful just to like lay it out because if you have your philosophy clear, then it leads to other things. Like if you like even when I'm debating people, it's like it all ties in together. So I know my response because I know the
Yeah, it's like a blueprint of your philosophy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Divine Hazel says sounds like a great book, so maybe.
Well, I mean, the ideas are good. I guess the details is in how you put it together. So it's kind of hard to, that is very difficult, and to make sure that you're not being repetitive and that it flows well. That's the hardest part about writing a book.
Yeah. And then I was thinking about writing a sister book about where humanity went wrong and rebuilding society from a slow perspective that does not revolve around an apocalypse.
What do you think about Cougar Doomer's predictions? He says that by summer we're going to have this heating problem and basically it's going to be a massive die-off.
Die-off? Like people dying? Or
yeah, that basically I don't want to like misquote him, but he believes that he basically believes that we only have a few months before everything goes to shit.
I don't think so. Are you familiar with, who here is familiar with Archaics?
I'm not.
I'm not.
All right. Well, that guy is the most batshit insane fucking predictor of doom and gloom that I've ever heard. But he's actually has very good points and backs it up with data. And I don't think it's going to be happening in 2026 because when something does happen that where it's actually what they say shit hits the fan, it's not going to be a man-made thing. It's going to be a natural force that shakes up society. Although
Right,
man-made things are going to contribute.
Even if it is going to happen, I think it's very dangerous to be so specific about the timeline because you back yourself against the wall. And I asked them, like, well, what happens if we survive this summer and we make it to the fall? Like, does that negate everything you're saying?
I've got to say, actually, Archaics' predictions so far have actually come true. I would say they pretty much come true exactly. But he says that in 2040, the Phoenix is going to return and it's going to melt the cities. That's basically what he says. And what is the Phoenix? I don't know. To him, it's, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just responding to this comment. I agree with you about 2020. I don't underestimate the people. I like they're capable of anything, but I'm talking about nature. If you think we're going to have this heating of the atmosphere that's going to destroy civilization, I don't think that you can be that precise and in a timeline.
Damn, Shadi is still up.
Well, here, let me try and summarize the Archaics research because it's very interesting regarding apocalypse. And I will admit, it is partially what inspired me and theme it on the apocalypse. But this guy says that we live in a simulation, which is something I personally disagree with. And within this simulation, there are protocols that are designed to keep us believing in the simulation and not realize that we come from a place outside of the simulation. Some of these protocols include things like the Phoenix event, and the Phoenix, according to Archaics, comes every 138 years and interfaces with this reality like some sort of thing in a computer would. I don't know what you would call it, but it basically makes edits to our reality that we perceive as violent catastrophes. And it does this basically to keep the simulation believable. And it also varies in level of reset based off of how moral or I don't know. He doesn't really seem to believe in morality, but he basically makes it seem like morality is dictated by this thing. It's kind of contradictory, but basically, however moral humanity is will determine the level of reset. And he says that the next reset will be a level 3 reset, which is the hardest reset. So the Phoenix will basically come along and it will do away with civilization. And it will make way for the next 2 objects that he talks about. The Nemesis X object, which has the Anunnaki. And to him, the Anunnaki are the ultimate enemies of humanity. They created the systems that we see before us, and humanity's whole goal is to basically break the Anunnaki control systems. And when the Nemesis X object comes along, they will basically be able to interact with this world again, and this will be in 2046. And then in 2052, he says the black satellite will come along, and then the ancient hybrid kings, who are hybrids between Anunnaki and humans, will reinstitute their rule, just like it says in Revelation. But here's what he says that has come true so far. He uses the Bible, the 7 seals of Revelation, to break down. Well, he uses a lot of mythology, but he looks to the 7 seals to look at what's happened. He says that the first 4 seals will be man-made events. And the first seal was the sickness that happened 6 years ago. And he uses his reasoning because there is the white horse, which he says is actually a centaur, and the centaur is associated with Apollo. And Apollo is the physician who is going to come and usher in the apocalypse, which the word apocalypse is also named after Apollo. And basically, he says that the Pokidokes were Apollo waging war on humanity by making sure that they have been weakened for the next phase, and the next phase will be the Red Horseman, where he says peace will be taken from the earth, and he says we'll see an escalation in conflicts, and terrorist style attacks, but he doesn't say, he says there won't be an actual major war, but he also says that there will be a World War III where basically Islam and Zionism will destroy each other and Christianity will come in and become the new one world religion. And this is basically what he's saying. And I'd say that he is right when he's talking about the sickness, and definitely peace has been taken from the earth because it seems like there has been an escalation in conflict. But he presents a very coherent and data-backed doomer narrative.
Let me read this comment. I also thought it was inevitable pandemics would happen. I just wasn't expecting people to be so resistant to prevention and change. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I think people were not resistant enough. I think most people were compliant. They rolled over and did whatever the state said. They put on their mask. They got vaccinated. There really was not enough pushback.
Yeah. I'm gonna get off. Ale and other guys, it's been nice talking.
Have a good night.
All right.
Good night.
Also, maybe Ale, maybe get on the Machine Lies tomorrow. Be cool to see you there. For anyone else too.
Oh, thank you for that.
Yeah. All right. Later. See you.
I think I was on there the other day, but I didn't understand the topic, so I didn't comment.
Well, do you recall what the subject was?
I don't know. It was just so random. The title was I don't know. It was I can't remember. I can go to his channel and look at it, but they did invite me. I didn't have anything to contribute.
It's like ancient stuff.
Let me go to his channel.
What's his channel?
The Machine something. Machine, I forget. I did subscribe to it, so I should have it. I don't see it for some reason, but I know I subscribed to it. Anyway, I'm sure it'll show up in my feed.
You're spreading your wings. You're cross-pollinating.
Well, like recently, people from D&W's channel have been inviting me to go on their channel, so it's been happening. I've been invited to like 4 different channels, and now Pastor D wants to help me with my nonprofit. But he said if I start a nonprofit, he'll get me some funding. So
Will he join your organization?
I don't know. He didn't offer that. He just said he would help me with getting money. So I'll take whatever I can get. So I have to at least find at least 2 directors before I can even file for a nonprofit. So I'm going to try to meet up with the libertarians to see if I can find anybody who's interested in that.
What would you call it?
Well, I had a few ideas, but I'm thinking the Stateless Death Foundation or the Stateless Death Project. I don't know. It's going to be something like that. I want the title to be clear that I don't want the state to be involved in it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was looking at all these other organizations. None of them were actually advocating for my position. They don't go.
Using the word death might be a red flag if you're trying to get registered charity status. No.
No, they already call it medical assistance in dying, or I could call it a stateless. I don't know, but stateless is more important than dying. I can come up with another name, but I just don't want the state involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
basically, I want to make it clear I'm not trying to legalize it. I want to decriminalize it.
I feel like having the word stateless makes sense.
Because everybody keeps saying, like, oh, you want the state involved. D&W was even saying, I'm like, no, I want.
It's because everybody's used to the common medical assistance and dying narrative. They're not like when you first introduced it to me, I thought that's what you were arguing for, but then you explained it.
Yeah, so
because you do say that. You say, I want the right to die, I want the right to medical assistance, and that sounds like what we have over in Canada, but it's not. You want it I say you want unregulated free market access. And I think the free market access adds another nuance that some people might be missing.
right, they keep saying, oh, you want me to pay for it, and
Yeah.
like, I don't want any of that. Like, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So, but I don't even know if that helps, because I feel like they don't want the state to be like hands off. They still want involvement, and then they're going to complain about, oh, well, now you want me to pay for it. But no, stay out of it, and nobody's asking you to do anything.
Yeah.
I just don't want the medical professionals to face prosecution for helping people.
Right. You want the Kevorkians to do their thing.
Oh my gosh, that's an idea too. Maybe I can name it after Kevorkian, but I don't know how his family would feel about that. It's like he's like a 1 in a million. There's never going to be another doctor like him.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I was able to. This was actually a successful live stream. I had like 18 people at one point.
Nice.
And this is why D&W was streaming and Illicit Mind was streaming, and I've had people come in and out. And I think this is actually better, like this having a free format where I don't actually have a topic, because even when I've done that in the past, we never stuck to the topic.
But it takes like having people come on.
Well, now I have a solution for that, because I didn't like dead air, because I would just like random rant or whatever, and then try to wait for people. If I play music, which is what I did today, they'll just click on.
Oh, okay.
But so now I have music. I didn't have that in the past.
Yeah. So you are going to be a panel live streamer.
Well, the main thing is that people want to be heard, and it doesn't work when there's too many people on a panel, because nobody gets to say anything. And so if I keep my panel small, everybody gets an opportunity to talk. I just see how D&W is doing it, and I'm just like, it's so much less work to just have an open panel. You can take breaks, you can go eat your lunch and just come back, or even take a nap and still here, like, as opposed to you having to sit here and like find things to talk about.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm supposed to be reviewing chapter 11, and I want to read from David Hume, but I haven't gotten around to it. And then my vacation ends, so I go back to work on Monday. So I have so many things I want to get done this weekend.
Oh, you're going to work this weekend?
No, I go back to work on Monday. So
well, I mean, like you're not going to just chill and relax. You're going to work on your projects.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't come to like just like chill. Like I'm going to take time, maybe like over the summer and to actually go somewhere, but this is for me to actually get things done. And I spent more
Okay.
time on live streams than doing anything I was supposed to be doing.
Are they like addictive?
Well, yeah, because it's like you're listening and you think you're just going to come in and just like give your input and leave, and then you just end up there for like 2 or 3 hours. And sometimes I'll just be in a comment section. He's like, "Come on, come on." I'm just like, I really don't. I know if I come up there, I'm gonna be on here longer than I really want to. So I'm just trying to comment from the sidelines. But I mean, he's already told me like he wants me to come on because the back and forth like leads to a more a better discussion. I don't know. I mean, I listen when I'm not on there, and it seems to be fine. I don't think that I'm necessarily carrying the conversation, but I guess it gets a little bit. People find this topic to be very interesting because they have so many questions. It's like something they haven't really thought about, but I don't know this really that interesting anymore because it's like I'm not hearing
Well,
any.
it's because you've talked about it like a lot, so it's not going to be as fresh compared to them, right?
Right. I wish I could hear like original responses, and it's just so repetitive. The main thing I'm hearing is, "Oh, you already have this, right? You can go do it yourself." I'm just like, that is such a non sequitur. Like, I don't even want to engage with that one because to me, I find that one annoying.
I like how you keep your cool because for me, it's kind of triggering. It's like, again, no one would say you could you have the right to take a shotgun to your little cat and dog. Nobody says that, right? But then they say it to you. And it's like, it just, I don't know. It's not humane in my opinion.
I mean, I've already figured out what it is. What it means is that it has nothing to do with them. They don't want the right, and basically they're not interested in a discussion. So because they don't get anything out of it, let me just find a little 15-minute or 15-second dismissal so that we can talk about something else. Because they're going to say, well, you didn't do that, so therefore you want to exist. Let's go talk about something else. And they don't even want you to respond because they'll sort of filibuster. They know that what they're saying is nonsense, but it's in bad faith. That's the part that I don't like about it. Like you're not even trying to have a serious conversation. You're telling me to do something that you wouldn't even do yourself. My brother said the same thing to me too. He was just like, if you don't like it, you can just, and it's just like, I don't know. I think some people just can't put themselves in them because.
I mean, it's to their benefit too. Like, if they have, like, I don't know, like, I worry about my death. I want to have a peaceful one. Like, you would think that other people would want access so that they can go peacefully. Like, it's to their benefit too. You know what I mean?
I think they haven't thought that far out. They're not thinking about death because they're clinging to life. They're actually enjoying life, and they can't imagine being in that position. Like I've talked to my brother, like he's like terrified of dying. Like he's just like, and I found it interesting that he actually admitted that because in any other context he doesn't seem like he has any fear. But I don't even want to live to see all that. I don't want to see my brother die, or I didn't even want to see my father die. Like that was just like traumatizing. I thought I was going to die before him.
I thought I was going to die before all my friends. I know people in their 60s and 70s say that, but I didn't know I was going to say that at my age. I
find it a little bit, I don't know, curious because like some people are. I guess you guys are pessimistic, but you seem like your presentation is more optimistic. Like, um, I think I am overtly pessimistic. Everybody knows that. That's why they have such a visceral response to it. But you don't present as pessimistic, and neither does Chickpea. Like,
Really?
no, you don't. Like, you sound like you cheer people up, and so does Chickpea.
Oh,
Right. That's why, like, the whole
I didn't know
energy
that.
changes. Yeah, you do. You like the whole mood changes when you come, and it's like, um, I know that I'm overly negative, and I know that it's off putting to people, and I don't do it on purpose. Like I find it hard to look at the bright side just because I just don't see it.
I mean, I'm a philosophical pessimist, and I don't think there is solutions, and I don't think it is fixing. And I on the D&W show, I usually say we're in like an existential palliative care. The ship is sinking, and the best we could do is just, you know, play our last song before this ship sinks. Maybe there's like a calm when you accept it. I don't know.
Euthanasia isn't new, but your framework and tools for active and passive resistance is interesting. Well, right, it's not obviously it's not new, but I think the way that I'm framing it is that you exist for the state's extraction and for the public extraction. Like to me, these are things that are axiomatic. I mean, everybody knows it, but nobody wants to say it openly.
Yeah.
Like, and then I have the case law. I'm not saying that the case law agrees with my position or that the state calls it itself the master state. I never said any of those things. I'm just saying that the, they're ultimately admitting that it's not for your benefit, it's for the public's benefit and the state's benefit. That you know, and without me even going into what I wrote in the book, I asked what is his name, Joe Cool. I just read the quote in my epigraph, and he had the same reaction to it. So it wasn't like hyperbole. It wasn't like me making. He was just like, "What the fuck? I can't believe they actually said that." This was right before you came on, by the way, and I was just like,
Okay.
he had the same reaction I said without me even prompting him. Right, and my grandmother lived to like 109, and I'm just like,
Oh my God.
sounds
109.
like a fucking nightmare. I don't want to live. And my father, he smoked and he drank and he did eventually stop smoking, but I don't know what causes prostate cancer, so I can't say.
How old was he?
He was 67.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish I had a better relationship with him, but he was such a narcissist and so like I don't know. I think he felt entitled that he could just be however he wanted to be, and you would just stick around. Like that's not how this works. He already knew that I had my own issues with depression and stuff, and then why would you antagonize me on purpose and think? I think he was dismissive. He just felt like, oh well, what are you complaining about? I had it so much harder when I was your age. Like you have it easy. Like I think my problems were completely different from his. But anytime I would talk to him, he would just like make it about him. Like, oh, when I was your age, I was doing this, and it's just like, yeah, but we're not talking about you right now. I can't get.
Yeah.
And then
Very self-centered.
he pretended that he agreed with anti-natalism, but I mean, my brother was listening to that conversation. He's like, he's just gaslighting you. He's pretending that it's like it's easier to pretend that you agree so there's not any resistance. But really, what he's agreeing to is not even the same thing that you're saying. He's basically saying life is hard, but it doesn't matter because we're going to, live in an afterlife with God. So it's justified. And at the same time, he was still on his deathbed trying to convince me to give him grandchildren.
Yeah, that's not that's not anti-nihilism.
Yeah, I'm really liking your book. It makes so much coherent sense to me. I just never thought about it in detail. Do you think you would have came to similar conclusions without your law education? Um, I don't think they taught me any of this in law school. Like I mean, I got the research skills obviously from that, but no, this is stuff that I learned after law school. I read Glucksberg, I read John Locke and John Jacques Rousseau. This was not taught to me in law school. And I really wrote the book around that definition of slavery and Plessy. Like when I saw that, I was like, okay, this is how I'm going to, like the whole book revolves around that definition. But I'm glad that you're actually reading it because that's encouraging.
What what book of Ayn Rand did you read?
I didn't read her actual book. I read it was like a from the library. It was just because her books are basically nonfiction, but I got this book from the library, which is a summarization of her philosophy. It wasn't her books are not. I don't know. You base.
I have two of them. I have Objectivism and I have The Virtue of Selfishness. I have not read Atlas Shrugged. I have not read what was the other one? There was Atlas Shrugged and oh no.
There's another one. It was gosh. I didn't read her novels or her nonfiction books. I always read like let me look it up so I know exactly what I'm talking about.
It was popular too. Shit. I don't like having to Google. Like, I want my brain to work.
Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness. I read that one. I think that's the main one. And there was another one that I read. Objectivist epistemology. I think that's pretty much. But that wasn't her book though. That's something somebody else wrote about her.
The Fountainhead. That was it.
Fountainhead, right? I didn't watch The Fountainhead, but I didn't read the book, but I watched the movie. Excuse me. I mean, from what I hear, a lot of people said that was pretty bad. Like the book wasn't very good because it's like they said that she took what's his name, Bastier or something, and she just it's basically the same thing, but it's just much longer. Like she just took forever to get to the point. What is it? The Law. The Law by Bastier. I have so much content I want to cover, but there's never enough time. And I don't even know if people are interested in the philosophy. They just want me to get to the point.
Hey, do what you want.
Well,
But
I'm just trying to
what
get
you
my.
want is to grow your channel, so yeah, you kind of have to do what they want.
Right. I'm just trying to see what actually works. And for whatever reason, this this is actually growing faster than my Black Anarchist channel. Like that channel is stagnant. It's been like at the same subscriber level for like months. It's not.
What gave it the boost? Because it's like what, 2K?
Well, unfortunately, I don't even know if I should talk about it because I don't want to draw attention because a lot of people won't like it. Especially one video that went viral.
Well, I could look it up. I just got to sort by like view count, I guess.
Well, you may not. I don't know how you'll feel about it, but it deals with slavery and race, and that one video went viral.
I mean, I've seen your black separatism stuff.
Well, this deals with male slaves being raped by their mistresses, and um, I
Oh,
didn't.
yeah, I'm not going to read that out.
I think they didn't like the title, but I didn't come up with that title. That was from the article that I was reading.
Yeah, I could see that going viral.
But at the same time, if you read the comments, it's not even people being like, it's mostly black men coming in and actually fantasizing about having a mistress, like
Oh my God.
dominating them like that, because they saw it as evidence that they were desirable. They're like, see, I knew that white women liked us. And it's like you didn't get the point. But yeah, there's like not Supreme, there's like state case law about mistresses having sex with their slaves and having these illegitimate children and how they had to be sent away. And
Oh yeah, I've heard of those.
I actually would like to write, and I don't know, I don't even know if there'd be an interest in that, but I would do like a novel type thing about, or short stories about that are based on real events and just adding like details that are missing. But I don't know. I don't even know if I should be writing anymore because people just don't read. I think I should do other type of mediums like
We should probably stop saying that. Like
it's
some
true
people
though.
read.
Some people
But
read, but
some.
unless you get published by a major like publishing company and you're just like, if you're trying to do a self-publishing thing, they read, but they read certain type of content.
Right.
The type of content that I would write, nobody's interested in that. Like I do know that people read novels. They like, somebody was even asking me that, like, is it like a love story or something, like, or like a self-help book, or like some type of inspirational thing, like think positive. You can I don't know, you can through affirmations you can like change your circumstance, stuff like that. But um I need to get in with these libertarians, but they would be, they don't like, the only part that would be a problem is that I do have critiques against capitalism,
Mm-hmm.
and they love capitalism, so they
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're getting along with the panel verse. What is it? The anti-state people, like the people who don't want like what's it called, speeding limits and seat belts, and I don't know what to call that, but
right to travel.
yeah.
They call themselves sovereign, but I actually know there's like a big group of those people in Austin.
I was going to say, have you ever tried networking with those people?
Oh, I know some of them pretty well. I haven't networked with them recently, but I know some of those people pretty well. Because I used to be on Facebook, but then I like deleted my Facebook channel because I made some controversial statements, and I didn't want people looking at my page and like denying me employment and stuff. So I just got rid of all of it. But I used to work for Facebook, so I know how that works. Even if you delete your channel, it is stored. I mean, it may not be available to the public, but Facebook still has all that.
Right.
Yeah. It's just crazy. Well, I actually used to work. I probably shouldn't be talking about all this stuff. Mark Zuckerberg came, but I was not at work that day, and everybody was talking about how cool it was. But it was actually a pretty. They treat the employees like shit, but at the same time, they do take care of everybody. Like we had like gourmet chefs that prepared breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We had
Oh,
like
nice.
unlimited like drinks and like we had like fresh squeezed orange juice and like unlimited drinks and snacks. Um, I mean, they hook you up, but at the same time, they treat you like shit. They treat you
Damn.
like they're very demanding. They don't like if you make a mistake, they just don't give you any second chances. But I shouldn't be talking about Facebook. Let me just stop. But I don't know. I think I'm going to see how far I can take this. And this is an election season, so there are people who there are many people who would support this. I just think that talking on YouTube is not it served its purpose, but I really need to actually do the work.
You ready to take another step, the next step?
Yeah, yeah, because it's like I'm so many naysayers saying, "Oh, you're not going to change anything," and it's just like I'd rather show them than try to like argue with them. It's really hard to um argue against what I'm saying. It can't be done through the courts, which is why I didn't file a lawsuit. But politically, once you get organized, the legislature is not going to support it either because it's too controversial. I would have to get it put on the state ballot as an initiative, and a lot of people, I don't know. I can't speculate, but I think more people will be willing to support it than not. But it's
Okay.
all about how it's worded. If it's worded correctly, they would support it. Like if I worded like, do you think that a doctor, a medical doctor who assists somebody,
Should be
uh,
punished or
right? They're going to say no because he asked for it.
yeah. You might have some pushback with the Christian right thing, which I heard has a significant power in the United States.
I actually would love to debate one of those people. I think that would be
Yeah, that would be interesting. Shouldn't be too hard to find them around. Well, I'm just stereotyping, but
I don't even have to get to the right to die stuff. I could just debate them on antinatalism and this. I mean, we've had some Christians on DNW. I mean, I don't think they're like fundamentalists, but even those people are just like these arguments are so predictable. And when you actually know the Bible, it's like there's so many biblical verses that condone abortion and infanticide. So the Bible is not necessarily pro-life the way they think it is.
Ecclesiastes is pretty dark. Actually, I had a friend who was a pastor, and he wanted me to talk about antinatalism when he was covering Ecclesiastes.
Right.
It was weird because I felt like I was like honored, but at the same time, I felt like a circus sideshow thing. It's like, look at this weird idea. But people were okay.
Well, because it says be fruitful and multiply, but that's like one passage or whatever, and it's like, what about all these other verses that say not to procreate? and Jesus didn't procreate. I just think that basically it all boils down to the pride of life, that you're very worldly, and you're, even if you are a Christian, you should not be focused on worldly affairs. You should be focusing on the spiritual kingdom. And so if you're afraid of dying and you think you need to create a progeny in order to um, have more immortality through your progeny, that is a problem. You should not be clinging to life.
I agree with Hazel as a pessimist in terms of let be and let it go. I mean, this is just my opinion. I'm not like pushing back on you or anything. When it comes to antinatalism and any stuff to try and fix things, I'm of the position that it's fundamentally flawed to its core. There is no fixing what's already broken. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here.
Right. That's the reason why when they try to get me to like address the nuance and I'm like, I'm not addressing that. Like, I just want to decriminalize it. You guys figure out about these like I don't know, these nuance. I'm not. That has nothing to do with me. Like, the reason why, because I think if I do that, they think that I'm trying to reform what is already broken. I'm not doing it. I just want to dismantle the entire framework. My whole thing is just to expose the illegitimacy of it. I guess when I do get my nonprofit, I have to be specific about my policy positions, but that's not what I'm doing right now. I'm just exposing that it's illegitimate to force someone to exist against their will.
Yeah, but you're doing that because you want the right to no longer exist.
Right. Right. So the criminalization is illegitimate anyway. It should be decriminalized, and then if you guys want to figure out what you want to do after that, that is a separate conversation. But we're not there yet. I don't understand why. I guess you know what I need to do? I need to research the history of these statutes in the first place. Like, what happened leading up to it? Why did they criminalize it? Like, what was going on?
Yeah, I don't even know. That's a good. I've never even looked into that. Like from Canada either. It gets brought up in conversation, but I don't even know the history.
Because it was like under common law, it was like it was. I mean, it was prohibited under case law. But why would you need to codify that unless there was a serious problem? I'll do I'll look that up and figure out what was going on. Because I think that'll be a starting place for for what is the policy. Well, I mean, Glucksberg sort of says it, but okay, I'll read Glucksberg again, and then I'll go a little bit deeper than that. I don't know if Dennison is still here.
Did he fall asleep? I think so. Yeah, I had a bad case of insomnia, so I opened up YouTube and I saw you guys were live.
Oh my gosh, I'm like 5 hours in. I was just going to do like a little 45-minute thing, and it's just, as long as people are still talking, I'm not going to shut the live stream down.
Does it say on your end like how many people are viewing you?
It says 9.
Oh, interesting. I used to enjoy live streaming, but I don't know. I don't know what happened. takes a lot of energy at the same time.
I don't know. I think it's much easier than trying to like talk by yourself. It's like some people are renters, and I listen to some of these people, and they're just like, they can just go on and on
I
and
know.
on. I can't do that. I need some type of like feedback for me to respond to.
I also feel, I don't know how you feel about this. I felt like I was doing something unethical talking about philosophy on the internet when I want people to actually engage with the primary source.
I get that. I don't think it's unethical. I think basically you have to assume the role of the teacher. Like they should read the primary source, but
But I think teachers who don't teach their students to read primary sources, well, I don't want to say anything bad. I have friends who are teachers. I don't like this excerpt thing. It's like, just read excerpts of texts. It's like, man, people put in work to like write out their theories and just build the muscle, you know?
I think that is true. But at the same time, if you're just trying to affect change, like for
Oh yeah,
example,
I know.
I don't think vegans are reading the literature on veganism.
No,
They're not even questioning the philosophy at all. They're just like,
I had a lot of arguments back in the day with that stuff. Because yeah, nobody read the material. But then they say how passionate they are. They'll pour fake blood all over their naked bodies and yell at people, meat is murder. They won't read a single thing about the philosophy. It's just, I mean, again, they said, why do you need a book to like argue to reduce suffering? And I don't know, I've had so many arguments with that stuff. But they argue rights. Like they don't, I'm like, what right are you talking about? And they come up with their own mental gymnastics about what they mean by right. And then half of them don't even believe in natural rights or even believe in negative rights or positive duties or supererogatory duties. They don't believe in any of that. And then I'm like, then don't call yourself animal rights. But then I'm being pedantic. Sorry, I'm getting all triggered from like flashbacks from like 15 years ago.
no, vegan equilibrium was doing that to me. And I'm just like, you're arguing about rights. You don't even know what a right is. Like, I'm not trying to like insult you, but you're.
And it's so sad. He's dedicated his whole life to the fucking thing, right? That's what bothers me. It's like, if you dedicate your life to it, like just on a bored night, just read a chapter about it.
They'll listen to lectures, right? And like their frame of reference is always Gary, Yourofsky, whatever his name is.
Yourofsky, yeah.
I listened to that speech and I didn't find it compelling at all. I was like, this is so basic.
He self-titled it. People are like, oh, it's the greatest speech. No, he self-titled that. Like, it's not the greatest speech.
Yeah, but other people, like, you know, replayed his video or whatever on their channels and they used the same title.
It does motivate people. I'm not going to lie about that. Like, it did motivate a lot of people. But yeah, I mean, that's just charisma. There's no sound argumentation there.
When
I don't even think he believes in rights either. The thing with him and Catherine Klein and what was the other woman?
I can't remember her name, but I know who you're talking about.
Like, the stuff he was saying was absolutely bonkers. And you're telling me, what, 25 years in the animal rights movement, and he can't even... Humans aren't animals. Don't denigrate animals. And I'm going to condemn every animal rights philosopher. We're not moral agents. Okay, you just completely wiped out the complete theory of animal rights if we're not moral agents. It's gone. So I don't make rational choices ethically. So then what are you asking of me? Anyways, it was frustrating.
Right. I was going to like address it from like the like Ayn Rand type analysis, but I didn't want to accept Chickpea. I was just like, okay, well, it's just so because and even to like earlier, she was just like because she was she basically said I'm part of the 98%. She's like part of the 2% when it comes to procreation, but when it comes to consuming animal products, I'm a part of the 98%, and I'm a part of the problem. And I was trying. It's like I don't want to talk about it because I know how sensitive she is, but do I not get to defend myself, or do I just when it comes to her, I just let her like do it because she is an anti-natalist. So I do feel like she has credibility.
You like pick your battles, yeah.
If she had children, I would not tolerate it at all. Like that Shannon woman, no, you're not going to do it.
You be you on your channel.
Right. Well, we're just talking in a live stream, but if I would have made a specific video about like what Ayn Rand would think about that, she would basically put it in the same category as altruism, as self-sacrifice. Well, I did post the article on Substack. I just didn't talk about it on my channel.
I don't know how you moderate it is how you moderate because you wanted this channel to be specifically about this topic, right? And
right. I mean, I don't have to. Like, I think I've already laid out what I think about it, and it's the problem is that they assume that because you don't agree with their approach that you don't care about animals. I mean, I told Chickpea, I'm like, well, even if I were to go vegan, it's not going to change anything. I'm not. If I chose tofu over chicken, that chicken is still going to be slaughtered. I mean, it's not to say that it doesn't accomplish anything, but on an individual level, I'm not really killing that chicken. That chicken was already slaughtered. So I don't like. It's not like I'm literally killing that chicken. I just think people get hysterical about that. That if I chose a vegan option, I guess the problem is that they don't see it as being a serious sacrifice.
And the longer you're vegan, the less you forget. I remember it was effort. But it's been so many years that I just don't even think about it. You know what I mean? So, and especially Chickpea, like if she's been living that way for a long time, for her, it's just like second nature, right?
How long have you been a vegan?
2015. How many years is that?
Wow. So for you, it's just nothing. You don't even think.
Yeah,
about
I don't even think about it. I remember when like the first maybe 6 months to a year. Yeah, I had to read every single label. I was like, because there was animal products and stuff I didn't even know. And then, yeah, I mean, you do it for a while. It's just, you know what to buy. I go into the grocery store, I pick up my plant milk and my vegan options, and I just live my life. I barely, it doesn't take mental cognitive effort anymore.
Okay, but like I don't know. Like if you're at work and then they like have like free food, you can't eat it because it's not vegan. Or if you're running late for work and like McDonald's is the only thing that's open,
You have a veggie burger.
Oh, my McDonald's doesn't have that.
No. You don't have A&W over there, right?
No.
There's veggie burger places now.
I mean, the only vegan option would be to go to Taco Bell and just get a plain burrito with like no cheese on it.
Yeah.
I almost want. The only reason why I'm not going to do it is because I know what's going to happen. If I were to talk about it, I'm not going to get any serious engagement. They're just going to unsubscribe and think, "Oh, you just don't care about animals." Like,
Wait, what?
When I listened to Gary's speech, what I didn't hear is any human component to it. It was all about the animals, nothing about the effort that it takes to go vegan. He just glossed over the nutrition component of it. He just basically said it's healthier to go plant based anyway. So who cares?
I don't know how educated he is on the nutrition part.
And that's the part. It's like I see those specific points. I think is misleading, and that's where I really want to push back. If you want to say that the sacrifice is justified because it's for the animals, that's one thing. But don't gaslight me and tell me that it's better. Like there's no plant-based preformed collagen. So you're basically depriving yourself of collagen, which means you're going to age faster. I don't know how vegans would get. I mean, I guess you can get it's not LLAs, but it's the precursors for LLAs. But you have to. I don't know, man. If I didn't know anything about nutrition, I would just say, oh, just take a plant-based alternative. But it's not the same. It's just not the same. You can't get the same. Even the bioavailability of like a plant-based option it doesn't even come close.
Mm.
Like the protein, I guess you can get the protein, but the macronutrients, no, you cannot. Even calcium is not absorbed from the same way from a plant-based source. And I took a nutrition course, and can you do it? Yes, but are you taking a risk? You are taking a risk. Especially if you don't do it right, if you don't actually pay attention to your macronutrients.
Yeah. I think that's why there's such a high turnover rate.
And for me, it's just not justified. It's not about my individual consumption. It's about the movement as a whole. Like if they're going to continue procreating, which I think is the root cause of it, and they're not going to even consider that, they think anti-natalism is stupid. I'm just not going to. If you're not going to compromise, I'm not going to compromise. So it's not even about the animals for me. It's about the vegans themselves. When I saw, basically on that, I can tell you, it was Unnatural Vegan when she's made 2 videos, saying that anti-natalism is stupid.
I remember those. Yeah.
Vegan Gains said it was stupid.
It actually made someone an antinatalist. I think ethical. Do you remember Ethicological?
That name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure.
She was one of the ones from 2019, I think. She saw the Unnatural Vegan video, and the arguments against antinatalism convinced her, like, oh, antinatalism sounds reasonable. So it had the opposite effect.
Well, Shannon was telling me that if I went vegan first, then I could, as a vegan, I can convince other vegans to become anti-natalist. I was like, no, you don't know what they're saying. And I was trying to tell her what Unnatural Vegan said. She just kept like trying to chastise me and going on and on as if I don't know. I think I've spent more time in this community than you have. You don't know what vegans are saying about anti-natalists.
What does Freely say?
She said, well, I guess she was child-free. She just believed that you don't need to procreate. And then she made, I think she took it down. She made a more recent video basically saying procreation is natural. And
Okay.
I used to think it was unethical, but now I just had to rethink it, and now it's okay because everybody wants to have children. It's natural, and it's just like you would never say that about consuming animal products.
Yeah.
Well, I posted it in her comment section. Maybe that's why she took it down. I just think they always make these logical fallacy arguments, and they get hyper rational, and they use it to debunk people. But you can't use these logical fallacies against them because they're doing it for the animals, so their cause is sacrosanct. but yours is just stupid. Yours is just a death cult. You just need to get over yourself, stop whining, and think about the animals.
Bounded rationality.
Even like the whole my phobia with the rats, they're just like, get over it. Like I'm just like, you know what? Why would I sign up for that? And I was trying to convince Chickpea, like even they're attacking you because you feed your cats fish.
Yeah.
So you can't win with them. Like I don't know why you would even want to associate yourself with that.
Well, I don't like I don't like most antinatalists and I don't like most vegans. I'm a pick-me in both camps, but I still hold the positions because I think they're correct for myself. I don't need to fit in with everybody else. I mean, it'd be nice if like this is why I'm surprised you say I come in with a different vibe, but ever since I got involved in both these things, it's interesting because it's mostly vegans and it's mostly antinatalists who attack me. It's never natalists and it's never meat eaters who attack me. It's always been the in-group. So
I think they're upset because of your critiques on Ephilism. Yeah,
but I'm not an like it's weird because Ephialists don't accept antinatalists. So if they want to do their own thing, fine, go off and do your own thing. I'm an antinatalist. Like this was supposed to be our space. Leave us alone. Like they're the ones that encroached on our turf. If you don't like antinatalism, fine, go do your Ephilism thing.
Okay, let me respond to this comment. Some vegans don't want to become antinatalists because it is a sacrifice to them. Some antinatalists don't want to become vegan because it's a sacrifice to them. The problem is that they think that you should make the sacrifice even though they don't want to reciprocate. They think that you should go plant-based while they still say that antinatalism is stupid. It doesn't go both ways. I know there are some antinatalists who are vegan, but I'm talking about the numbers. Most vegans think that antinatalism is stupid and they're not even willing to consider it. They don't even consider it as they think that it's only for human benefits or, it's only beneficial for humans. They don't even see it as being beneficial to animals. That if you reduce the human population, you actually decrease the demand for animal products also. And to me, that is so obvious, but it's like you have to explain it to them. They just want more people here so they can go plant-based, as if that isn't a problem also, that even going plant-based does not solve the problem of animal, I'm not going to say exploitation, but it doesn't eliminate crop deaths for sure. They can only compare themselves to people who exist who aren't vegan to say we're better than you, but they can't compare themselves to people who don't exist. Because someone who doesn't exist causes zero harm to animals. But again, the definition is a problem because it's only dealing with animal exploitation, not animal harm. So you can harm animals as long as you don't exploit them. This is what I was trying to tell Chickpea, but I knew I don't really want to do that because I don't want to upset her. So I'd rather not even talk about it.
Yeah, but you kind of, I get it. I totally get it.
And when she says, she's like, I've always been supportive of you. I support your channel. I got your book. So I'm like, okay, well.
Honestly, I feel like even if you do upset her, she'd still be cool. I mean.
No, the other day it got really, really heated.
Which one? I got to go through all these old live streams. I feel like I've missed so much.
She was calling Witchy Bitchy fat and stupid, and she called somebody else a little stupid man.
Oh my god!
And I was there, but I didn't say anything because I knew it was getting ugly.
But she comes back the next day and she's cool with everyone mostly.
Well, I didn't know she was mad at me. Witchy Bitchy said that it was directed at me too, but I don't know.
It's just, all the beliefs that you hold. Like I heard the conversation you had with the you were talking about your conservative queerness or views, and like you hold so many views that are, how do I put this, controversial, that if you just policed yourself, it feels like you're tying your hands behind your own back or like muzzling yourself. And it's like, I don't know. Society's done that for me. It's like, just do your work and shut the fuck up. And I'm like, no, I'm too old and cranky to do that. I'll just say what I want to say. I just don't like that idea. If you have an opinion, share it. And I don't know.
I mean, it's like I know that, but at the same time, when I do make that type of content, I do lose subscribers. But I don't know who these people are. But it's like specific. Now I know I am upsetting one person in particular.
Yeah, and you care.
Huh?
And you care of not upsetting the person.
Yeah, because I like her. I don't want her to be like, you know.
I get that.
But if it was anybody else, I wouldn't care. I don't care about what Shannon thinks, Vegan Equilibrium, Vegan. I don't give a shit about any of those people. So the best I can do is try to not talk about. I still don't agree with it, but I can just keep it to myself, at least, especially when I'm on Finding Gnosis channel. But she did ask me. She like put me on the spot. Like you're part of the 2%. You're part of the 98%. And I had to tell her, well, even if I did choose a plant-based option, it doesn't change anything. I mean, I don't know if that's important to most vegans to know that they're not changing anything. It's just, well, at least I didn't participate in it. At least I didn't pay for it.
Right. A boycott, an individual boycott.
I would like to see some type of study about that, because if it's only 2%, I keep saying it, you're offsetting whatever harm reduction you are by the fact that you're creating more omnivores. It's just on the back end, it's a net loss for animal welfare. If you don't stop procreating, it doesn't do anything.
I feel like the vegan eugenics thing has been climbing. I keep hearing that more often. People are like, we'll create more children to be vegans, and
that's a stupid argument. That's the worst.
I made a joke saying I'll create more children to be anti-natalists.
Well, I think Lawrence Anton sort of agrees with that. It's so no, and the extinctionist, pro-extinctionist people.
I heard that. I heard there's a guy that like donates his sperm. I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
Well, because I was in his comment section. Apparently, he only supports animal extinction, but he's okay with humans procreating in order to achieve animal extinction.
I thought it was like he wants humans to continue to persist so that we can do a global extinction. Was that not the case? I haven't looked into it that much.
I'm only responding to my interaction with him in his comment section.
Okay.
And I said, well, you know, are you okay with human procreation? He's like, of course, we need humans to save animals.
There you go.
I actually did a live stream about that, and I was reading the comments, and I'm just like, wow.
The amount of natalists that are involved in anti-natalism spaces is ridiculous. And then other ANs barely get angry about that. It's weird. Like the Lawrence Anton procreating to displace wild animals suffering. Like, come on.
Because they see it as harm reduction, and you know, um, the
Yeah, but as soon as the words leave your mouth, as an antinatalist, I ought to procreate. As soon as you say that out of your mouth, shouldn't you like take a step back?
No, because they can manipulate you, and then they couch it in animal welfare. So it sounds good because you're, what, even though what you're saying is incorrect, it's for a greater good. And so if you reject altruism as a baseline, that you're going to sacrifice one cause for another or sacrifice humans for animals, then you're not going to fall for it. But a lot of people, it just sounds like one mushy thing, especially if they don't read, they don't understand the difference. You don't know what Benatar said or whatever. Like, you just, it sounds good, it feels good, so I agree with you.
I am pro Oreo and meat alternatives. If it's the Oreo because of the palm oil, is that what you're hinting at? Because Oreos are supposed to be vegan, but I could understand some people being like, if there's palm oil in there, then it's not.
What's wrong with the meat alternatives?
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with meat alternatives. I haven't heard much about that.
So palm oil isn't vegan. Why? Because they use animals to bring the.
I think palm oil, like they were tearing down certain areas of land where there's like orangutans, and it was harming the. Oh, anybody who's like going to hear this is going to be like, "You're a terrible vegan." Palm oil. Palm oil is highly controversial to its role as leading driver of deforestation in Southeast Asia. It destroys biodiverse tropical rainforests, and it endangers species such as orangutans. There's a whole thing about it if you Google it.
Impossible Meat did animal testing. I just don't get that. So
yeah, but like plant food uses crop dust. Like I mean, you can take it so far. And again, you seen what happened with Chickpea, right? She has a cat, and yeah, when I got involved in the vegan thing, the cat debate was there, and that's never going to go away.
So if it's wrong to test on animals, is it okay to test on humans, or what is that? I guess they would say yes because what, humans consented to it? Or do you just put products out without any testing at all and just take your chance that it's safe? You can't even get it approved by FDA without some type of clinical trial. It's just, I mean, I had a period where I couldn't get work, and I actually was like a professional lab rat where I just like went to clinical studies, and I was like,
there was a time I was thinking about doing the same thing. Yeah.
And it actually, I mean, you can actually people make good money out there. They do, like, they just go like all across the country and just do back-to-back studies. I met some interesting people in those things. I haven't done it in a very long time.
Oh, so I don't even know if I answered the person's question. I'm not a level 10 or level 5 vegan police. I don't do that. But nobody cares what I think. Like, I'm not the gatekeeper of veganism. I don't even think I am vegan. I think the vegan definition comes from a different tradition than animal rights theory. I believe in animal rights, and more specifically, animal negative rights. I just use veganism as a shorthand for whenever someone confronts me.
So would you ever eat something that had like a trace amount of animal products, like, you know?
I don't think the wrong maker is in the consumption. I don't think anybody's harmed with consumption. It's whether or not bringing two wrong makers, ending a life, paying someone else to end the life, and to create the life. Those are the wrong makers for me.
Okay, so I guess paying for it is the problem for most people.
Well, I'm not most people. I
No,
think
no,
most vegans,
I'm talking about in a scenario that they are actually purchasing the animal product.
right? And with the caveat that ought implies can. If you if you can't do the thing, then there is no ought there. So a lot of people bring up like, well, if there is no option, I have to eat the animal or I have to buy the animal product. That to me isn't a counter to my argument. It's like, if you have a choice, then which choice are you going to go to? And I usually apply it to myself. I'm like, if I can, so some people will be like, well, I can't live a healthy life as on a plant-based diet. Okay, what if I can? What excuse do I have? I have to, if I can do it, then what? I don't have that excuse.
Well,
So
that's what my Substack article addresses, and what I was telling Chickpea. I wasn't addressing it to Chickpea, but I was talking to the rest of the panel, and I guess it rubbed her the wrong way. I'm basically saying that you're punishing people for intelligence. Like, the higher your cognitive capacity, the greater duty you have to be ethical. Because if you were primitive and you didn't have access to grocery stores, nobody would expect you to go vegan. And if you didn't have the intellect, so for example, animals who don't have the capacity for moral reasoning, they're allowed to be natural or exist in their natural state. But because you have superior intellect and because you're a civilized man, because, in the words of Ayn Rand, because you have achieved, you must be punished for that. It's a tax against your intellect.
yeah, it is. That's
And
the
that's
whole
where
thing
I would
about
push
moral
back.
agency.
Because it's on the tax, the guilt, the it's only being levied against the civilized man. I'm almost inclined to do it, but I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Especially when I just got like more subscribers. If I do, I know I'm going to lose subscribers. But I did put it on Substack. I don't know if anybody reads that.
But isn't that attacking moral agency?
It's not moral agency. It's about, if you're going to have one standard, then it has to apply universally. It's not. Let me.
Well,
Let,
we
let me.
don't. With lions, they literally rape and eat each other. Well, I'm not going to do that as a human.
It's not really that short of an article. I don't know.
You want to review it now?
I don't have to go through it, but I'll just let me know when to stop. Quaman, what Ayn Rand would have said about misanthropic veganism. There's an argument at the heart of vegan activism that never gets examined as closely as it deserves. It goes like this: eating animals is a moral failure, not merely a choice Rand might disagree with, but a civilizational wrong, a form of bigotry called speciesism. And anyone who continues to eat meat has revealed something ugly about themselves. Rand, I suspect, might have found this argument fascinating, not because it is persuasive, but because it so perfectly illustrates the philosophical con she spent her entire career exposing. The accusation of speciesism destroys itself. They define speciesism as the arbitrary privileging of one species over another. They apply this charge to humans who prioritize human interests. They do this while themselves prioritizing animal interests above human interests. They have not eliminated species hierarchy. They have simply installed a new one with different winners and losers, and declare their own hierarchy a moral imperative while calling the alternative a moral crime. Rand would have pressed this point hard. Why is prioritizing animals over humans correct while prioritizing humans over animals is bigotry? What logical principle makes one preference a universal law and the other a moral failure? No coherent answer exists. What exists instead is emotion, imagery, and the expression of someone who considers the question beneath serious engagement. What they will not give is a rational argument, because the rational argument does not exist. Their position is a preference elevated to a commandment by sheer force of moral self-confidence. And moral self-confidence, however intense, is not a substitute for logical justification. This is just a quote from Atlas Shrugged, which I just pulled off the internet. Rand would not have left them alone because they have not left humanity alone. The moment they began wielding their preference as a moral weapon against others, they invited the scrutiny that, they would have now received. A preference is not a law. A preference is a value judgment made by a conscious being and according to her own nature, her own experience, her own hierarchy of values. Preferences are not arbitrary. They have causes, they reflect character, and they can be more or less consistent with reason. But a preference is not, by virtue of being sincerely held or intensely felt, a universal moral obligation binding on every other conscious being on earth. The misanthropic vegan prefers animals to humans. This is her preference. She is entitled to hold it. She may live it entirely. She may live by it entirely. What she is not entitled to do, and what Rand would have argued forcefully, is declare her preference a moral axiom and denounce as bigots all those whose preferences differ. She is not entitled to take the fact that she values animals over humans and transform it through accusation, guilt, and social pressure into a standard that everyone else must meet on pain of moral condemnation. She has done nothing more than choose a side in a hierarchy she claims to reject. She has done so without justification, without argument, and without the self-awareness to notice that the charge she levels at others lands with equal force on herself. Intelligence as punishment. This is the part I want to address. There is a specific argument Rand would have addressed with particular force because it represents the most complete inversion of rational ethics in this debate. It goes as follows. The lion cannot be held to an ethical standard because it lacks the cognitive capacity for moral reasoning. The human can be held to one precisely because she possesses that capacity. Therefore, humans must abstain from consuming animals. Animals need not. Sit with what that actually says. The lion, lacking reason, is exempt from moral obligation and free to consume whatever it chooses. The human, possessing reason, the highest faculty in the known universe, the capacity that has produced medicine, art, philosophy, and civilization itself, is penalized for that possession. She must surrender freedom that the lion enjoys without question. She must restrict her diet, discipline her appetites, and subordinate her interests to animals who cannot be asked to reciprocate in any form. In this framework, intelligence is not an achievement to be celebrated. It is a liability to be taxed. The smarter you are, the more you owe. The more capable of reason, the greater obligation to sacrifice. The lion eats freely because it cannot think. You must restrict yourself because you can. This is not an ethical argument. It is punishment for cognitive achievement dressed in the language of moral responsibility. This is another quote from Fountainhead. Rand's philosophy held that man's rational faculty is the highest value, the root of everything that makes human life possible and worth living. To take that faculty and weaponize it as the justification for human self-abnegation is to turn the greatest human achievement into a source of perpetual guilt. It's to tell the most capable being on earth that capacity obligates suffering. It is to make excellence its own punishment. She would have rejected it completely at the root without qualification, and she would have gone further. The argument is not a logical deduction. It is a feeling, the feeling of someone who resents human dominance and has constructed a philosophical framework designed to dismantle it. The conclusion came first. The argument was assembled afterward to justify it. This is a method not of a philosopher, but of an ideologue. The only species forbidden to be itself. Follow this logic to its natural conclusion, and you arrive at a remarkable place. The human being is the only creature on earth that is morally forbidden to behave in accordance with its own nature. Every other species consume what its biology equips it to consume. The wolf is not condemned for the deer. The eagle is not shamed for the wolf. The whale is not a moral crime for the krill. Nature is red and tooth and claw, and no species, none, is asked to exempt itself from that reality on ethical grounds, except one, the human being. Uniquely, exclusively, is told that her participation in the food chain is a moral atrocity, not because she lacks the capacity to choose otherwise, but because she possesses it. Her ability to reflect on her choices is used against her. Her capacity for ethics is transformed into a permanent ethical debt she can never fully repay. Every other animal is free to be what it is. Only humans are required to be something else, something diminished, restricted, and perpetually apologetic for appetites that have sustained the species across the entire span of its existence. Rand would have asked, who benefits from a world in which only humans are required to suppress their nature? Who constructed this framework, and what did they resent about humanity deeply enough to build it? Because this is not a framework designed to elevate life, it's a framework designed to diminish a specific kind of life, the human kind. Anyone willing to think clearly for 60 seconds can see it. Guilt as the engine of the kind. The mechanism by which this framework operates is guilt, specifically the manufacture of guilt in people who have done nothing wrong. Here's how it works. First, establish as an unquestioned premise that animal suffering and human suffering are morally equivalent, or that animal suffering is worse because humans caused it deliberately. Second, frame every act of eating meat as a conscious choice to participate in atrocity. Third, make the ordinary person feel that her lunch is a confession of sin requiring absolution. Fourth, offer that absolution through compliance. Notice what this requires. It requires that you accept without argument the foundational premise that animal welfare equals or exceeds human welfare. This premise is presented not as a philosophical position open to debate, but as something only a moral monster would question. To question it is to confirm yourself as the specious bigot they have already decided you are. The debate is over before it begins. This is not a philosophy. It is a thought-terminating trap, and Rand would have known immediately what kind of mind constructs this thought-terminating trap. A mind that knows its foundational premises cannot survive open rational examination. The glaringly evident thing here is the entire emphasis of moral urgency they have constructed rests on nothing more than their own preference. A preference for animals over humans that they have never justified, cannot justify, and which collapses the moment it is held to the same standard of scrutiny they demand of everyone else. Let me know if you want me to stop. The misanthropy they will not name. Rand would have named the thing that polite critics decline to name, misanthropy. There are those within this movement who will say, without embarrassment, that they care more about animals than about human beings. That when a person suffers, it is whining. That when an animal suffers, it is a civilization-level moral emergency. That they find humans on the whole less worthy of sympathy, less interesting, less deserving of moral consideration than the creatures they champion. This is not a caricature. It is a position stated plainly, defended publicly, and held without apparent self-examination by the meaningful portion of this movement's most vocal members. She would have pressed this question that goes further to the heart of this entire phenomenon. Is it a coincidence that the species that these activists have chosen to devalue is the same species responsible for reason, industry, agriculture, technology, and the productive transformation of nature? Is it a coincidence that the creatures they have elevated are precisely those that exist outside the domain of human achievement, that have never built, never produced, never created, and never will? Rand would not have thought it a coincidence. The real grievance, she would have argued, is not animal suffering, it is human civilization, its dominance, its productivity, its unapologetic transformation for the natural world in service of human life. The cow is a symbol. The steakhouse is a symbol. What is actually on trial is the human being's right to exist as a productive, consuming, world-altering agent without guilt. The animals are not asking. There is a dimension of this demand that Rand would have found particularly worth naming, because it exposes something that the activists themselves prefer not to examine. No animal has ever questioned human abstinence on its behalf. The demand originates entirely from other humans, humans who have appointed themselves spokespeople for the creatures that have no awareness of the arrangement, no capacity to consent to it, and no ability to reciprocate anything in return. This means the transaction being demanded is not between humans and animals. It is between humans and other humans. When a vegan activist insists you change your diet, she is not relaying a message from the animal kingdom. She is expressing her own preference and demanding that you restructure your life to honor it. You are not being asked to accommodate the animal. You are being asked to accommodate her feelings about the animal. The animal is a rhetorical device. The actual demand is one person's emotional comfort being elevated to a claim on your behavior. Rand would have found the asymmetry here breathtaking in its audacity. When you alter your diet, your culture, your social life, your relationship with food built over a lifetime, you are not doing it for the cow. The cow does not know. The cow doesn't benefit in any direct or traceable sense. You are doing it to satisfy the moral sensibility of the other person, to make them feel better, to spare them the discomfort of knowing you eat meat. And what do they offer in return? Nothing. No reciprocity is expected, none is offered, and the demand that you give it is treated as self-evidently justified. Rand would have called this exactly what it is, a one-way claim. Someone extracting value from your compliance, your sacrifice, your self-modification, while offering nothing in return and framing the extraction as a moral obligation you owe them. There's something particularly revealing about the use of the animal as an intermediary, because routing the demand through a third party that cannot speak, the activist insulates her preference from scrutiny. If she said plainly, I prefer a world where no one eats meat, and I want you to change your behavior to match my preference, the naked selfishness of that demand would be obvious. You would be entirely within your rights to say, that is your preference, why does it obligate me? But by substituting the animal, by saying, I am not asking for myself, I'm asking for the suffering creature, she reframes a moral preference as a moral emergency. The demand is no longer hers, it belongs to the voiceless victim she has appointed herself to represent. And now, if you refuse, you are not merely declining to honor her preference, you are choosing to perpetuate the suffering. You are the aggressor, she is merely the messenger. Rand spent her entire career identifying exactly this move, the displacement of personal desire onto an abstraction, society, the collective, the greater good, in order to give it coercive moral force it would never have stated honestly. The animal plays the same role here that people plays in collectivist philosophy. It is a laundering mechanism for one person's will, and Rand would have insisted on stripping the proxy away entirely, stating the transaction plainly. You have a preference, I have a preference. Yours does not outrank mine, and if you want me to change my behavior for your comfort, tell me what you are prepared to offer in exchange. If the answer is nothing, if you believe your preference entitles you to my sacrifice at no cost to yourself, then you are not making an ethical argument, you are making a demand, and the correct response to an unjustified demand is refusal. I think this is the last section. Yeah, let me just read this last bit. What rational ethics actually requires. It is worth being clear about what Rand would have argued. She would not have said that animal suffering is morally irrelevant. She would not have said that cruelty is acceptable or that the treatment of animals is beneath ethical consideration. She would have said something more fundamental. The standard of ethics is human life. The beneficiary of morality is the rational being capable of moral thought. Any ethical framework that punishes rational beings for their rationality, that elevates the instinctual above the intellectual, that demands the capable subordinate themselves to the incapable, that framework has destroyed by the very foundation that makes ethics possible. A rational ethics, in her view, would acknowledge that humans are part of nature, that consuming animals is natural to the human organism, and the decision of how and what to eat belongs entirely to the individual making it. A rational ethics would hold that your preferences, however different from mine, do not obligate me. A rational ethics would recognize that the free market, not the guilt campaign, is the appropriate arena for competing visions on how to live. If you believe plant-based food is superior, produce it, sell it. Let it compete. Win people over with value, with quality, with genuine persuasion addressed to their reason and their appetite. That is the method of a person who respects other beings as sovereign individuals capable of making their own choices. The guilt campaign, the shaming, the speciesism accusation, the legislation. These are methods of a person who has already decided that other beings cannot be trusted to reach the correct conclusion on their own and has appointed herself to correct them by force. that person does not respect humanity, she has contempt for it. And Rand would have recognized the philosophy she has built as a monument to that contempt. Dressed in borrowed ethical language, it has done nothing to earn. Putting animals first is a preference, putting humans first is a preference. Neither preference is self-evidently correct. Neither constitutes a universal moral law by virtue of being sincerely held. The question, the only honest question, which question is consistent with a rational, life-affirming ethics? And the answer is, if each one is willing to think it through without flinching, it's not difficult to reach. Life is the standard of value. Reason is the means of sustaining it. The human being, the only creature capable of both, is not a moral criminal for existing as she is. She is not obligated to punish herself for the cognitive achievement that distinguishes her from every other species. She is not required to treat her intelligence as a debt she owes to beings that cannot reciprocate, cannot reason, and cannot even comprehend the sacrifice being demanded on her behalf. Rand's answer would have been unambiguous. You are not guilty for being human. Your intelligence is not a punishment. Your nature is not a crime. Sorry, I know that was long.
No, it wasn't. It might have been long to read, but like
Yeah.
verbally, but that's not long.
That's my position. I think you're like the whole movement is punishing humans for their intellect and for civilization.
Right.
Even in that case, if you're feeding your cats fish, and let me stop.
Why? You just read the whole thing. In for a penny, in for a
Yeah,
pound.
that's not an attack on anybody specific. That's just me stating my position.
Mhm.
The cat gets to eat fish because why? I mean, so the cat gets to eat fish, but you must deprive yourself and take a B12 supplement because you're more intelligent than a cat.
So, okay, so you said it's not a critique of moral agency and moral patienthood or moral subjects. Can you explain why it wouldn't be that? I don't understand.
It's not a critique of moral agency. No, what I'm saying is that they're basically punishing you for being a moral agent. The more intelligent you are, the greater your duty is to sacrifice.
But so I do differentiate between moral agents and a moral subject. Like when a lion rapes another lion, I'm not going to participate in that behavior just because I'm human, because I can reason morally.
Right, and that is a hierarchy of values that you have chosen for yourself, and that is absolutely justified. But to create an ethical framework around that, and then basically expecting everybody else to sacrifice because of someone else's moral preferences, is completely unjustified. The guilt, the speciesism accusations are completely unjustified. The whole framework is based on speciesism. It's basically the smarter you are, the more civilized you are, you must be punished for it.
But it's not. So speciesism to me means that when you're evaluating ethical I don't even know what to call it, like ethical problems or ethical things that you're going to question, you're not using species membership as the factor as why you're going to do the thing to justify what you are thinking of. So, for example, if I say, I want to do action A to this being, I am justified because of their species membership. To me, I don't think that's sufficient justification just because they belong to another species. It would have to be another quality, i.e., agency or patienthood. And that would be the differentiation, not necessarily the different species, even though they are a different species. That's not the qualifier. That's not the quality. that I'm using as the justification. So for when someone says speciesism, it's just saying, for me anyway, is that if I ask you, what is the reason you're going to treat X case differently than Y case, and you just say species membership, to me, that would be an unjustified reason to treat those two cases differently.
But the only people who are capable of going vegan are humans. So speciesism is built into the entire framework. And when you listen to these people, when they talk about how we need to create more humans in order to liberate animals, only humans, because of their superior intellect, have a duty to liberate animals. So humans must suffer. Humans must be bred into this oppressive system in order to liberate animals, because they are putting a hierarchy on the value of animals over humans. They all do this. The Ethalists do this. The extinctionist group do this, and I would say most vegans do this also. If you talk about your suffering as a human, it's just you're whining, get over it, Toyota Corolla yourself. But if it's any animal, all of a sudden they come with their crocodile tears.
I mean, I haven't followed the vegan movement for a while, but if the critique is based on the movement, from what I've seen before, absolutely. I mean, Chickpea has been open about that. She would save a cat than a drowning baby. George Martin said he is an animal supremacist. I don't know what Vegan Gain says, but it wouldn't surprise me if he said something crazy.
Yeah, he said the same thing. He prefers animals over humans. That is a value preference that you have chosen for yourself. So if you value animals over humans, why am I not allowed to value humans over animals?
Mm-hmm.
But they see it as being this universally correct. It can't even be questioned, because if you even disagree with them, that means that you're a moral monster. How can you dare say that humans are more valuable than animals?
Yeah, they see themselves as like stewards of protecting vulnerable beings.
Self-appointed people who just speak on behalf of animals. I can say the same thing. I can say, used to be an anti-natalist for the animals, and I can self-deputize myself as the spokesperson for all animals and say nobody should procreate, because if you do, you're harming. They're not going to take me seriously because I don't have a movement behind me. They have this whole framework and this whole definition in a vegan society. The
vegan society has a definition. I don't know if the movement has a framework. These are just like, I don't know, emergent properties from a movement that have different ideological bents. Like this is, you already told me you read the literature, right? So this is not it, right?
There is an actual vegan framework. They just don't know what it is. They haven't read the literature. So they're just going off of emotions. They watch the videos of the slaughterhouses and that's where it starts.
Yeah, and they feel bad. And and I get it. I grew up in the country, so I've seen slaughter stuff. It didn't faze me. It had to deal with the reasons and justifications for animal use and death and now creation. That's a little bit of a harder sell. But if you think about it, most vegans are arguing for when they argue that we should abstain or boycott products, the logic is that you reduce the demand, right? So there would be less animals being brought into existence. That the value asymmetry between existence and non-existence is there. I just don't think they talk like that.
But the problem is that they never actually establish that they actually are reducing them. It's theoretical. In theory, if enough people abstain from animal products, yes, it would decrease the demand. But are they actually decreasing the demand? They're not. They're not. It's not. There is no evidence that they are actually reducing the demand.
Right.
Only thing they can prove is that they are increasing a demand for plant alternatives. It's being offset because the population growth is outpacing the number of vegans.
Right.
If you actually look at this intellect, it's not accomplishing anything. I would say that you care about animal welfare, yes, you can be vegan or go plant-based, but your first priority should be to not procreate.
I mean, you know, I'm not going to fight you on that one.
But yet they do, though. So that's why I can't take them seriously. So when somebody like Shannon, you know, comes out after she pimped her 8-year-old to go to some Florida house, I don't respect you. You have
To
no
be fair,
standard.
I think in one of the like panels, I think she did say she hasn't been introduced to these ideas. I may be remembering it wrong. Do you recall?
She said that, but she still made a comment about how nobody should procreate except vegans.
Right, right. But if she's introduced to anti-nihilism for the first time, I'd let like the seed, like plant the seed and let that simmer and grow for a little bit. Because once you start talking about like, okay, yeah, maybe there's some positive utility by bringing a being into existence, but now you're using another sentient being as a means to an end. Does that accord with your values? I mean, some people can bite the bullet on that, but what do you think?
What do you think about? What do you guys think about veganism from the ontological standpoint and utilitarian standpoint? I see a lot of duty ethic vegans saying suffering or suffering reduction doesn't matter. It bothers me. I'm a consequentialist, so I don't agree with that. But I think you believe in virtue ethics or something. Right?
I'd say it's non-consequentialist oriented. So yeah, type of virtue deontological oriented. I haven't like put a solid flag in one camp of saying I am this or that. But I think when you say consequentialism, you're thinking about the outcomes versus saying what is moral is what for the greater good, regardless of using a means to an end.
Right.
So like if you could procreate to reduce suffering, you would still say that's wrong.
No, for the individual. Because if I procreate, I'm still harm. I don't care about the greater good. I'm talking about the individual. So if
but the theory of consequentialism is for the greater good.
Okay.
We could look it up right now. You have a browser thing, right?
Let me.
Because I know the way you're saying consequentialism, you're saying like you do care about the outcome of said action, and if it'll harm or be unethical to the individual. But consequentialism and utilitarianism is maximizing the good or maximizing positive utility, or if you're a negative utilitarian, you're just reducing the amount of suffering regardless of duties.
Consequential is it? I don't know if this is like the official. I think it's really simple. Let me just read the Oxford definition. The doctrine that the morality of an action is judged solely by its consequences. Like that's really, I know there's different types of consequential, but that's what I'm talking about. The consequences is.
What if you go down, like click on that thing that says, what is consequential in simple terms?
I'm sorry, which one?
It's like people also, yeah.
Right. So what my viewpoint is, if I choose the tofu, am I actually saving the chicken? I'm not. So to me, it doesn't change anything. If I don't procreate, I'm actually saving an actual person from suffering and dying. It's not about the greater good for society. It's about that individual.
So here's what I get. Consequentialism is an ethical theory holding that morality of action is judged solely on its consequences, often aiming to maximize overall good. It's that last part.
Overall good for who, though? For the individual or for the collective?
Collective.
I don't know. I think I think it depends on how you're using it. I don't care about the collective.
Like if you just care about the individual.
Right. If I knew that if I chose to eat some chickpeas, am I going to save that chicken? Then it would actually matter. But if that chicken is still going to be slaughtered anyway, to me, it's not justified. Oh, I don't know how I did that.
Anyway, I'm against using people as a means to an end. And I care about the individual, not the collective.
Right. That's how I mean, I agree with that.
What would
That's
you
why I
call
was
a
trying to say
person?
chickpea, but I didn't want to upset her. I just stopped, you know.
Wait, what would upset her? Which part?
That what she's talking about is virtue ethics, that basically you're vegan because it makes you feel bad, but it's not actually changing anything. Like, I didn't want to say that because I knew it's just so hard when somebody's actually levying a charge at you and you can't even respond because you're trying to spare their feelings.
Yeah.
You know what? In the future, I just won't talk about it, especially on DNW's channel. I can do it on my channel, but if they bring it up, though, to me, it's almost fair game. Like, don't bring it
Yeah,
up.
I mean, if they push you, like, you have a right. It's like I've seen people say they don't want you talking about the right to die, but then they keep pushing you to talk about it. So it's like, well, if you don't want me to talk about it, don't ask the question, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen any serious debates like with the vegan because I think people are afraid to touch it because they know that they're going to be seen as a moral monster. To say, like,
I think Catherine Klein would be very good for you to talk to. She seems like she knows her shit.
When I listen to like that Ed guy when he goes like on college campuses, I'm like, you're finding like the most I don't know, impressionable people ever to debate. Even the ones who are like do pushback, it's not based on like ethics. It's based on, oh, I'm a Christian. God made animals for us to consume. It's just like I haven't seen any serious pushback from any of them. Well, what's this guy? The Tate brothers. I can't remember his name.
Oh, Andrew Tate? Is that it? Andrew and Tristan Tate?
Yeah, when Tristan Tate debated, he debated one of those vegans. I don't
Really? Oh my god.
It went viral. He debated Joey.
That's a corner of the internet that I just I don't want to follow.
You didn't watch the debate with Joey Carbstrong?
I don't want to see anything with the Tate brothers. But no, I don't follow Joey Carbstrong. He's new to me. I've been around for a while, and Chickpea's been around for a while. These are kids to us.
This is really funny because I'm like, okay, so you listen to Catherine Klein. Do you listen to anybody else?
No, I don't listen to Catherine Klein. It's just I can tell when someone knows the literature or not.
So you don't listen to any of them?
Why would I listen to them? I listen to like the theory. Why should I listen to them?
Okay, so you actually read the literature, but you don't listen to content creators.
No, I listen to Tom Reagan. I listen to Peter Singer. I listen to maybe some of the things Gary Francione will write in some journals. I listen to Roger Yates. I listen to now I'm forgetting the names. Guys with the Vegan Society and the guy that came up with the definition. Like these are people. What's that?
Peter Singer is a self-described altruist. So is
Yeah, I don't agree with him, but I'll take him more seriously than a vegan YouTuber who hasn't read any vegan literature.
I mean, the one that is like respected as the pseudo intellectual is Unnatural Vegan, but she doesn't even talk about the philosophy.
I know. she to be fair, she used to. She had like a couple of videos, and she was part of the Philosophical Vegan Forum. Or I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure she was on there. But again, if you see yourself as an activist, you just want to convince people. You don't care about theory, and I sympathize with that. To be fair, like, I get it. I get the counter argument, but I don't know. Like,
I just see the humans are being like
but really, you're surprised I don't follow them? What am I going to learn from vegan gains, honestly?
Well, he just watches video games and eats Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, I think there's a statement about the vegan community. Why does he have so many followers if he's not influential?
Oh, well, I mean, that's just like parasocial internet stuff. If you have controversy and charisma, people follow you. You could have the wrong views or dumb reasons. It doesn't matter. Just
It's the
be
lifestyle.
loud.
Also,
The squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Well, I think Jasmine was a huge part of it. People liked her. And then they had this whole lifestyle where they would go shopping and then he would go to the gym and
Yes, Kyle Johan. Yes, I have read that. I like whoever this person is. And
I've never read any of their books. I will like read some of their articles that
Kyle's a big name. But that's incredibly like nerdy of this person. I like whoever this is.
And well, Benatar also is a vegan. I don't know if he's
he is vegan, but
I think he's written a few papers about veganism.
he has. No, again, nobody reads them. They keep saying how legendary he is, but nobody reads them.
What is wrong with these people? I mean, I'm not going to say I'm like the most read person, but
I'm reading it now.
I
Oh,
guess
cool.
I could-
Yeah,
I
Kyle's
would-
great.
I would like to read Cabrera, and I'm probably going to read Amanda's book, but
Cabrera is rough. I read it part of a book club with Call Me Shibboleth and Conundrum, and that helped having other people there. I read it a second time, and I'm like, Jesus, this is longer than I thought it was. It's not just the length; it's continental philosophy. But you probably will excel at that because I think you're better at that stuff. I'm more the analytic tradition.
okay, well, I would probably just focus on specific sections. I do want to focus on what he said about suicide, which I did.
Yeah,
I
I figured you would like that one. Yeah, he does talk about that.
I did read like parts of it, and I took one quote, but I didn't read the entire thing.
It's worth it. And he argues for antinatalism, not including animals. So I don't know if you're passionate about that debate. I actually don't see many people arguing about. Well, to be fair, I'm not on the Reddit thing, so I don't know what people are arguing on
Does that mean-
antinatalist forums.
So is he a vegan?
No, I don't think so. No. I don't know personally, but his antinatalism does not include animals.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I'd be interested to see that.
His reasoning, yeah, that'd be worth it. That's why, like, I think I pushed back on Noom, the moderator of the antinatalism Reddit. I'm like, I agree that antinatalism, if you're going to spare a sentient being from coming into existence as a moral good, then an agent shouldn't create another sentient being. However, I'm not going to deny that the canon, or not the canon, that's a bit strong, the literature is divided, and so like there is no answer per se. You could say there are good reasons and bad reasons, and I would say that I go with agents not bringing sentient beings into existence would be a good reason, but obviously some philosophers disagree with me.
But even if you took that position, that still does not imply full veganism, because
Correct. Yes.
you can still consume chicken
Absolutely.
and fish.
Yes.
And they're very dishonest about that part, though.
I don't know if it's maybe they are.
No, because
I can't tell their motivations.
what is her name? The friendly anti-natalist said, "Oh, I only eat chicken and fish." They said, "No, you have to go full vegan."
Well, I mean, did the vegan movement infiltrate antinatalism, or did it work the other way around? I don't know. But this has always been a debate.
I knew,
But you're right. Like if I say that it applies to animals for it doesn't address fish. It doesn't address hunting. It doesn't address a lot of things. So it's not the same.
Well, if you read David Benatar's book, there's nothing about veganism in there. So I would say it would be vegan infiltrating antinatalism. Like everybody can't. I mean, some of us were against procreation, but we didn't call ourselves antinatalists until that book came out. So, like I identified with the voluntary human extinction movement.
Right.
Like I read about the Shakers and the
I just bought Al Marari's collection of his works. Are you familiar with him?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna mispronounce his name. He was like an Arab Al Marari. He was a poet and he was an antinatalist. Do you have a chat here I can copy and paste? Oh, private chat.
Yeah, it's there.
This guy. I just bought a copy of some of his works. I think you'd be interested in the guy. Abu al-Ala al-Ma'ari. I think I did that correctly. Yeah, old school antinatalist.
Wow. Okay, he's a pessimist.
I think maybe an atheist.
Yeah, that's interesting because we don't hear about too many Muslims being an antinatalist. But yeah, like I came to this conclusion before I knew anything about antinatalism. Like 13, I thought procreation was wrong because it's things that I read in the Bible.
Is that Jackie? Hi, Jackie, I think.
Jackie? Let me... Oh.
Soap bubbles?
Oh, I need to close that out.
If you're there, you should hop on.
Has she been on D&W's channel?
Yeah. I might be misremembering who that is, but because it doesn't show the profile picture from here. And yeah, I've seen him, but I don't know much about him. Yeah, I'm excited for it because I'm reading more ancient stuff. I'm reading Plato as well.
I'm actually glad to actually have people on my channel because it works so much better with this fewer people. I don't think you need to have 10 people or 8 to have a decent conversation.
It's actually harder when there's more people because you barely get a word in. And some people have more dominant personalities. They don't mind interrupting other people. I don't want to fight for the microphone.
I try to
People want
wait
to
for the
overtalk.
person to finish, and then it's like they're not actually finished, or somebody else jumps in before I do. Like Noodles is really good at just like this forcing himself in. And for whatever reason, his mic is always louder than everybody else's.
Yours is pretty loud too. I don't know why.
If I adjust it, but like if I talk on my phone, it's not that loud. I have to do it from my
Oh.
laptop.
Can you post the link to join the stream? Maybe Jackie wants to hop on.
Okay.
Jackie got me into so another book that I'm wanting to read is Carmilla, and I attribute that to her because I'm embarrassed to say this. I didn't even know that book existed. It's the predecessor. Is that the right word? To Dracula. It was two lesbian vampires, and it predated Dracula.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yes, it does, and it's a novella. It's short.
Devon, who are you talking about? Are you talking about
Noodles.
Noodles or are you talking about Kenny?
Probably both. But Noodles she's probably thinking of.
Noodles is not bad, to be honest.
I don't mind it.
Kenny is just off key, like really bad. I mean, I can sing, but at the same time, I would never just like randomly start singing this because you gotta warm up your voice and see if you actually sound okay. I just would never do it like that.
I think if you can't sing, you should sing. If you can't dance, you should dance. We got one life. Express yourself. Even if the world doesn't like you. Express yourself. Now
No, it's like you're in
I
the
sound like a
middle.
hippie.
You're like in the middle of a serious conversation, and then Kenny comes along and starts.
Oh yeah, that's just rude.
She says both. That's hilarious. Well, Passy has a good voice.
You know, I'd love to hear from Divine about her experience in this corner of the internet. Honestly, I don't. Some of my friends are interested in this stuff. I tell them to stay the fuck away from it because I don't want them involved in all this. I know you say it's not a death cult. It isn't a death cult. We're sparing other beings from coming into existence so they don't die. But, I mean, people are literally talking about blowing up the world. I don't want my friends and loved ones to be around that.
I don't even care. Like, if you want to have a death cult, then fine. Like, I can push back against it, but I think these titles just like push people to silence or whatever. Like, I'll embrace it if that's what people think it is. But Cougar is the only one who says that. But I don't. He says I see there's going to be an increase in death cults. Like,
well, to be fair, he's writing a book on death cults, and I think he's bringing it up more frequently because he wants like ideas to work off and bounce ideas off of. But I think he is indirectly bringing up AN, and I don't know.
He was a professional singer. I used to sing back in the day, but I haven't done it in a long time. I used to actually like compete in like contests and stuff. I just don't do that anymore. I feel like my range is not even close to what it used to be.
Oh. Did you enjoy that stuff?
I did. I mean, it was like really funny when I was in the military. I was talking about it on DNW's channel. I would be in a military blasting like I would be singing like women's songs, and then like guys would come knocking in my door thinking it was a girl in there, and it was just me. Like I was singing Barbra Streisand, I was singing Olivia Newton-John and Mariah Carey and stuff, and like my voice was a lot higher back then. I don't know. Um, I mean, I do okay, but it's just not the same. I wish I didn't go in the military. I wish I would have like tried to do something with it. Because I think like running around outside in the morning, like in the freezing cold, and like singing cadences, it messes with your voice.
I took a philosophy class and we talked about Socrates and Plato. I wish I could type more. Hop on. Looks like you got a philosophy nerd in your audience.
I used to be impressed with Socrates. Now I'm not so much. Plato.
I don't like him. What's his name? Shoot. He wrote like the totalitarianism of Socrates. He defended the state and the philosopher kings and censoring shit. He's not. there's some darkness there that yeah.
The only thing I do respect about him is the whole Gadfly thing that he did. Like he was willing to die for truth. I think that is admirable, but his philosophy itself is just really not.
It was Karl Popper, The Open Society and Its Enemies.
I wonder if
Highly
they're.
recommend them.
I'm going to check my other channel to see if they're all from Life Abolitionism or I don't know. Let me check. Because
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
when I stream on that other channel, they like nobody comes. Especially when I talk about stuff like we're not even talking about anything. We're just like.
I would, but I have anxiety. It's just, I think we're pretty calm. But I understand. Maybe one day.
You're not. Yeah, you're not showing your face. It's not like a lot of people to like attack you and stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty chill tonight. Today would be a good time to try it out. There's no like heated arguments. I really dislike that. I hate when it gets so heated over abstract concepts. Nobody's winning anything. It's like, I don't know. It is what it is. People like the show.
Right.
The
I
spectacle.
think the whole free will thing is so contentious. I've had that one issue come up so many times that they think it's important because if you don't have free will, then you can't change. Then basically anti-nihilism is pointless. I mean, I would say not to procreate because that's probably one of the few domains where you do have agency. But overall, I would say no. I mean, you have limited free will. Obviously, your consumer choices and whether you procreate, but the ultimate, like, the most consequential decisions about your life, no, you don't have agency.
I feel like they should talk about like causal mechanisms for decisions. It's like we're talking about like cause and effect of what impacts our decision making. I feel like when free will gets brought up, people are thinking, well, I'm having these free choices. But it's like it's all coming from things that happened prior to that. Anyway, it's a hard conversation. But regardless of what is it, free will libertarianism, compatibilism, hard determinism, blah, blah, blah. The fact that people would insult each other and get personal over that type of abstraction is bizarre to me. It's like arguing over meta ethics. Are you a moral anti-realist or are you a moral realist? Well, fuck you, asshole. Like, what? Damn.
I actually don't like my voice either, but I had somebody come on here like a week ago and tell me that I had a good voice. I was just like, I've never heard that. Like, I've had so many critiques about my voice, not on Life Abolitionism, but on the Black Anarchist podcast. Like, they were just like clowning me. I had like people making like hate videos against me, talking about my voice and stuff. Like if I drank Monsters, for whatever reason, Monsters like dry my throat out, and so my voice would start cracking real bad.
The energy drink?
Yeah.
Wow. Do you have Rockstar over there?
Rockstar. Is that a drink?
Yeah, it's like a competitor to Monster. I wasn't sure if you guys have it over there.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
See, the thing with the insecurities, you have to value other people's opinions. And I mean, this makes me sound like a narcissist. It's just like I've lived life being anxious about what other people think of me to the point where I just kind of went the other direction. I'm like, I have every right to be here. I have every right to voice my opinion. If people don't like my voice, they don't like my opinion, so be it. I still have a right to say what I want to say.
Well, but like for whatever reason, like on my other channel, I feel like I've tried to change like rebrand myself because my channel was actually called JC Setting the Record Straight Podcast, and then I changed it to the Black Anarchist Podcast. Like I was trying to rebrand myself,
Yeah.
but it's like I still have the same audience that I had before. I don't even know if all those people are even anarchists. Like, and so when
Well, I'm not an anarchist, and I still follow you. I'm interested in it.
Yeah, but I don't think they are. Like when I get into the philosophy, when I start talking about Pradhan and stuff, like those videos get very few views.
Oh.
Like there's other content creators who are anarchists, and they do nothing but philosophy, and they get like hundreds of views. I like the Audible Anarchist, man. Let me see if I can pull him up. I want to do what they do over there, but they just, I don't even know if they get readers or if they use AI, but they just like read the literature on anarchy. And this is how I found out about a lot of these anarchist writers, by the way. This is one of my favorite channels.
Y'all very bold. Just because society has rejected me so much that I'm like, I just put my hands up in the air and say, man.
This has exposed me to so many anarchist writers that I never would have known about.
Nice.
Especially Emma Goldman. I love her writings. I learned about Proudhon. I don't think I knew anything about anarchy before listening to this channel. And then after I started listening, I was like, yeah, I agree with pretty much everything they're saying. Anyway, I'll just close this out.
That's cool.
So, like politically, what do you consider yourself?
SocDem, I think. But I think it's like lesser of the evils. I don't like being governed, period. That's why like when people say you could have a voluntary society, I don't like being part of society in general. I don't want, like, even if we had like a voluntary thing, I don't want social ostracization or social pressure from other people. I want to be free in an idealized world. So I just feel like I'm picking my favorite poison, I guess.
Well, I mean, anarchists are not against any government or any authority. We're against illegitimate authority. And you can have a government without having a state. The state, I don't know, I guess I don't need to get into that, but we basically believe everything that is constructed now is illegitimate. It goes beyond the legitimate scope of government.
Okay. But I mean, like in this anarchist society, I would still be voluntarily getting into a set of social rules, right?
it would be rules that it would be a much more localized, smaller government where your participation actually matters. So it would be
Right.
like you would get together with your friends or your community, and you guys would decide what your rules are going to be. It's not like
I mean, it sounds better. I'll admit that. I don't want anybody saying what I have to do or
well, but it's still limited though. It's really the purpose of government, the purpose of the social contract is to protect your natural rights. It's not supposed to be to control every decision about your life. So to ensure that nobody comes into your territory and attacks you, or you know, that nobody like commits violence against you and things like that. But to regulate like what you do with your body or how your toilet flushes, no, that's illegitimate.
Hmm.
But I've been to Canada. I've only been to Toronto. And I mean, I had a positive. I was there for like a full week, and I was
Oh,
just
wow.
like, the people were much more friendly than they are in like United States. But I was like in a gay part. That was fun. Like everybody, I don't know. Like I didn't see. I guess I don't know because I don't know if my perspective is biased because I only saw like Toronto and a specific part of Toronto.
Yeah.
I went to Niagara Falls. I like
Niagara Falls is nice. You ever been to Montreal
no,
or
I did not.
anywhere in
I wanted
Quebec?
to.
Yeah, that place is like a second Canada. It's like it looks like a European country. It's
But they
beautiful though.
but they speak French primarily. Is that correct?
Yep.
And I guess you're probably closer to Toronto.
Yes.
Okay. Um, I Canada is actually looking more appealing to me now, especially if they do bring back mate for those who are just depressed.
There's a lot of darkness. Well, there's a lot of snow. I don't know if you like that.
Oh, I was there. It wasn't like it was snowing, but I don't think it was like it wasn't that bad yet.
I've lived here all my life. Sometimes it gets to me, just the darkness and like lack of sunlight and like it's not necessarily. I like snow. Snow's pretty, but it's the when it rains and then you got ice when you're just trying to go for a walk and you have to put cleats on. And I slipped like twice last week, and that's just a normal part of my life. And keeps a lot of people indoors. I don't. I try and push through the pain. My face is freezing, and I'm like, fuck it. Life is cruel. I'll go out and get some fresh air.
I mean, that does.
There's a reason we don't have a lot of people coming. Well, technically we do, but I tried to convince some people to come to Canada. They're like, nah.
But what is it like in the summer? Does it get really hot?
Yes, it's very hot. You maybe get 1 or 2 good months, and that's about it. Ooh, a gardening channel. That'd be cool.
I was supposed to do that, and I guess I still can. I just have so many haters. I don't want people like watching like my house, and then
Oh yeah, that's true.
if I do it, it won't be associated with any of these channels. I won't tell anybody that I did it.
That's true. You got to worry about your security. I forget about that stuff. I already doxed myself, so in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, I've already started gardening, so it's like I could be monetizing it and like recording myself, but and you guys could see the stray cats that come around.
Aw. It's so sad. Like these nice things that you'd like to share, you can't because of the fucking internet can be, do its thing.
I don't even want to go on camera. I used to go on camera every once in a while. I don't even want to because I don't want somebody to clip it and like try to like smear me and stuff. So especially it's like if you're gonna use my footage, it's always people who've never gone on camera who take your footage and
Yeah.
so they can do it to you, but you can't do it back to them.
Yep. The International Fireworks Competition. Yes, I went one year. They had it along the water and they played like music and that was so cool.
Yeah, I just planted a whole bunch of stuff. I planted some blackberries and I planted this it's a what do you call it? A Joseph Colt rose, which I've been wanting one of those forever. So I'm looking forward to see that bush bloom. It's actually not a bush. It's a climbing rose, but I've seen them on YouTube. I've never actually seen it in person. But it's going to be growing up along my fence. My neighbor has an annoying dog that barks all the time. So
My neighbor has the same thing. I have to put earplugs in sometimes.
I think I'm supposed to be going to this libertarian meeting. I don't know. I actually ran for office with the libertarians, and it was so like ridiculous how they treated me. Um, I was at the convention. I was like the only black guy, and they were staring at me the whole time because they thought I was a reporter. They were like, "What are you doing here?" Like, what They just like looked me up and down, and I said, "No, I'm not a reporter. I'm actually running for office." And they were like, "Oh," and then they just basically treated me like I was their little circus monkey. They all like paraded me around. They all wanted to take pictures with me. And they're just like, "Oh, race has nothing to do with it. We just think that there should be more black people like you who want the state out of our lives." And I was mad because I drove like 5 hours to go to this convention, and I was supposed to be like one of their like main speakers, and they only gave me like 3 minutes to talk.
Wow. Oh, that person's going to a death cafe. I used to run death cafes. Is it hard to learn? Gardening? Bruh. If you're reading the Phaedro and Kyle Johansson and you're reading philosophy, I think gardening you could pick up. Or maybe I'm overconfident. Is it really difficult?
I will say that I've made a lot of mistakes when I was new to it. There's certain things I didn't know. I know how to like propagate plants without seeds, how to take cuttings, how to fertilize, when to fertilize, and how much. Like I was actually killing a lot of plants because I don't fertilize like in the summertime. I do it like in the winter when the plants are going dormant. You can burn the roots, and I've learned how to like amend the soil because I have very compacted clay soil. So my front yard is actually much more I don't know, irritable, I guess. But my back still my back still needs work. Like I still have weeds that are I have mulch in the front, but I haven't mulched my back yet. So I have to manually either pull it up or spray it.
I'll be right back real quick. I just gotta grab some water.
Let me read through some of these comments. I think I've already read most of them. Well, I appreciate that, but I don't know. I've never really liked the sound of my especially when I hear it back. Like if I like listen to like my old live streams, I'm just like, wow, that sounds rough. All right, I think I don't have any new comments to read.
That's what Chickpea says. She doesn't like her own voice too. That's awesome. I'm just now learning they exist. They're pretty good. Well, I mean, it depends on the location. You ever been to a death cafe, LA?
No, I'm not even sure what that is.
Google it. There's yeah, I don't. How do you explain it? It's a bunch of people get together and talk about death. I think you'll enjoy it. It's not necessarily like just end of life stuff.
So they're pro-mortalists.
No, they're just it's just like the topic of death in general as a broad topic. So some people like they think about like end of life stuff. What is, when people say they're on their deathbed, what do they value? How does death impact meaning? And just a whole bunch of philosophical like type of questions like that and discussions. I don't think pro-mortalism, that term, not a lot of people know about it. That'll take a while for more people to understand what that means.
So they might just be given moral support who are at the end of life. Okay.
Well, no. It's like hold on, let me see if I can bring it up. It's just like the topic in general. It could be anything. At a death cafe, people gather to eat cake, drink tea, and discuss death. Our objective is to increase awareness of death with a view of helping others make... Well, now the website doesn't open up. Anyways, if they're still going in other countries, I would highly recommend them. Again, it depends on who shows up, the location, but I've always enjoyed them. People are usually positive, and they're not scared of the topic. I think that's kind of why I went and ran some, is that because I wanted to talk about Memento Mori.
Yeah, this is really interesting when people are open about their views on death. Most people are terrified of dying.
Yep. Yeah.
But they try to like block it out. They think that it's something that's going to happen in the future. And it's really funny how, I mean, not funny, but like strange how when somebody dies, they always look at like, oh, that poor person died. Like they never look at it like, my time is next. Like they look at like they're like, I don't know. Like you can look at like a celebrity or something, like Michael Jackson dies, and then remember Whitney Houston was talking about it, and then she dies like this a couple of years later. So it's always like death is something that happens to somebody else, not something that's going to happen to me.
Yeah. And it literally happens to everyone. This is why I always found the philosophy of death and dying, it's actually a small field. And I found that bizarre because even the bioethics of procreation is also a niche topic. So birth and death, the two things we all do. And it's such a small area of philosophy.
Carl Jung actually has some material about death, at least the psychological component. He talks about people blocking it out. I did it on my Anti-Natalist Informant channel, but I don't know. It's probably gone.
Did you just spoke off the cuff? Did you have any of your old scripts, or if you wrote any of those?
I do have some of those old scripts, but the videos are I don't have them.
If you have the script, you could just make new ones.
I do for some of them. I do. A lot of it was just outlines. It wasn't like a script. It was just I don't know. Um, but then now I'm not really pre-recording my content. I'm just doing live streams and just going by an outline. And I think when I'm live, I don't pace myself the same way I would if it was pre-recorded. Like, because before I would like talk slowly and try to enunciate my words.
I'm going because I have nowhere to talk. I have nowhere to talk about it. It's too taboo, and I get shut down a lot. Yep. Most people don't want to talk about it. That's why I was craving to, at the time when I did that, I was craving to find people I can talk to about that stuff.
I don't care. Like, I mean, it doesn't, I mean, somebody wants to talk about it. I just feel like death is a part of life.
Yeah, emotionally, I feel neutral. I don't get reactive about it. I guess I'm kind of numb to the topic now.
I don't like having to witness other people die, though, but I feel like, especially if it's like someone close to you, it's this expectation of performance, how you're supposed to act, how you're supposed to grieve.
Mm-hmm.
I know I definitely don't want to go to my mother's funeral. She dies before me. Because I'm probably not going to act the way people would expect me to act.
Yeah. I am up for any conversation. I don't know. I don't do well with grief when I care about someone. It takes me a long time to be normal again.
Well, I didn't take my father's death well at all because I thought we reconciled, and then he like gave his money to my aunt, and he basically was lying to me on his deathbed. So it's just so I don't know. It's just really shocking to realize how little your parents actually care. I'm not going to say everybody has that same relationship, but basically, if you don't do exactly what they tell you to do, they can't control you. They don't actually give a shit.
Yeah. It's weird. Like in some cultures, it's like they created you and then expect you to worship them and take care of them in old age. Like they treat you like their insurance policy for their old age and death.
Right. I mean, if you think, well, I was talking to what is his name, Cool Joe. He thinks that his parents did him a favor, that he chose his parents. If you believe that, then I guess they did you a favor because you asked them for the opportunity to come here. I don't.
If you believe in some kind of thing before coming into existence, that's really difficult to argue with because, I mean, how do you even argue that?
It's amazing how many people are actually articulating that.
In real life, in offline, I don't find people like that. Online, definitely find people like that. But yeah, I have no idea how to like formulate an argument when someone believes they existed before they were brought into existence.
Well, I mean, a lot of them do believe in reincarnation, which is interesting when I hear Christians say that because that's like a what is that, like an Eastern belief? It's not Western.
Yeah. East.
And oh, I remember my past life. When I heard people say, let me stop because I'm trying not to be insulting, but
Sorry, I just saw a comment. I actually, I want to talk more about that one day. I think a lot of people think I do read a shit ton. I don't understand a lot of what I read. I still do it anyway. It's kind of like picking up heavy weights. I might not be strong, but the more you pick them up, the stronger you get. I read Better Never to Have Been like 4 fucking times because I didn't get it the first time I read it.
well, I read that one really slowly. I just like read like sections and like one chapter at a time and just let it sink in. Um, my brother said he read it in like one day. I don't think it.
Well, the first what I do is like a fast read, just so I can get a layout of the land, and then I do a slow read.
Like I got it. My brother did not get it. He was just like, what the hell did you just give me to read? Like the asymmetry chart, he thought that was like the dumbest thing ever. I had to like try to explain to him, and then he's just like, well, if you don't like your life, you should just go off yourself. I'm like, it's not that simple.
I think the asymmetry helps when you compare it to like situations where someone will bite the bullet on a wrongful life coming into existence, and you could use like extreme cases of Tay-Sachs. I always pronounce it wrong. Tay-Sachs disease. There's a condition where literally their skin is like, I think they call them butterfly children. Their skin is super sensitive and like peeling off. Endermolysis bullosa. Skin's fragile as butterfly wings. It's extremely painful. I mean, there are situations like people. This is what I don't understand with the I choose to be here. What about children who are brought into existence and they're dead the moment they're brought here? They're just like, they scream, they suffer, they have deformities, their lung is hanging out. Like, I don't know. You see some really horrific stuff, and you're just like, what purpose, what value, what lesson did I learn here? Nothing.
I don't think they have any response for things like that. They will say, I guess they'll say something was for. I think they'll probably try to rationalize it by saying that their parents got something out of it.
Yes, I've heard that. But it's like this innocent being, you're saying it had utility. I don't know, man. That's
Well, I did an older video about Nick Cannon because he had like, I think at the point he had like 13 children and one of them died, and he was saying he was talking about how it was going to make him stronger, like he was going to learn from it or whatever, and there was nothing about his child dying or suffering. This, I'm going to grow from this experience.
Yeah. I mean, I assume it's like a psychological defense mechanism when your child dies. Like your brain's trying to make sense of something that is tragic, right? So you do a post hoc rationalization to try and comfort yourself. I assume. I don't know much about psychology, but I feel like my brain would try to make sense of it.
Well, I think most of them assume that they're going to outlive their children, so they never have to think about their children's death. And then when they're actually confronted with it, they have to realize that they caused it. Like, I mean, especially in that scenario, um, his child had some serious health problems, and I mean, he already had like 12 children. This is like his 13th child, and I don't get it. He said it's because he had lupus and he thought he was going to die young, so he wanted to make sure that he had a legacy left behind.
Wow. Okay. I mean, two would have been legacy. Why that many?
I don't know. I think also was like he married Mariah Carey, and before that, he was kind of like a nerd who couldn't get girls, and then like Mariah Carey like elevated his status, and now all of a sudden all these girls wanted him. So,
Oh.
and he said it before, like he's like he said he was basically like a narcissist, like a predator who was trying to trap these women so that they would be a part of his life forever.
Yeah, seeing like one of your child going before you go, that would mess me up. Some of my friends who passed away recently, like in the past few years, they were super healthy, happy. They were the Pollyanna people, and I was not expecting them to go, and it fucked me up. So if I had a kid and I was expecting them to outlast me, yeah, that would mess up my brain.
Yeah, I've only had two people that were close to me die, and that was my grandma and my father. I mean, I've had other like deaths in the family, but they were like distant cousins and stuff like that. Uncles. Yeah, my grandma died. That was rough.
That's why I don't think I am schizoid, but when everybody that's close to you is gone and you have no desire for building other connections and you're okay being alone, I just feel like this is like a trauma response or a trauma, like I'm just adapting or coping. So I have some traits, but
Right, like I was saying before, I think I'm schizoid and codependent. Like I'm very. I mean, it depends on the situation. Like I do isolate, but at the same time, if, I can be very clingy too, which is not good either.
mm,
And then like if I don't know, it is a trauma response. I know that. It's like I guess my first option probably would be to be clingy, but then when I realized that people are unreliable, then I revert to being schizoid, like super schizoid.
yeah, yeah, I can relate to that. I have a high desire for social connection, but I live in isolation. That's the other thing. Like I called it voluntary solitude because there's a lot of people on the internet that don't voluntarily choose this, and I feel, I feel bad for that. And it's interesting because I've had mostly positive experiences socially, and you've had mostly negative. But we both isolate.
I mean, overall, I would probably have like one or two friends, and then like I've never been like a social butterfly who just. I guess it was different when I was in the military, just because I didn't really have a choice. Like I lived in the barracks, and you know, there really wasn't much privacy, so I kind of had to associate with everybody. But pretty much since I got out of the military, I've been like, I've isolated a lot. I didn't really keep up with a lot of my old friends.
Do you enjoy small talk?
No, not really.
Because I used to be extroverted. I used to go out almost every night or every second night and knew a lot of people, made a lot of friends. The thing is, the conversations were incredibly surface level, and I could always have like 20 people at a house party or whatever. But I felt more alone with that many people around me. They say quality over quantity, but I feel like I have more connection having discussions online or even talking to AI than other humans sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like, I talked about Dante's Divine Comedy to fucking AI. I can't talk about that with a lot of people.
And then it's like people have
Talked about Euthyphro. It's just even Benatar or whatever. It's just like everything that you're into, right? It's hyper niche.
Right, and I feel like when I'm around a lot of people, I have to like be careful about especially like I'm at work. I have to be careful because if I start talk, I mean, so if I just like freely start talking about stuff, they just think, oh, you're just depressed, you're suicidal. Because I was talking about my book before I even finished it. I was just like, discussing the concept, and yeah, they started spreading these rumors about me. So that was a mistake. I should have kept it to myself.
Wait, sorry. Could you say that again? I was reading the chat. I got distracted.
Like before, like when I first had this whole concept of what my book was going to be about, I just talked about it with people, and yeah, they just basically just started spreading rumors that I was suicidal and I was crazy. So I just think that it's best for me to just keep my mouth shut.
I can understand that. But then, I don't know. That makes it lonely too.
No, this is the thing though. Like I'm already like that's my effort to try to like relate to people because they always talk about how I'm just like so I don't know, standoff. That's the word that one of my managers said that I was standoffish. Basically, what he means is that I'm asocial.
Right.
And so, like when I do try to be social, it always like backfires.
What happens when you try?
What happens is that my personality doesn't match with other people's personality. So, like, what the things I'm interested in, I just or information that personal details that I share are going to be weaponized against me. Like this one man, yeah, I had a friend who I thought like we were friends for years, and I got her a job because she was like struggling, and then she just like told people all this personal stuff about me.
Maliciously?
I think she was trying to save herself, and so she threw me under the bus to try to make herself look good. Which I don't understand what what they had to like. She screwed up, but she oh well. I don't know how that even saved her, but yeah, by making me look bad, I guess she thought she was making herself look good.
Oh,
So basically, she wanted me because she was, she would take more overtime than she could actually handle, and she took more overtime than she was actually able to do, and so she wanted me to cover for her, and I really didn't want to do because I was like really depressed, and she really wasn't taking no for answers, so I'm just like I didn't want to tell her, but I'm like like I'm pretty much ready to pull a plug. I actually did a live stream around that time talking about that, and then um she's like, "Come on, it's just for me. I never asked you for anything." She did like it didn't even sway her at all, and so I don't know if I should tell this whole story, but yeah, I ended up doing it, and then it didn't go well. I already told her I wasn't in a good headspace. I didn't want to work, and then to save herself, she's telling everybody that I was suicidal and I was crazy.
I think I remember you talking about this. It rings a bell. LA, yeah, you seem to have a lot of bad experience. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, I think when I first met you, I was like, oh, what if you have positive because like I've had positive experiences, and then you told me some of the things that you've gone through, and I'm like, wow.
And
If I went through that, I'd be the same.
I like saw her. She never apologized at all. She just tried to like act like nothing happened.
No remorse.
I know. I guess she thought enough time had passed by that this I should have just forgotten about it or something. Like, no, I don't trust you.
Yeah.
It was completely unnecessary. It's like I didn't do anything to her. Like, why did I helped her? She was struggling. Like, I got her a job where she was making decent money. She had like 3 crappy jobs that weren't paying anything, and she didn't even have to interview for the job. Like, I just gave her a recommendation. He hired her on the spot. Anyway, yeah, I've learned the hard way not to be so open, not to, once you give people information about yourself, you can't control what they do with it. So
That's true. I'm against AI just because I know what it's doing to metacognition. But I think if it was like in the movies, I would not have anything against it.
I mean, at the end of the day, people have limited budgets, and so to actually go out and like hire um, vocalists or like actors or like model, like that's not realistic. It makes like production accessible for like ordinary people.
Yeah.
So for that, like the music that I put out, that would have cost me a fortune to do if I had to do it like in a
That's
studio
true.
or something.
It sounded so real. I was like, wow. And it's only going to get better as the years go by. Though people say it's going to bust eventually, and that might happen. It does take a lot of resources, right?
Um, I'm trying to see how this is all going to play out. I know that some jobs are going to be completely eliminated, but especially the job the producers and the so-called parasites, according to what is his name, Karl Marx.
Mhm.
the people who don't produce. Like, I mean, unfortunately, all these entertainers, they make a lot of money, but they don't produce. So the actors too. They're expendable.
The bourgeois.
Well, yeah, all of them. The capitalists, the like. I think that, I mean, they're already talking about it. Like, you're going to get your music from AI. Your movies are going to be made by AI. All those people are going to be out of work. Why would anybody want to pay for that when you can get good quality like entertainment without having to pay for it?
I dislike AI. It's not the correct frequency we should be listening to. I agree. But we opened that Pandora's box. I guess it was inevitable. I mean, we've been making sci-fi movies and books about AI.
I was just watching like X-Men from like the 90s, and like they had AI. Like Beast was talking to some AI computer.
Did you ever see Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey? Was it Kubrick? Yeah, I think it was.
Mm,
The HAL 9000, when they're in space and the AI. Wow. 2001: A Space Odyssey. You never seen that one?
I don't think so.
Oh, we still be here. Oh. I fell asleep for a few hours. Yeah, I think DX is asleep. Actually, there are AI artists making money. There's AI streamers making money. That fucks with my head.
Well,
HAL 9000, yeah.
like Devon was asking me, like, oh, you know, don't used to be worried about getting copyright strike. Like, I own that music. I mean,
yeah,
I can do, you know what I mean? Like, I have full legal rights to all of it. So
Daisy, Daisy, all for the love of you. That's what he sang when they killed him. It's such an obscure reference. Never mind. Do you like Kubrick? Do you watch those types of movies?
Cougar?
Kubrick, Clockwork Orange guy.
No, I haven't seen that.
Stanley Kubrick, yeah. He did Doctor Strangelove.
So he was in the actual Doctor Strange movies.
No.
Okay,
This is from 1964. A Clockwork Orange. He did Eyes Wide Shut. He did Full Metal Jacket. The Shining. None of these ringing a bell?
I've seen Eyes Wide Shut. I did see Full Metal Jacket. But I mean, I don't know who actually is behind that stuff. I just
They shouldn't be making money if they are AI. Yeah, I think it's the people that run the AI models that make the money, I think. I don't know how it works. Huh.
I mean, I've been making all of my. I mean, the book that's I wrote that one, but like even that, I made that available for free. So somebody was saying, oh, it's not about you. You didn't do it because they couldn't get it. It's like, yeah, it was available for free during that specific time frame, but now it's not. And I mean, I don't think I've made any money off that book. I don't. That's not even.
Divine. I thought Divine would have seen all these classic films. Ah, that breaks my heart. I mean, these movies were before my time, but they were good movies.
Well, I don't know if you've been listening to Illicit Mind, but he like reviews all of these like movies that have like anti-natalist themes and stuff. So he
Yeah,
has
I saw that. Children of Men, and I saw his list.
I was just on his channel last night.
How was it?
It went well. You know, we were just talking about the whole like appeals to fertility that there's nothing we can do about it. Like it's pointless to even talk. I mean, we didn't say it, but we were basically talking about the same thing. Like we should just give up, and we're not changing anything. I mean, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. The person who was on their channel just a few weeks ago.
Shingal?
Yeah, but who was on there with them?
Oh, yeah.
Because I went back and listened to that, and I like that. Illicit Mind is more polite than Shane.
Yeah, he is. Mark sounds like a decent guy. I don't know. I've never seen him like get angry at people, but his posts definitely venting. They do seem angry at people who are like, "There's nothing we can do. You might as well give up." I don't know how prevalent that is in the community. When I started out, I was around people who wanted to do things, people who started the Antinatalism magazine, people who wanted to start podcasts, people who wanted to. Okay, DNW is not antinatalist anymore, but he started International Antinatalist Day. That's his thing, and there was a fellowship of antinatalist artists, and there was books, and it was. I want to say it was booming, but I mean, it's just a few people online doing stuff.
I don't get it. If they're over there talking about the things that they want to do, why would you come onto their channel and say, "Don't do it. It's not going to accomplish anything. Don't offer any alternatives," and just leave it at that? Like, who benefits from that? I mean, because he's basically saying the same thing about me. Like, what? You're not going to accomplish anything. Like, he basically he told me I should smoke a fat one, and I should just wait for AI to fix everything.
I don't know. I mean, that's not the same person, you know. He's definitely had a change. I don't understand it. I mean, Noodles was literally volunteering and traveling with Stop Having Kids, and bam, a eugenicist? That's such a flip. And I sometimes wonder if it'll ever happen to me. Will I become like a pro-natalist? I don't think it'll happen. It's been a while.
Well, I think it's because they do prioritize animals over humans, and so if you fall in that trap, then. But I still don't think that is a reason to abandon antinatalism. Like, that's the part that to me is so obvious that antinatalism isn't just about humans; it's also about animals. Like animal consumption is a downstream problem.
I think with Dean W, he doesn't want to judge other people. He doesn't want to say that in a deterministic universe that we ought to put some type of moral judgment on other people just living out their programming. I could be completely butchering his position, but I think that may play a part.
It's not that. He's telling me that I may be harming more people by telling them not to procreate because we need more people to save animals and other. He's talking. He's talking about life on other planets and.
What? Really?
I'm not sure that's what he's saying, but he's talking. He's not just talking about planet Earth. He's saying
That is
that
wild.
there's the potential for life in other dimensions,
Is
and
vegan equilibrium not an antinatalist anymore? Nope. He's a eugenicist, a vegan eugenicist. And go on George Martin, Carnism Debunk. He has a whole live stream about how vegan equilibrium changed his mind on antinatalism. Sorry, LA, go ahead. I interrupted you.
no. I'm just reading these comments. Apparently, there's like at least 3 people who are upset because they've been like shushed or like put in a timeout on his channel. There's 3 people who are like disgruntled because of how they were treated over there.
Was it what was it? The guy that was on your, he was here today, right?
Retro.
Yeah, Retro, Sage, and Hazel. Am I right?
Right.
Yeah.
And they were actually, I mean, I didn't get upset because he did it to me too, but there were other people who were upset based on what they saw. They're just like, you don't have to go over there. You can come to my channel. Like we'll treat you with respect. And I'm just like, I get like that it's annoying, but it's just like at the same time, I go to this channel, like I've networked with all these people and I've met more people who invite me on their channels and like he'll like mention my book and stuff. So is it worth, I guess so. I mean, it happens more so when there's more people on the panel. It's like, okay, we have a newcomer. So let the newcomer speak, and then everybody else just, you can go, I don't know, you can go shopping or something, or do whatever you were doing in the background, because now we need this person to speak. Even though a lot of times those newcomers don't even have anything to say. They're just there to observe.
Finding Gnosis is Do Not Watch. And before Do Not Watch, he was known as Antinatalist Outreach. And in between, he was called Hope Ministries. That's actually how I got my second name, through Hope Ministries. Everyone was calling each other's brothers and sisters. And I was like, oh, call myself Brother Marcus. And it stuck.
So, okay, so before he changed it to Find Gnosis, what was it called again?
So prior to Finding Gnosis, there was a small period. It was Hope Ministries as a joke. But then prior to that, it was called Do Not Watch. That's the whole DNW thing.
Okay, here's the thing, because they're trying to act like I was new. I was on his channel when it was Do Not Watch.
Yeah, and prior to that, it was called Antinatalist Outreach.
So I'm not new. I mean,
you're not new. You're an old timer.
Right. Anyway, somebody's alleging that I'm new and they were there before. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think I was there before him. I just regular.
I know what you're talking about. To be fair, I don't know how many back in the day. I don't know how many ANs you were following.
It was several people, but it's not like I've never been on his channel. Like I think I've been in this space a lot longer than him. And so there's no way that I was not on his channel before him. If you're only counting my new channel, then that's fine. But my Anti-Native Informant channel, I was subscribed to all of them.
Yeah, I used to watch a lot. I can't believe I used to be passionate about this stuff.
There's this Asian guy who used to make, and I can't remember the name of his channel. I wish I could find, because I know it used to be Anti-Natalist something, but then he changed it, so I probably won't find his channel.
Multilingual K Dog.
Let me look it up. He had like a speech impediment, but
Yes, yeah, that's Multilingual K Dog. He reviewed a couple of books, and yeah, he had a speech impediment. He was Asian, and he seemed like a nice fella, but maybe I missed some of the hot takes because I think he got his channel taken down or something like that. I'm not too sure.
he's not on here anymore. Okay, that's why. Man, that's too bad.
I think he knew multiple languages, right? Well, it's in his name. I don't know why I said that. I like Count Marcus. I love.
I think he's just trying to expand his channel by any means necessary. So anybody who's new, some of these people have been streaming his channel on their channel. So I think, I don't want to speculate. I think he's just trying to grow his channel and like make this like his, like, you know, I don't know if he's trying to make money off this. Is his channel even monetized? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Because he's investing money. He's using AI and, you know, spending a lot of time on it. Why? I mean, I would assume he's making some kind of money. Well, I heard, I don't know if this is true. No, I probably shouldn't repeat that rumor because I haven't confirmed it. But it was alleged that a certain someone had AI anti-Nazism taken off YouTube, that he was reported, or she was reported. It's so funny because they instigate and they come and tell me everything that goes on.
Yeah, careful with those flying monkey things. The people love the drama. They want your reaction.
It's, yeah, and it's like, especially if somebody makes an accusation and then like go on, and then you don't even get to respond, and then we have a newcomer. It's like, do I get to respond to what you said? Like that's not right. And so even if they do that, we get sidetracked with their newcomer bullshit. I'm still going to bring back to, okay, now I'm going to respond to what you just said. I didn't forget it. So
Yeah, you're very good at like tracking the conversation. Even when like two people, they start off going in different directions, you come back and you're like, so back to this original point.
yeah, I find that, I mean, I don't know if that's intentional, but yeah, I'm going to get my point across. Or I don't know. I think I'm focused on what I want to say. Even though I'm still listening, I don't forget my point.
That's good. When I go on there and I know it's like a lot of people, I keep a notepad with me because I'm like, there's no way it's like someone's going to be interrupting. The conversation's going to go in 5 different conversations at the same time. Yeah, and I have adult ADHD, so I got to keep myself in check.
I can't believe it's so late and I still have people like coming in at this point. I don't usually do streams this late because I didn't think anybody would, but you never know. It's just like sometimes you have to experiment to see like what is the best time to do a live stream, and this is actually insightful. I've been on several panels lately, like the 10th Man. Are you familiar with him?
I'm not, but when you posted that thing, I looked at the original video, and I know there's this whole thing like a panel verse. I'll be honest, it scared me. They look like lovely people and nice people. I don't want to spend that many hours. I know I'm doing it now. That's because I have insomnia tonight. I don't want to spend that much time on the internet, man. and that I feel like, okay, again, I'm being a hypocrite tonight. Some people like to talk just for the sake of talking.
Yeah. I guess I agree with them on certain, like, when it comes to the legal system, and that's what they really liked about
Yeah.
my commentary. But if I start talking about anti-natalism, they're just like, oh, that's just crazy.
But because you're like anti-statists, they were more receptive to you.
Right. I was actually surprised because
I was too. Because I didn't know who those people were, so I was like, uh-oh. And then, yeah.
And one of those ladies actually lives like 30 minutes away from me, so I don't know. I may have to pair it with that. Like, she referred me to this law firm. She said they need help, but I don't know. I don't like to deal with lawyers just because I know how lawyers are, but I mean, I guess I can't say that they're all bad. I know there's a limit. There's a limit to how far they're willing to go because they don't want to risk their bar license.
Right. I am trying to change it. Change what?
But they showed the video of her, like the police, like I guess what do they call themselves? A First Amendment auditor. Like they go around recording government officials. And she was like recording the police, and they didn't like it, so they like threw her in the ground and like smashed her face, and she was like knocked out, and they basically charged her with assault, even though they assaulted her, and she was not allowed to show the video footage, and they convicted her.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
But a lot of these, yeah, they have a lot of these people on DNW's channel right now. They came from 10th Man's channel.
Yeah. I mean, they seem to be having a good time.
I like the way that he moderates because, like, I don't know if you saw that. It's just like, no, there will be no personal attacks. You need to address the question. Don't say anything about him. Just answer the question. And of course, it's like he couldn't help himself. And yeah, they're really good about that over there. Thank you, Divine. I hope it does blow up. That's why I'm trying to be careful to not talk about certain things, but I mean, it's not important. I just don't want that to be a distraction. They're acting like if you go vegan, that like some good is going to manifest to you. No, it's not. Like, the reason why you're suffering is because you're not vegan. It's like, no.
I'm not saying you should do this, but if your main focus is on one, like this aspect, I don't know, because vegans make up a minority, right? But at the same time, you are vocal against vegans. Would it not be helpful to just not talk about that topic? I think you should, because I believe in free expression. But if I was a strategist, I understand why people just focus on one topic on their channel. I think it's sad. Like, I think we should just say what our opinions are, but
I think it's annoying because it keeps coming up, and then like they're put on the spot and nobody is able to push back for it. And they just assume that if you consume animal products, it's because you just don't care about animals, not that you disagree with their approach and their philosophy. And so I don't hear anybody else actually pushing back against it. Like, all of the anti-vegan like content creators, they're always talking about how, oh, they're so skinny, or like, oh, that they didn't get enough protein, or That's not natural. Like nobody's actually engaging with the philosophy itself.
Right. Yeah. I thought I saw one person do it. In academic papers, you have people pushing for and against it, but yeah, when people start, what was it, this Daphne person?
Oh, she's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny, but at the same time, it's like I understand her motivations because she used to be vegan, and so she did this video where she just like ate a whole chicken like with no sides, just like with her big hands. She just tore that chicken up, and like all the vegans were triggered. It's so funny.
I want to be convinced out of vegans because I do miss what I used to eat, but the arguments are so bad.
Oh, I can do that for you.
I mean, in a sense, I would love to be convinced out of antinatalism and veganism. But I feel like that's a personal journey. It matches my values and
But if you were guilt tripped into it in the first place and you didn't actually like reason yourself into it, you're just like, oh, what about the animals? And then I mean that's what I was writing about in that Substack article. It's like you can't reason somebody out of something they didn't reason themselves into. Like it was based on emotion. You watched a slaughterhouse and or somebody else, said, oh, you're a monster, so you capitulated. That's not a valid like philosophy.
it's not. But at the same time, I don't think. Oh, hey, Objective Ethics, you should hop on.
Everybody's up extremely late.
It's the weekend. Everybody's like insomnia brained. I lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, right. When people are like, I don't think the vegan shaming would have worked on me because I would have had to value their opinion to begin with. Now, it just happens that I agree with them, but that's because I reason towards the conclusion myself. When I go online and I see what antinatalists are saying and acting like, no antinatalist would like, I would be less inclined to listen to what I see online. I think both antinatalism and veganism have a little bit of an image issue, but that's not, I have no control over that. So,
well, I was convinced. It was better never to have been, but I think I was an antinatalist even before that. So I don't think anybody convinced me. That was just a conclusion that I reached on my own. But I think several people have told me, like, like they're not antinatalists, but I guess they get it now. Before they started, we were just a bunch of depressed people. They didn't think there was any merit to it.
Right. Yeah.
I think they don't understand the motivations that it's not just about us. Like we don't think that anybody should have to suffer. So even it's not. I don't know. I think there's a difference though, because I don't. I know you probably don't agree, but I don't think antinatalists are nearly as pushy as like vegans. We don't. I mean,
well, we're smaller. We're tiny compared to vegans, and there's not many. And I know Stop Having Kids had their demonstrations, but other than them, there's not many protests and street activism and lobbying and, you know, that type of stuff.
No, I feel like even when it comes to just a conversation, it's like because you're basically a proxy for the animals, you get licensed to talk however you want, and then you can.
I bet you anything, if Hazel was on the panel, she took a lot of heat for being a parent.
Oh yeah, well I didn't agree with that shit. Like that was out of pocket. And
So
and,
I've
and
seen the ugly side of antinatalism. Like,
no,
they
but
can
that's only
be.
one part. Well, okay, I'm not. Okay, he tried to do it to me too. He tried to say that I wasn't a real anti-natalist because I said if it wasn't for like the state, I wouldn't be an anti-natalist. But he's like, oh well, you're just doing it for the wrong. Okay, look, motherfucker, you're the one with the kids, not me. Like how you can't out of everybody, you can't say anything about me. I'm gay. I'm sterilized. I'm not having any children. You can't say that I'm not a real anti-natalist when you have 3 children. Like I'm way more of an anti-natalist than you. It didn't take.
I didn't think he was being serious. I thought he was just trying to troll.
I think he looks for any opportunity to try to. Out of everybody, I think he does that more than anybody else to claim moral superiority over people and like shame them and stuff. And you can't shame me because I reached the conclusion when I was 13 years old. Okay, I don't want to talk about that, but it's good because he does have the largest channel out of all of us, and he is using his channel to spread the message. But you cannot say that I'm not an anti-natalist. That's in fact, most people would say I'm probably one of the more extreme anti-natalists.
Oh yeah, Restream doesn't work well on the phone. If you have a laptop, I need to get onto my laptop real quick. Oh, okay. Objective Ethics looks like he's going to come on.
I guess he can't. I don't know, but okay, I can. The problem, okay, if I do the paid subscription for StreamYard, I can do it, but I have to be sure that I'm actually going to have people coming up here. And StreamYard has actually upped their price than
Do they not do the free version anymore?
Yeah, but I can't stream on both channels unless I do this paid subscription. StreamYard allows me to stream on both channels for free.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Restream, sorry.
I feel like there should be a workaround for something like that.
But Pastor D also said that he would be willing to donate. I don't know what that means.
$5.
It's like $45. It's like $45 for 1 month, and that's like the cheapest plan.
I'm sorry, Lay, I can't do primitivism. I wouldn't survive out there. Yep, same. I would not be able to survive.
But we have to learn how to survive because we may be forced to do that anyway. Okay, let's see if this works. Hello, can you hear us? Okay, I guess he can't speak. Okay,
It's probably just loading.
No, because I don't even see a microphone. If it yeah, he's not going to be able to talk because I would be able to see it.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
There we go.
Okay.
Yay.
I didn't want to interrupt, but yeah, I can hear you guys just fine. Yeah, if I try to do it on my phone, it drops me, but yeah, I can do it on my laptop.
All right, good.
Welcome. How are you?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, you're coming through fine for me.
We hear you.
Uh-oh, can he not hear us?
Let me try.
Hello?
Okay, I just realized what was going on. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's really late at night for me and I have a really bad cold, but I had YouTube open, and so it was giving me a delay. So that should fix it. Does that help?
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
got
can.
you 5 by
Okay.
5 now, brother. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's late and I was actually in bed, but I saw LA. It popped up on my YouTube feed, and I was talking to him earlier through the chat on DNW's channel, and he said I should come onto his channel sometime. And I didn't know LA had a channel, and so when it came up on my YouTube feed, I thought, oh man, the fucking algorithm is really listening to my conversations. So I thought I better jump in here, and I saw Brother Marcus. I recognize you from DNW's. And I'm so sorry, Dennis and X. I don't remember. There's so many people I meet. I can't recall if I've spoken to you before on DNW's or not. Do you go onto that Finding Gnosis show?
I think he's
He's
gone.
been
I think he
inactive
fell asleep.
for a while.
Oh, okay. But definitely, I remember Life Abolitionist. Yeah, I didn't want to crash the conversation. I can't be on long because I'm really not feeling very well, and I've got a big weekend. But I do want to, if you're interested, LA, I'd love to have a conversation with you sometime about the antinatalist thing. I run a channel myself. It's a very small channel. I just started putting out content a couple of months ago, and it's actually growing pretty fast. But I talk about philosophy, theology, science, history, all kinds of different things. And I do find the antinatalism thing to be pretty interesting. And so if you'd like to have a conversation about it sometime, I do really encourage respectful dialogue between people, but I like people to be able to push back on each other's ideas. You know what I mean? It's very similar probably to what DNW is doing, to be honest with you. But it's, if you'd be interested in having a conversation sometime, I'd love to talk to you, because I don't know. I did have a conversation with, I don't even know if I should mention his name here, but Yerf, and you were not brought up in that conversation, but I'd be curious to hear your side of the story with the antinatalism thing.
Yeah, I can talk about antinatalism. I don't want to talk about him. It's just pointless. But
yeah, I don't know the history between all that, and I don't. It sounds like it's pretty, goes pretty deep, and I'm definitely not in the middle of it. And like I said, the conversation I had with him, your name, as far as I can remember, was never brought up, and I haven't even posted that on my channel yet. I recorded it, and I manage a restaurant, and I had to take a bunch of phone calls in the middle of our discussion, so I need to go through and edit all that shit out. So I just haven't had time to deal with it yet. But we did talk about antinatalism, and he talked about the philosophy behind it and some of the other stuff. It was kind of interesting.
Have you read anything about it yet?
No, not yet.
Interested?
I haven't.
Okay.
No, I haven't. I've never even heard of antinatalism until I ran across DNW's channel about maybe a month and a half ago at the most. It's been fairly recently since I found his channel, and that was the first time I heard of antinatalism. So I think it's an interesting philosophical model, and I'm very ignorant of the real philosophy behind it. All I hear are people like on the internet talking about it. So I don't know how many people have really read into the philosophy of it that are talking about it, and if it's a bandwagon thing, or I don't know much about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, very little people have read about it.
I get that impression because a lot of the arguments I've heard. Now, I'm not saying from you guys seem to be a little bit more well informed just in general than a lot of people that are that join these live streams. And I mean, no disrespect to anybody, but you can tell some people are more well read than others, and you guys seem a lot more well read. So I'd be curious to hear about it from a position of people who have actually looked into it, because I did do a video. I'm actually a very positive minded person, to be honest with you. I mean, you guys probably know if you see me on DNW's channel, I try to focus on the positive things in life. And there's a young lady who I interact with on a different platform who is really down and was talking about self-deletion. So I made a video called Courage Without Fear to try and show her that just because there's a lot of negativity in life, that there's actually a lot of really good things that can come out of life in general. And she sent me a message after watching that video saying that video really inspired her. And that made me feel really good, because it turned her around, and she decided she's going to, look into getting some counseling and some other things like that, which she obviously needs. So that's the only thing I've done regarding antinatalism. And I did mention it one time in that video, but it was really more about self-deletion than antinatalism. It really, you know what I mean? But it was kind of to counter the negative viewpoint that there really is a positive side to life. But I'd be curious to have somebody push back on that and give me a good argument for the other side.
Right. Yeah, I guess I do need to address that, because there are people like that who do have like a temporary crisis, and then they get counseling and they feel better. But I don't really account for that. For me, it's just about getting the state out the way so that people can do whatever they want.
I'm actually in agreement with you, to be honest. Well, I should be careful how I say that. To a certain degree. And so I believe, because I believe in objective morality, even though I'm not a religious person, I believe it's grounded in nature and logic, which are both objective. I believe in personal autonomy is extremely important, and people should have a right to make their own decisions, whatever that decision might be, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. So I'm actually in support of assisted self-deletion. I have no issue with that. My only issue would be if it's unregulated or not. I do have some concerns about that.
Sorry, that's exactly
go
what he's
ahead.
arguing for.
Is unregulated?
Yeah, he
I
wants.
want it to be decriminalized. So if you want to, like, if it's your loved one and you care about them, you have every right to intervene and try to help them. But I want the state out of it.
Well, yeah, I think the whole when you use the word regulation, I think that it carries a lot of baggage, and there's probably a lot of regulation that I wouldn't agree with either. But just like the medical industry is regulated for good reasons, just in general, I think something like assisted self-deletion should have some kind of a criteria where you go through certain checks and balances to make sure that this is, because that's a final decision, right? There's no turning back, and just to make sure that you've covered the bases. Not to say that we need other people signing off on it, like family members and all this other bullshit. I think the regulations, I don't know. I mean, again, I haven't thought a whole lot about this, but so, I might change my position one way or the other if somebody could convince me of something. But I do think that some gatekeeping seems kind of just the responsible thing to do. Is that not your position?
No, I come at this from, I'm an anarchist, so I don't believe the state has any legitimate authority to put any restraints that would force somebody to exist against their will, especially if they have to pay to maintain their existence. So if the state is going to force people to exist, then the state should have to pay for it, even if it is temporary. If the person decided they didn't want to exist and now the state is going to prevent them from deleting themselves, then the state should have to maintain, and not just the state, the public. Anybody who supports these reasonable restrictions, or as they call it, then they should have to pay to maintain their involuntary existence.
I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. It depends on how it all gets, worked out. But I do think that. So I'm trying to think of a hypothetical here, and I'm really tired. So it's probably way too deep of a conversation for me to get into right now. But this is a conversation I would like to have, actually. So would you be interested in either doing a joint stream or coming onto my channel and having this conversation at some point, or what's your schedule like? I don't know what your availability is.
Do you want to do this on a weekend or during the week?
So I usually stream every Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern. I'm in the U.S. I live on the West Coast, but I stream every Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, and I'd like to keep that schedule. So if we did something that's a better day and time for you, maybe we could record it like I did with Steve, and then I'll just play it, once after it's recorded or whatever. But my preference would be to do it live so that people could come in and ask questions, because that's sometimes when you get the best interaction. But usually what I do, if you check out my channel at some point, it's my name, Objective Ethics, on YouTube. Check out my live streams. If I have a live guest, I usually like to just keep the conversation between myself and them for, like, it depends on what their schedule is. Like, some people will tell me ahead of time, I've only got a 2-hour window. So I might go like an hour and a half, just myself and the guest talking back and forth, and then give the last half hour, kind of open it up to let people join the conversation. That's generally my format. But I do really protect my guests in the sense that I don't want people coming on and trying to, be rude or mean or whatever, because I feel like these rooms are kind of like our homes. You know what I mean? Like, you've invited me into your home right now. So even though I might disagree with you, I'm going to be very respectful about it. Same thing. If I invite you into my home, I'm going to be respectful to you. I might tell you I disagree with you. I want to be honest. But if somebody jumped on my live panel and started telling you, oh, you're an asshole for wanting to delete or whatever the fuck it might be, I would be like, hey, bro, you're out of line. You need to, calm down or whatever, just out of respect for you as my guest.
Okay. Well, I just subscribed and I just clicked on the notification for your live stream on Sunday.
Are Sundays good days for you by chance? I don't know what your work schedule is.
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm off. So in theory, I could. I just notified myself, so I should be available.
What I'd like. Oh,
I
go
see
ahead. I'm sorry.
other panelists up there, so we'll just see how that works out.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And if you for some reason wanted to do just like a one-on-one, we could make it to where other people don't join, or you could take off and then they could join afterwards, or we could pre-record it. I'm really willing to be flexible about it. My work schedule is kind of messed up because I run a restaurant, and so I'm supposed to, in theory, have Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays off, but my fucking phone just goes off all the time. The one day I told him I won't do anything, I don't care if the place is on fire, is on Sundays. So that's like I could guarantee I can be available on a Sunday. If a Sunday is a good day for you, and again, like I said, if you don't want to have an audience, join us. I can tell the audience they can join after you've left. I'm more than happy to do it that way. Basically, whatever rules you lay down, I'm pretty much willing to follow as long as it's not something weird.
Well, I only have one rule. As long as your dogs isn't, participating, I'm okay with everything else.
Yeah, I can definitely do that, and I definitely understand that, and I can totally respect that. Yeah, and what I would like to do then is actually set something up in advance so that I can. What I usually do is I try to send my guest questions ahead of time, just so they can put their best foot forward. So I'm not just blindsiding people with crazy questions. So I would I don't know if you feel comfortable having me have your email, or you don't want to do it that way. It's totally up to you. But if you wanted to, we'd set something up. I have dates open in April. I usually get booked out pretty far. I have a couple dates in April. I'd email you oh, here's 4 or 5 questions, just so you know ahead of time kind of how the conversation's going to go. Unless, like I said, if you just want to wing it, we can do it that way too, however you want to do it.
Yeah, I don't like to schedule too far out because I don't know my schedule. So it's probably best to do it, as soon as possible.
No, okay, that totally works. So I will. I've got guests. I think I've got guests every week this month. Is there a Sunday after the 20? I might have the last Sunday actually of this month open. Is that the 29th? Is there a 29th in March? There is. I actually think I do. I have the 29th open if you wanted to do it then. I'll let you think about it. No pressure. I'll let you think about it. You can get a hold of me. My email address is on the description of my channel. It's Objective Ethics at YouTube. Anybody can have it. I don't care. It's on the description of my channel. You can reach out to me that way, or I see you on DNWs all the time. You can let me know, hey, the 29th sounds good. Lock me in. Because I was going to do my own thing on the 29th. I get a bunch of really bad Christian apologetics because I do talk about religion on my channel sometimes. And I get some really bad arguments coming back from Christians about the Trinity and some other bullshit. So I was actually going to do a show just talking about some of that stuff. But I didn't have a guest for that. So that 29th technically is open. So if you want it, I won't schedule a guest. I'll just kind of leave it locked in for you. And if you decide last minute you don't want to do it, I actually have a plan in place already. So it's pretty flexible.
Okay. Well, yeah, I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you letting me come on. Brother Marcus, it's always nice to see you. I really enjoy talking to you guys and hearing these views. And I am really curious about hearing more about it. But on DNWs, I really like his show, but there's so many people and I don't want to monopolize the conversation. You know what I mean? And the conversation goes in so many crazy directions. So I try to be respectful and I just, so it's not the best time for me to try and get into a really deep conversation about something with somebody. And Marcus, you're welcome as well. If you have a topic or including this and you feel like you'd like to discuss it, or you just want to join one of the open panels, it's an open invitation to you or anybody else who wants to jump in.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to dip out of here and lay back down, but I'm going to watch your show here on my phone while I get ready to go to sleep. So thank you very much for letting me in, LA and Brother Marcus. I appreciate you guys letting me kind of crash the party for a minute.
Thanks. Hope you feel better.
Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I don't know I guess the part that I'm not interested in are the near-death experiences and the paranormal experiences. I just I kind of tune out when I start talking about that.
Yeah. I've sometimes used it as an exercise in epistemology of how they come to the conclusion and how do they reason, and without any judgment. I'm not like I have to accept your conclusion. I just like to observe how people reason, and sometimes I can be engaged that way, but yeah, sometimes I just zone out.
I mean, I tried to share my near-death experience, and it was just It's like it is what it is. I can't add to it. Like you want me to pretend that I saw Jesus or I saw some, like I didn't see that. I almost died, and you know, like I felt what I felt, but I didn't see anything magical the way all these other people saw it.
Yeah, I haven't had a paranormal.
What did you see?
Ah, he's awake.
It was just I just saw my life flash, you know, through my mind.
Oh, you did? Oh, wow.
Like, you know, I was just relieved that I was going to be free from all this oppression, and then I like walk away with like just a few scratches, and the police are just like giving me a citation because I wasn't grateful that I survived. That's literally what happened. They were surrounding me, they were celebrating, like, oh, you're you know, you walked away without a scratch, and you're so lucky, and they were all celebrating, and I was like pissed, and they didn't understand why I was pissed. I didn't want to tell them that because it wasn't any of their business, and because they didn't like my attitude, they gave me a ticket. And I spent like 2 years fighting it, going back and forth and writing all these motions and stuff, and they finally dismissed it, but only after, man, it was so much work. And
2 years. Wow.
First, they had no witnesses. They had an anonymous complaint by an unidentified informant, which basically just means you don't have to have probable cause for a misdemeanor. So anybody can write a complaint. They can have an anonymous informant. Oh my gosh, I just thought about that. That woman, whoever that woman was, she made a false complaint because she was not there. So they don't have to identify who their informant is. It literally said, I could show you. No, I'm not going to do that right now. It just says something like unnamed informant or something. And she signs her name, and it's like completely illegible. She wasn't there. And I read the case law on how this works. They can find anybody to do it. It can be a secretary from your office, and they file a criminal complaint against you. I knew there was nobody there because there were no witnesses at the scene. The police showed up after the fact. They were asking me what happened, and then so how are you going to give me a citation when you don't have any like you don't have probable cause for anything? But for a misdemeanor, you don't have to have probable cause. They can just make their complaint, and you basically have to prove that you're innocent or try to get it dismissed on procedural grounds. So although I ultimately got it dismissed, it took so much damn work. I had to take off work for like 3 different court appearances. No, 4 actually. Multiple motions. Dennison, what state are you in?
I'm in the Southwest.
Okay. Well, okay, because I'm in Texas, and there's a little trick that I did, which they weren't ready for. So it's called an anti-SLAPP motion to dismiss. So when they filed their original complaint, I didn't file it, but when you have to file it within 90 days of their complaint. But when they filed their amended complaint, because the first one was bullshit, they said that I forget what. Oh, anyway, they couldn't prove the first complaint because the facts didn't support it. So they filed an amended complaint. And then I filed because I had to file it within 90 days. So that gave me another 90. After 2 years of litigation on this stupid traffic citation, they filed an amended complaint, and I filed an anti-SLAPP motion to dismiss. And basically saying that they filed their complaint in retaliation for the fact that I didn't express gratitude for being alive. The video, like all of their camera footage would have shown that they were celebrating it at first, and then when they didn't like my attitude, they gave me a citation. And one of the police officers literally yelled, "You should be grateful for being alive." That is, you can't do that. That's a violation of my freedom of speech. You can't tell me how I should feel about surviving a near-death experience. And so when the prosecutor watched the video, he instantly dismissed it after 2 years of back and forth. And so, no, I filed an appeal, for even though they dismissed their complaint, I filed an appeal because that is a civil matter. I'm still entitled to civil sanctions on. I'm sorry, I am entitled to sanctions on the civil claim, even though they dismissed the criminal complaint. So I've already appealed it, but this guy, he no longer works for the municipality, because he's a government official. His property records are confidential. I've already had a process server go out to his house, and whoever his roommate is or whoever, they're trying to like protect him and not confirm that he actually lives there. So I'm trying to get substitute service so that I can actually get him served. But if I can get him served, he's so fucked. He doesn't have a defense, and this is like the most limited circumstance where he doesn't actually have immunity. There's no immunity under the anti-SLAPP statute. There's only immunity for the district attorney, for the attorney general, but not for a municipal attorney. So it's just so much work, and who wants to do this shit? It takes so much time. I have to write an appellate brief. I have to spend all this money getting a process server and filing an appellate fee, and getting the court reporter's record. I mean the clerk's record. It's just most people would just pay it and just go on about their business, but it's the principle of it. Like, I had a near-death car accident through no fault of my own. There was actually a puddle of water, and I didn't see it, and I just like rolled over like 3 lanes of traffic. If there were any cars, they would have hit me. And without any evidence, without any witnesses, they create a false complaint and then have me take off work and go back and forth to court for this bullshit. This is what I hate about the system. They can do whatever the hell they want and get away with it. Exactly. If I would have told them the truth, that I was upset for surviving, they would have involuntarily had me committed. So I couldn't answer the damn question. What was I supposed to say? They kept asking me over and over, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" No, I'm not okay. I'm pissed. But I don't want to tell you that. It's none of your fuck. I don't want your help. Leave me the fuck alone. And then they impounded my vehicle, which I was going to have it towed to a salvage yard and get money from it, but they just impounded. They didn't have any authority to do that. Anyway, I've told that story like several times. It's just so crazy how many motions I had to file. The judge refused to rule on any of my motions. He kept deferring me to the prosecutor. So basically, it was almost as if the prosecutor was the judge, because the judge would not issue any rulings.
Yeah. They literally just do whatever the fuck they want to do. It's crazy.
They give carte blanche to these city attorneys. Yeah, what's the point of having a judge? Like, the first hearing that I went to, the judge was not even present. It was just the city attorney, and they're just like,
that's crazy.
Right. I'm like, where's the judge? You don't meet the judge. I'm like, well, because they're trying to get you to take a plea. I wasn't going to take a plea. And you can't take a plea without a judge present anyway. It has to be on the record. I don't enter a plea off the record. Like, do you know anything about the damn law? I made a huge scene in the courtroom. The prosecutor was a smart ass. So I'm like waiting my turn, and then he calls me up. He's just like, "So why are we here?" I was like, "Well, I'm here because I don't have a choice. I don't know why you're here." And then he's like, "I'm here because I get paid." And I was like, "Right, you're here to take my money because you can't produce." And then everybody, like the other people that were waiting, they was like, "Oh, I can't believe he talked to him like that." And then like the deputy cleared out the entire courtroom because they didn't want everybody else.
Everybody to see somebody talking, sticking up for themselves.
Right. It was so funny. Well, yeah, you're right, objective, but they're not going to. They have immunity, so even though they stole my vehicle, they can do whatever they want and get away with it. If I were to sue them, they would claim qualified immunity. So I have to go after this prosecutor because he doesn't have immunity in this limited circumstance. But at the same time, I don't trust the system. It's like you can do it perfectly and they still get away with it. I don't know if Marcus is still up or
I was doing chores, but like I'm back at my computer.
oh, it's fine. But this is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm against procuration, because you don't have any rights. You're a slave. They can do whatever the hell they want to you and get away with it. It's so disgusting.
Yep.
I'm assuming that it's the same in Canada. I don't know. That they have qualified immunity.
I would assume so. I don't know though. I haven't checked.
It's like the worst thing ever. Like it's not even based on a statute. It's something the Supreme Court just made up. So I just think that if you don't have rights that can be enforced in court because everybody has immunity, then you basically need to rip the Constitution up and throw it in the damn trash can because your rights are unenforceable. Right, and I've done content about that too, how they had somebody involuntarily committed. He called the VA and said that he had, he was having suicidal thoughts, and the police came and arrested him. They pumped him full of drugs, and he did sue.
Have you ever been?
Ever been to what?
A psych ward?
No.
Okay. I hear mostly negatives about it, but sometimes I think I could use like 3 days off.
No, it's going to be a stigma where you may not even be able to own a gun or something. I'm always careful about what I say. Like they'll ask me questions, and I don't try. I mean, I go to the Veterans Affairs for
but honestly, being locked up for a week in one room, no phone calls, nobody knocking at my door, no barking dogs.
You know, you can do that without being locked up. I'm just saying, if you want it hard enough, you can just, effectuate it.
I'm in a city. I can't even go to the woods without car noises.
You can go to a meditation retreat.
I thought about that. Yes, that would be a healthier choice. Yeah, no, I've heard people go to like those things and they're like, yeah, I was forced to. I was like, what did you do? They're like, oh, well, we did these art projects and they forced us
we
into
played
group
board
sessions.
games.
Yeah. And I'm like, they fed me. They were fed. They were clothed. They were stuck in a room. And I'm like, my God, that sounds wonderful. I am stuck. I voluntarily keep myself locked up, but I am not at peace because of my neighbors and noise and barking dogs and construction and cars. Oh my God. I just want some silence sometimes. Sorry, I took a side track with the conversation.
I had to I don't know, disconnect my doorbell because it rings so much, and I guess they're probably pushing the button not knowing it doesn't ring.
Yeah, I get random knocks on the door, people trying to sell stuff, random spam callers. It's just like nonstop noise. That sounds nice.
Like if they're ringing my bell and I don't know who they are, it's not for my good benefit, it's for their benefit. So I don't see any reason to answer. They want something, which is a problem because even if I have a delivery or something, it's like I don't know because I don't answer it. So I have like packages on the ground like that's been in like all day. So
Yeah, people steal my packages.
I get most of my packages sent to my PO box because if it's anything like valuable, like over like $50, I don't have it delivered to my house.
Okay, they drug you and dehumanize you. First of all, I'm a wage slave. I'm already dehumanized. So that's not a problem. Drug me, it depends on the drug. If it's just like putting me sleepy, like a benzo or something, maybe.
I
Some
wouldn't want to do it.
pictures. It's because you don't want to have your freedom limited and get your rights taken away, right?
Right, and I think you still have to check back with them to confirm that you're actually okay and you're in the system. So it can actually prevent like my niece. Maybe I shouldn't talk about her business. She got in the system and like she wanted to join the Air Force and she can't because she's already been in the system.
I've heard of things like that. Yeah, that's true.
That's just crazy that something like depression would exclude you from that. Like I know people when I was in the military, there were plenty of people who were depressed.
Oh yeah. You just gotta not let other people know.
I mean, they weed you out in basic training. Like if you can't handle like that, you won't make it. That that's one of the goals is to weed people out.
Greetings from Chile.
No, we don't. It's not really like that. We're just talking. Yeah, certain jobs they do background checks. Like if you need a security clearance and yeah, if it requires, I think that any type of security clearance, they're going to look into your mental health records.
Do you read ebooks?
I have in the past. Unfortunately, I have some library books that are past due, so I can't go online right now.
I'm trying to be an advocate for encouraging people to like read the classics. So like Aristotle, Plato, stuff like that. So I was gonna ask if you wanted a copy.
I think I already have Nico-Machiavellian Ethics, but I'm not sure if you're talking about something else.
Anything. I can hook you up. I'm like a drug dealer for philosophy.
Is it just a list, or is it going to have the actual writing in there?
The actual writing.
Oh, nice.
It depends. Like if someone has a genuine interest in it, I'm not going to force it on people. But I feel like some of like the Republic, right? Most people have read that. I don't know. Like when I think about causes, this is a cause that I would like to be behind because I think reading's going down and I'd like to do something.
Did we lose him?
Hello.
Right.
I don't know where I dropped off. Whoa, my profile picture is so big.
Yeah, I was a political science major, so we had to read Socrates and Aristotle, and
I'm surprised you didn't have to do John Rawls, the Veil of Ignorance stuff.
no, we didn't do that.
What about Nozick, Robert Nozick, Anarchy, State, and Utopia?
No, we didn't read that either. We read like Aquinas, and she was like a big time feminist. We had to read like The City of Ladies. Are you familiar with that?
No.
It's a feminist book. Christian de Pizan. I think she was Italian.
Wow. No, I never heard of this. Thanks. I'm gonna bookmark that.
Basically, like I was talking about Mary Wollstonecraft.
Yeah, I know Wollstonecraft.
She was like Christian de Pizan was like I guess the earlier feminist writer before Wollstonecraft. Basically making the similar arguments that women have the it's about virtues. Like I forget, Lady of Wisdom, Lady of Courage, Lady of something. It's been so long since I read it, but basically she was trying to say that maybe women don't have the same physical strength as men, but she was trying to say that women still have virtues to a lesser extent, and so you can't hold it against women because there are men who don't have who may be shorter or don't have the same physical strength as other men. So, like, I don't know. It's been so long since I read it, but it was one of the early feminist writings that I'm aware of.
Nice.
Oh, I know what it was talking about them serving and like fighting in war. Basically, women can't have virtue because they don't fight in war. It's like, well, all men don't fight in war either. So I don't know. I need to look at that again. It was. I mean, at the time, I thought it was like kind of. I thought it was very interesting, but when I read Wollstonecraft, it's like, no, this is actually a little bit better.
Who are the 20 philosophers' subjective ethics?
Or at least give us your top three.
Have you ever been part of like book clubs? What's that?
Aristotle is definitely in my top three, if not number one. Yeah, I agree. I like Aristotle. Okay.
Hume, David Hume. Yeah.
I'm not well. I just researched David Hume. Like his paper on suicide was not even published until after he was deceased, because I guess he didn't want to publish it. Suicide was very controversial back then. Well, good, because I've been meaning to review David Hume, and I think I will be doing that soon. I didn't hear about him being racist. I didn't hear that, but I guess everybody was racist back then.
Test. Can you
funny.
hear me? Oh,
It's so funny that I was like not going to talk about the whole Ayn Rand thing on veganism, and I just ended up doing it anyway. But it's like I don't know. I guess the wrong people won't hear it because it's like hitting in this live stream. Unless they want to listen to the entire thing, like who's going to do that?
you never know. You never know.
Yes, there are people who like to clip stuff together.
Ayn Rand isn't well revered.
I don't know. In some circles, he still is. Like, I don't even bring her up, and I hear other people bringing her up. They say that Amendum is like a big fan of hers. I don't know. I've heard several people mention her name. But I'm not sure that they actually understand it though, because yeah,
You
I've
like
read
Richard Carrier?
I've read some of her material and I've listened to like pretty much all of her interviews that are on YouTube. So I think I get it.
Oh, by the Ayn Rand Society.
Oh, they get shit wrong. Well, she was definitely racist. She called the Palestinians racist, and she called the Native Americans savages. Excuse me. She revered the intellectual, the civilized man, but anybody who was primitive, she called them savages.
I think she got depressed after a book she released because the reception was so bad. I forgot what the story was. Does this ring a bell?
I can't remember which one it was.
I can't remember. That's interesting. Objective Ethics likes Richard Carrier. He's a historian. I have an objectivist who promotes Ayn Rand that joins my live stream panels regularly, Dr. Norton. Oh.
Hey, so I just looked it up. They were talking about Atlas Shrugged. That's when she got depressed.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of people didn't like the book. They said it was poorly written. I've never read it.
Yeah, now that it was on my to read list a long time ago, and I just totally forgot about it. I don't know if I don't know if I actually want to read it, to be honest.
I just want to get to the philosophy. I'm not interested in stories like the. I mean, she's trying to build. What's his name? John. What is his name? I can't remember his name. Is it John? Gosh, I can't remember his name. Let me look that up.
I hosted an event, with Carrier versus what do they call it? A mythicist. So Carrier is a mythicist, and there was a history professor debating him on the historicity of Jesus Christ, and it was interesting. And then another event Carrier did on metaphysics, I believe. Met the guy a couple of times.
Right. So the character is called John Go, and I knew it was John, but I didn't want to butcher. I didn't want to say the last name incorrectly. But John Galt is supposed to be the ideal man, and it's like I just think the presentation could be better. Like you don't have to hide the philosophy behind characters. Just give us the philosophy. And when she's done interviews, she does say it a little bit more plainly. But um, I'm not interested in reading some long ass book that's like that has some hidden philosophy in there. Like the story is not that compelling. It's like she was talking about how they ran the train off the cliff because basically everybody else was interfering with the producers. And I don't know if you're familiar with that, but
I'm familiar with this story. Yeah.
no, it's John Galt. That's John Locke is that's something different.
But I get like Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead confused. Is it the same story? Actually, never mind. I
No,
just
no,
I
it's
don't
different.
remember.
It's different. I mean, I don't consider myself an objectivist, but like she's the first person I've ever heard say that it's okay to be selfish.
Same. And I grew up. That's how I found out about her. Is just like someone who was outspoken with the virtue of selfishness and what is it? Something egoism, ethical egoism, or rational self-interest. Yeah, it was the first time that someone challenged the presupposition or the assumption of just like altruism and being a sacrificial person, because that was what I was trained all my life to be. So it was refreshing, but that was about it. She had another book, Epistemology of Objective Ethics. No, Epistemology of what the fuck? I don't remember anything now. She had an epistemology book. I did not find that convincing. But yeah, I like that she was like a polemic in a way. Apparently those books were bestsellers, The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, even if they were, she got hate for it. So I felt like I should read it, but now that I'm saying it, I don't know if I want to.
Like I was listening to the Ayn Rand Foundation, they're just like hardcore Zionists. Like I'm not listening to this shit. Like they were supporting, like when they were bombing the Palestinians, they were just like all in support of it. How talking about how the Jewish people need to have a homeland. I was like, I know Ayn Rand probably would have agreed with them just because the Israelis are more productive, and she would have called them savages. But I don't know. I mean, it's like that's probably the one part of her philosophy. It's not even her philosophy. It's like it's a glaring contradiction. That you're supposed to be so, you're supposed to be such a proponent of freedom, but yet when somebody is primitive, then they don't deserve any freedom. You just call them a naked savage.
Yeah, then I don't know how she squares that. Wait, no, that was Anselm, the ontological argument. I like when you guys bring up free will, you bring up Schopenhauer. I think a lot of people have different ideas of what Schopenhauer was talking about with the will.
Right. And this is another reason why you have to read it for yourself, because if you don't know it, it gets so like mushy. Like, I mean, he does talk about the will, but he's not talking about free will the way that most use it. Yeah, she was Jewish. She came from Russia. They act like she fled. I get what did she flee? Communism or something? I don't know. And that wasn't even her name, by the way. That was she changed her name.
She had like this disciple, Peter Peikoff.
Excuse me. Her last name was Rosenbaum. I can't even pronounce Alyssa Rosenbaum, and there's some Russian name in the middle. I'm actually encouraged that I can actually. I think I can actually do a live stream now. Like I shouldn't be intimidated to think that, oh, I can't do it because other people aren't and they're not going to come to my channel. So I guess I can do it. I'll try to do it more often now.
Don't get too sidetracked with your other projects that you wanted to accomplish this weekend.
No, I won't do it this weekend, but whenever I'm able to. I don't like having to like come on and like wing it, because I'll try to invite people to come on and a lot of times they won't. But if I just leave, I think it's because of the topic, right? If I leave it open ended, they'll just come on and say, hey, what do you want to talk about? But if I choose a topic, they won't say anything.
Okay. I always thought about trying it out for like a group panel thing, but if someone's unruly, I don't have good moderating skills.
Well, I haven't really had that problem yet, but I was getting gaslit. Like I don't know if you remember that conversation where that guy was just like, I feel like everything I said, he just gaslit me. That basically, he was telling me that I should move, but he's not taking account all of my circumstances. He's just like, oh well, if you don't like it, then you should just move. And I don't know, that conversation was so annoying. I can't remember everything that he said, but you know what I'm talking about? Where we were talking about like gay stuff and
Oh,
that was so
yeah.
stupid.
That was a fascinating conversation.
I didn't find it fascinating at all. I'm like,
Well, yeah, I mean, being I mean, you hold I guess it would be like I don't like calling it a conservative view, but it's like I don't know a better word.
no, I just think that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like if you want to live an alternative lifestyle, you should absolutely do that. But don't sit up here trying to be like straight people. Like, I mean, I absolutely support gay rights. They should have the right to do whatever they want. But why do you think why would you want to get married and have children and then think that, oh, I'm just like the straight people? No, you're not. Like why would you want to be like straight people in the first place?
I can understand with the marriage thing, but I think you said something like you didn't want to be in their neighborhoods.
Yeah. I didn't like. I mean, I was in a gay neighborhood, and then like I had some straight people move next door to me with their kids. I moved to a gay neighborhood for a reason. I don't want to be around kids and have to like censor my behavior.
Okay.
He was gaslighting me too because he even admitted, like, if you're around kids, you're not going to cuss. You're not going to, you're going to change your behavior because you're around kids.
Well, I don't know what behavior you're hinting at, like two men kissing?
Or any of that. Like, you're going to be aware that there are kids around, so you don't want to do anything that might have an impression on them. So he was gaslighting the hell out of
Because
me.
if I had adopted kids, we'll go there, I would want them to be normalized to various forms of relationships so that they understand it's not just a heteronormative world out there.
I think no, that's not how they see it. They'll blame you for corrupting their kids, and then they'll try to legislate to say, "Oh well, I don't want gay people like having a bad impression on my or influence on my children." So I don't. If that's, I feel like it's not my responsibility to
I could understand it if you want to avoid that type of bigotry, but you're not saying it as a prescriptive, are you?
I was talking about myself.
Okay.
I'm saying that I personally don't feel comfortable around kids because I don't want to be blamed for corrupting their kid. Like, keep your kids away from me.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I get that. You don't want to deal with the hassle. But I wasn't sure if you were suggesting that as like a prescriptive for other gay people to not be in straight neighborhoods.
No. It wasn't about gay people being straight. It's about straight people being in gay neighborhoods. Why would you come to? I didn't get that. Why would you? Everybody knows that this is a gay neighborhood, and you deliberately chose to come here with your kids, and then if
Well,
I
then
do
shouldn't.
something,
Okay, because if they're in a gay neighborhood, then why would you moderate your own behavior? Because you're on your turf in a way.
it's because they live right next door to me, and so if I'm coming outside with like a guy or something, like I don't. It's still going to make me like self-conscious, even if they don't say anything.
Okay, you just don't want to deal with the hassle.
I don't want to deal with it.
Okay. Okay, I just wasn't sure if making some moral thing or.
Divine, I don't know if I have your email address, and I didn't see if you posted a comment. I didn't see it.
Oh wow, they're having a free will debate in the chat. Man, it gets that one topic that can get people riled up. Pull
Or
yourself.
maybe I
out of the
should do
chat.
that. Maybe I should intentionally, or maybe I should have done it back then. Just like intentionally put it out there in front of the kids and just see how they respond to it.
Maybe they would have been okay if they knew it was a gay neighborhood.
I don't know. It's like before them, I had like another gay neighbor, and it was cool because you're gay, I'm gay. Neither of us are judging each other, but you have like, and it's a 2-bedroom house, right? And their house is like identical to mine, and you have so it's a man, his wife, 2 like older kids that are like adults, and then like another kid. It's like 7 people in a 2. Is it? I don't know. And then they were like always outside. So as soon as you come outside, they're like always there. That's what I didn't like.
Oof.
Like the gay guy who was there before them, he came home and did his business. He was not hanging out outside all the time.
What else did you guys disagree on? I forgot.
What are you talking? I mean, what are you referring to?
The person that hopped on talking about queer stuff.
that conversation just went in so many different directions.
You guys ended on a friendly note, right? It wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't, but that was like, I think he felt that I'm basically saying I don't want to talk about gay issues because the last time I did it, I lost subscribers. Like, I don't want that to be like my focus. He's just like, well, it's your channel. You used to be able to do what you want. I'm like, that's not the point. I want to get my channel monetized.
Yeah, you have a goal, and there are certain strategies that can meet your goal, and some that'll be detrimental to your goal.
So he
In
was
theory, I feel like everybody should be able to just say what they want on their own channels. But like, yeah, if you want it to grow, yeah.
he was trying to say that I was in a closet. I'm like, I'm not in a closet. Like, are you like I'm gayer than you? What are you talking about? Oh, and he was trying to tell me like I don't want to bring guys to my house. He's trying to say, oh, I don't believe you. Everybody wants to bring. No, I don't. I absolutely do not want to bring guys to my house.
Is it because of like stress from having to deal with neighbors, or your
I
own
don't
privacy?
want neighbors. I don't want people just randomly showing up unannounced. I don't want any of that.
Okay.
And I think I probably would. It would be a problem if I did. There is that drug dealer down the street who's been harassing me, and I'm not trying to act like whatever. It hasn't been going on lately because I did
Well,
uninstall
that's
my
good.
doorbell, but I've been here for like 4 years, and he's been like constantly ringing my doorbell like late at night when I'm like
Jeez.
sleeping and shit. And so if I started bringing guys home, I know it would be a problem.
It's a pain in the ass. Oh,
And it's like he likes me. I mean, I already know what it is. He probably just thinks that I have money or I'm useful to him in some kind of way, and yeah, I'm not interested in that.
I had a few neighbors from hell. It fucks you. Like, I don't know for you, but I know I have insomnia, but being forced to stay up for like 4 or 5 days just with all the shit that was going on messes with your stress levels and work.
So your neighbors were keeping you up or what?
It was, yeah, I lived next to a drug dealer before. And time of business is during the night.
Yeah, this
And a
guy.
lot of fights would happen. A lot of cops would come by, and then the cops are telling me like, just avoid them. And it was like, it's my neighbor. What the? I can't. What do you mean? And then one of the cops said, yeah, one of the people that tried to stab him. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, all right. And then they just told me, yeah, just do your best to stay away and not cross paths with them. And thanks for the advice, guys.
You would be better off getting. I'm not even going to say it on YouTube, but they're completely useless.
They are sometimes, yeah. Yeah, that was a sobering thing. I was like, you literally can't help protect me. Why are you even like? Why do I even bother?
Right. That's what they'll do. They'll say, don't make your, like being gay, your whole identity. Meanwhile, being straight is their entire identity. They will talk about having sex with women, how they, it's just so constant. Like they just, because it is heteronormative, they feel entitled to talk, but you're not supposed to talk about anything relating to your sex life or like your identity. Like, why you got to talk about that gay shit? Somebody literally said that to me.
In person?
No, on YouTube.
Oh.
Not on
Are
this
you
channel,
in,
on the Black Anarchist channel.
are you into queer theory?
Am I into it? What do you like into it? What do you mean by that?
Like, do you read queer theory?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I think a lot of them are okay with it. They just don't want you to talk about it. Like, especially like in the Black community, they want to protect the image of a masculine Black man, and if you're not like straight and like um traditional, then they have a problem with it. So if I kept it to myself, they probably would be okay with it. But I don't give a fuck. At this point, if you don't like gay people, then you probably won't be on my channel because I've already admitted that I'm gay like several times.
Mm-hmm. Heterosexual relationships are depressing. I'm not going to disagree with that. Well, they can or can be. I don't know. It's kind of a coin toss.
Well, at the very least, they seem very boring. It's just like monotonous, and I don't know. I don't see any good examples like of happy heterosexual. But I can't say the same thing about gay. I can say the same thing about gay relationships, but at least gay people are like having fun. Like, even if they don't last, they're just like partying and having sex, and just like straight people are just like they just like grow old together and just. Like, I don't.
That was the last thing my ex and I talked about. We're like, oh, we look forward to like sitting on our porch in our rocking chairs and morning coffee, watching the sunrise, and I thought it was adorable, but that was one of my goals.
Okay, let me ask you this though: when you like in those relationships, did you ever consider like having children, or were you always an anti-natalist?
I think I wouldn't call myself an anti-natalist, but when I was a Christian early on in my life, I was like this. I looked at the world religions and I'm like, if I think it was like around 70% or at some high level of the human population, according to my theology at the time, meant they were condemned to hell. And I'm like, this is worse than playing Russian roulette. It was like Pascal's wager for procreation. And I'm like, nah, this doesn't sound right. So it's not exactly anti-natalist. I was procreation hesitant. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so you came to the same conclusion that I came to for the same reason.
Really? That was one of your reasons?
Yeah, that was my main. Like when I told you, like when I was 13, and I read the Bible, I was just like, yeah, I'm not having kids.
Wait, why? Well, like,
because I didn't want my children to go to hell.
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like if it's true, right? Like hypothetically, if it was true, that's terrible. Like in an atheistic framework, you play Russian roulette and they have a bad life and they die, and that sucks. But eternal damnation, good Lord, that is one hell of a risk.
Well, I think my conclusion is that they don't really believe in hell. But you can tell they don't based on their behavior. They say that they do, but if they believed that it was real, they probably wouldn't procreate. I mean, to the extent that they actually care about their children going to hell. But even their actions don't indicate anything about them fearing dying and going to hell. Like I don't know, like if different cultures are, have a different no, I think it's the same. I think I can only talk about black churches because that's the experience that I have, but I think it's the same. No matter what type of church, they're all hypocrites. They do whatever the hell they want to do.
Yeah.
Like when I was there, it's like everybody was screwing each other. And I was trying to not be gay. I was trying to like pray the gay way, and it's like you would have like some older pastor who's like trying to like hit on you because they're pretending that they're straight, but they're actually gay themselves. And they know that like if you sing in a choir, like there's like a good chance that you're gay. So yeah, that was like rampant, and they were just like gossiping about everybody, including me. Like I'm like, what's the point? I'm trying to actually be a Christian and not be gay, and you're just still talking shit about me anyway. So what's the point? I may as well just not go to church. Like they treated me worse than people who were not Christian.
I don't understand why they even want to be with each other. When I see the gender wars, I think the same thing. I'm like, if you guys hate each other so much, why would you want to? The women that I've dated and met, and they don't hate men that much.
I would assume that it's financial. Why else would they stay? Like it's like if you have property together and you have a house and all that, then it's probably harder to leave. But if you just like live in an apartment, yeah, they don't really stick around that long. But it's like the more wealth they've accumulated, they tend to stay around a little bit longer.
Mm.
And divorce is nasty. Attorneys will just milk it.
Yeah, I've seen divorces turn because like I have friends that I'm friends with both people, and I've seen them both turn very ugly towards one another, and I'm like, damn.
I mean,
It's really sad.
The attorneys are ones doing it a lot of times. Like they could just settle it. Because I used to be a mediator, and I would go to the like mediation things, and they would just like argue about the most trivial issues, and the attorney's getting all this money in the meantime. So even by the time you resolve it, it's like now you just gave a huge cut to this attorney.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I guess it is high stakes because if you don't want to pay, you have to pay child support. That's like statutory. But if you don't want to pay alimony, and like you're fighting over like, it's usually going to be the house because it's really clear who's going to get the car. Because it's like that's my car, that's your car. But a lot of times the women will get the car, but they still want the man to pay for it.
Oh. Didn't know that.
Yeah, it's just, I guess it's cheaper to keep her because I couldn't imagine like getting a divorce and still having to like pay for two households. Like, I mean, I guess that's your children, but at the same time, if you have to give like 40% of your income, that's like crazy. How are you supposed to?
Is that the percentage?
It depends on how many children you have, but yeah, it can go up to like 40%.
It's around 40 to the government too. So the government takes 40 off the top. Then you got to pay 40 for a house where somebody else fucks your wife in it.
Right, and it's garnished out your wages, so you don't even have a choice.
Oof.
But it's a trap, and they keep falling for it. So I mean, you see all these other men get caught up in the system, and like, why would you do the exact same thing?
Would a prenup help?
No, not for child support.
Wow, child support. That's. I don't know how you can opt out of that one
You can't.
ethically.
Well, legally you can't. Unless the mother agrees to not, sue you for child support, but even if she agrees, like because you guys are on good terms, she can come back for you later. So you never know, and then you're going to be in arrears.
Have a good night, Objective Ethics. Hope you sleep well.
Right. I'm so glad that I'm gay. But my brother actually got custody of his daughter, so he never had to pay child support because the mother was abusive as hell. He told me all the stories of what happened. And I mean, he got her when she was I guess 5 years old, and so I think she blocked out the memories of some of the things, but it still has affected her behavior.
Don't get married. I'm open to it.
I don't think marriage is the problem. I think having children is the problem. That's a permanent commitment.
I've dated single moms. I'm okay with kids.
You're okay with her kids or your own kids?
I see them as just individuals. I don't. Wait, what?
Would you be okay with having kids of your own, or are you talking about her kids?
Her kids.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't have. I would adopt.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Adoption gives you authority, though.
I guess that only works if they're really young, but if they're already teenagers, that's a nightmare.
I've heard. Yeah. But in theory, an antinatalist can adopt, and that's not, we're not child free.
I mean, I guess I would be a good parent if I had children, but I think it would be difficult, right? I would just have to not think about myself and put the child's needs first, which
It's eye-opening, in my opinion, and highly rewarding in just going through the experience, because I lived a lot of my life solo, but then when you're responsible for a little person growing up, and I don't know, there's an investment there that hits different.
But that's why they procreate, because that's what a natural vegan says. She talks about how rewarding it is.
It is, and that's I'm glad I got a little bit of an experience from secondhand in a way, because just reading antinatalism philosophy doesn't, because a lot of people are like, well, rationally, why would anybody want to do this? It's not rational. And I can understand the drive.
You're saying antinatalism isn't rational.
Well, I know antinatalists who get frustrated with people who procreate because they're like, well, you can't benefit someone who can't be deprived. And because there's no one there, there's no way, there needs to be an existence requirement for a deprivation to take place. So why would anybody do this? It can't be for the being. And I know a lot of anti-natalists who just get frustrated. They're like, what rational reason do you have for this? And it's like, it's not, the drive isn't necessarily rational, it's instinctual. And if you just see it from the lens of rationality, it's, you're not going to understand that intuition.
Well, I just wish they would just be honest and stop acting like, oh, I sacrificed so much. You did it for your own selfish reasons. So
Right.
just admit it.
Yeah. Go marry each other in a satanic temple or something. Aw, be the darkness alone together. That's nice. Yeah, that's cute. I like that. I know. I never felt it until I dated a single mom and then connected with their child. So it's like, I don't know, brings out the father in me. And you don't know until you experience it, in my opinion. Or like if you had like younger nephews and nieces, or just, I don't know, bigger brother kind of thing. I think those types of instincts come out, and you want to be like mentor and protector and all that stuff. But if you live life solo, it doesn't really, you don't really have to use those skills. And I think those intuitions would temper. I'm just speaking. I don't know if this is objectively true or not. I'm just going on speculation.
Well, I wanted to be involved with my niece when she was younger, but my brother just had a different idea of parenting, and a lot of things that I tried to warn him about, he didn't listen, and it's it's coming to fruition now that she's like, what is she, like 18 now? So I mean, I knew that she needed therapy, and the things that I told him, like she was displaying traits of depression. I'm not going to say her business, but he didn't listen to me. And then years later, she did get counseling, and sure enough, she was depressed. And so a lot of times when children are doing things, like there's like a instant reaction to just punish them, and I'm like, she's not doing it on purpose. There's something going on with her.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I do think I would have been a good parent, just because I do care about the development. A lot of times with parents, they don't even think about like the child's development. They're just thinking about how it makes them feel in the moment. Like, oh, I just don't want to do it because, like, oh, I don't want to take you to the violin concert because it's inconvenient. Like, it's like, no, they need to have some type of trait.
I used to love doing that stuff. I used to just love like bringing them to practice, or even the fucking school bus. I go for a morning walk, and then people bring their kids to the school bus, and I used to do that frequently. And I was like, man, I don't know. The father instinct in me definitely came out, and I could see myself doing that.
Yeah, I used to play the violin, and I had to quit because my mom didn't want to take me. So, there's no way I would there's no way I would ever do that to a child, because I know how important that is.
Yes, and thankfully, most of my friends who have kids, they're very big on that. They have them signed up to a whole bunch of stuff. Sometimes the kids hate it. They're like, but I even say, I'm like, yeah, I didn't like some of the things I was signed up for, but that's how you learn and explore and find out what you do like,
Yeah, I just look back on things, and I guess it would be tempting, because a lot of people who have had bad childhoods, they want to like correct those
Right.
mistakes. I guess I just have to be at peace with it. I don't need to like be a better parent than my parents.
I have two younger cousins, and I treat them like, well, not like kids, but I'm protective of them. And I got this weird sense of pride because they're successful and they're doing well.
Well, I never had an opportunity to be with my niece alone to like just talk to her and stuff. Like I wanted to give her to talk about boys and stuff. I knew my brother wasn't going to have the conversation with her. Like, um, I don't know what he would. That there's no way he would even understand that because he doesn't date boys. So,
Right.
and then like I would buy her stuff, and then like whenever she would like be on punishment, he would like break her stuff, like even stuff that I bought. So I stopped doing it.
Oh, wow. Damn. Divine
Like
says,
if
I
you were
saved
on
two of my
punishment, sorry, go ahead.
Divine, that's wow. Having two grandkids, like,
It's just funny though how quick um these children grow up because I had a friend from high school and I'm like looking at her Facebook page and like I remember when she got pregnant and like her daughter's like all grown now.
yeah. Does it make you feel old?
I don't know. I try not to think about age, but people always want to bring it up. Like they were like, "How old are you?" I'm like, I don't like talking about age.
Bullying happen online and in school. I used to be a big proponent of public schools and people not homeschooling because I was like, you have to teach social skills and it builds into adulthood and networking and business networking and stuff like that. And then this came from my bias because I was bullied, but it was mild. After I graduated, I learned more and more stories of what happened to other people, and it's like incredibly horrific. Like some kids should probably be in jail for what they've done to other kids. And
Kids are over socialized.
yeah, and now I'm a fan of like homeschooling if you choose so.
Yeah. Like the adults in your family and your neighbors and their kids is more than enough to
Yeah.
like learn how to act. Getting thrown into a zoo with like 1,500 kids and it's run like a prison.
Exactly.
Actually not how to socialize your kid correctly.
Yeah, it's
Might
been
turn him
prison
into a good
before.
drone though, a good voter, a good worker.
Well, it would kill a lot of, I don't know, a lot of. You would have that type of prison mentality of just trying to survive. Yeah, I'm glad that I survived that place. I was very ignorant of a lot of crap that was going on with other kids, and I feel so sorry that it's worse now apparently. So, yeah. Kids
Yeah,
are like rates of violence to like students to teachers has gone up as well. Like people are attacking fucking teachers.
I thought about teaching, but I don't want to deal with anybody's kids. When I was like in school, I was like small, but I was like scrappy. I would fight dudes that were like much bigger than me. I didn't care because I got that from my brother because we would fight all the time, and my brother like I don't know, my brother just was fearless, so I was just like, well, if he can do it, then I can do it too. So um, a lot of times people are afraid to take a punch. So if you get your punches in first, then they'll back down. So they don't care about how um, small you are. Like if you like hit them hard, then a lot of times the fight would be broken up anyway, and that basically everybody else knows not to mess with you.
Yes. Again, prison rules. I also took martial arts, and that helped a lot. But I was the small kid.
I wanted to, but my mom. I think we took like a few classes, and then she like took us out, and then like we used to shoot like the bow and arrow, and then it's like everything that I was interested in, we had to quit. Besides like stupid stuff, like she would buy money for like video games, but yeah, like we had like every new game that came out, Xbox,
Oh, wow.
but we never had money for anything else. I was never well. I kind of grew out of that. My brother was always in the video game. I think he still is. He never really grew out of it. Like I'll play games on my phone, like Uno or like chess or something, but I'm not into like you know sitting on an Xbox or whatever. I don't even know what they play these days. But the last time I was in his house, he was still playing video games. But he does work hard, so I'm not going to like bash him or anything. It's just
Right.
I just don't find any interest in that.
Hazel found her voice, and everyone wanted to hear her sing.
No, I was not shy in high school at all. Like I was just I don't think I was introverted at all. But I think I was pretending to be extroverted. Um I fought in school a lot. But I was popular. Like it's so funny. When I was in high school, I performed Tina Turner and drag. Nobody did it back then. And I won that contest, by the way. And
Nice.
so every time I like go back to my hometown, that's what everybody remembers me by. They call me like Tina Turner. Um, and I actually graduated high school early to join the military,
Oh, wow.
which I thought I didn't really want to, but I already had all of my credits to graduate, and my dad basically pushed me into it. He was talking about how he wanted to house himself. I was like 17. I still would have gone, but I just wanted to graduate and go to prom like everybody else, and I didn't get to do that.
In high school, I played the clarinet.
Well, yeah, I didn't play. I played the flute. I actually was very I played the bells. I played and the violin. The reason why I say violin because we actually had to read sheet music. With the flute, I didn't have to do that. I just practiced. Like he would my music teacher would record it, and then I would just like hear it from ear. And the violin was a little bit more difficult. But because I went to like it was a mixed school, but it was like predominantly white. But I was like the only like black kid who was like playing instruments and stuff. And so like all of like the parents would be like proud, like here's a black guy up there playing instruments with everybody else. And my mom, she didn't care. She just thought it was boring.
Wow.
She didn't like encourage me. She was just like everything that I did, it was on my own accord. It wasn't because of her. But of course, if I accomplished anything, she would take credit for it. Like she took credit for me graduating from law school and made it all about her. And drove me into depression with her bullshit. I just stopped trying to reason with her because I know that she doesn't care. Like, it's not like I can convince her to change her behavior. I just went no contact. My brother didn't believe me. He just thought, oh, she's not as bad as you're saying. And um, she pulled her little stunts with him too. He was at work and threw a hissy fit because he didn't wish her a happy New Year's Day, like, or whatever. Or what was it? It was one of these recent holidays, and he was like, I'm tired of dealing with this shit. I'm like, I told you, that's what she does. Every day has to be, every holiday, every anything has to be about her. Even it doesn't even matter. Like I would wish her a happy New Year or something, but she wants you to do it first thing in the morning. If it's like noon, that's too late. You should have done it. She doesn't know whether you worked or if you're tired. No, you must put her first at all times. I'm just sick of it. It's like you have a damn husband to give you attention. I'm not your husband. I'm your son. Well, I haven't talked to her in like, it's been at least 4 years.
Wow. Has your stress gone down?
Yeah, because I would feel guilt. I mean, I didn't like. I don't. For example, like as an anti-natalist, I don't want to celebrate Mother's Day, right? I'm not going to celebrate something that I'm against, or I didn't want to celebrate my birthday. But I already told her I don't celebrate my birthday. She would never respect my wishes. She would pretend that she forgot and then try to do it anyway.
I reframe Mother's Day as guardianship. I support guardianship. That's just like what I do, like mentally. Because like I obviously, now that the kids are here, I want them to have support, love, and to succeed in life. So that's my own reframing of that.
Well, it's not even just the fact that she like imposed life on me. It's also the fact that she just wasn't a good mother.
Right. But all the women that I know in my life that are mothers, I wish them happy Mother's Day. They're doing their best, even if I didn't agree with the creating new beings.
Well, celebrating my birthday bothered me more than Mother's Day because the whole point of me not celebrating it is I don't want to be reminded I'm getting older. I don't think it's anything to celebrate, and you're not respecting my wishes. You're just making it all about you. And so if you're just going to stress me out on my so-called birthday, then I would rather just cut you out. Now I don't even have to deal with it.
Birthdays are hard. Sometimes I flip it. I'm like, well, I was brought here without my consent, then I might as well, if I'm stuck in hell, I might as well party with some friends. But then it is a reminder. It is a reminder you were like, what happened, I think for an anti-natalist, it's a little rough.
I found it really interesting how people don't like they don't like the fact that they're getting older, but yet they still make age like the focal point of their lives. It's like it comes up so much. Like, how old are you?
What do you mean? Oh,
they constantly bring it up. Like Dean W was talking about I'm like, I never even discussed my age, so I'm not sure where you got that number from. He said that he said that I was older than him. I don't know that's true. Like, I never said my age, and I don't know how old you are.
Yeah, I don't even know how old he is. I know we're close-ish in age because we make the same references and we have similar generational stories. Yeah, I don't know how old he is.
I don't know. I mean, I think if you take care of yourself, if you're healthy, if you don't actually look old, then to me the number is not relevant. And I felt that way even when I was younger. I dated guys that were much older than me, but they took care of themselves, and it was never an issue.
I have a hard time relating with good reason, I think, to people who are in their 20s, like early 20s. Like that's a generation that I don't understand. That's like is it Gen Z or is that earlier? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I just give up. I'm like, I'm not even going to try and fit in. Fuck it. Like, I'm old. I'm fine with it.
I don't know because a lot of these younger guys they don't care. Like I'll tell them, and they just, I'm like, you're way too young for me. And just like, they'll say something like age ain't nothing but a number or whatever, and they, I don't know. I mean, it is. I just don't want it. I don't want to feel like I'm the older guy. So for me, I probably would stay away from young guys that are too young.
I'm sure some people can manage it. Actually, I know, like some people on the panel, they say they're in their 50s and they can talk to 20-year-olds just fine. I have a difficulty with it. It's different history, different environments, different schooling. Like even the way they school people these days is totally different from what we had. So I don't know. It's a completely different thing.
Yeah, but if they're only interested in sex, that's pretty universal.
Right.
Age.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But if people don't tell you their age, sometimes you can't tell. Like some of these guys are like in their 20s, they look like they're in their 30s. Like
some of them are balding with gray hair.
Yeah, I have too much white hair to like fake how old I am. I suppose if I shave, then I probably look 15 years younger.
It was trippy when I started getting white hair. I skipped the gray. I just got white hair.
I think it would be cool to have all white hair, but I don't like the whole salt and pepper look. I don't know. It sucks. It sucks getting old, and I think about that because like in the gay world, it's just like it's like the kiss of death.
Is it? I thought. Oh, okay. Because I thought in that world the age gap thing is normalized.
Right. If you want the label of being a daddy, I don't want to be somebody's daddy. That's fucking. I know that's a turn off to me.
Okay. So you like to date within your age range?
I don't even bring up age. I don't talk about it. I mean, if somebody's attractive, then it is what it is. But I don't know. Maybe I need to be more realistic. I think my life is just so unsettled. I just can't think about like settling down and stuff. It's probably something I should be thinking about.
Settling down.
I feel like I need to get my life together first. I need to figure out what I'm going to do. Like, it's like if I was like in a relationship, I wouldn't be doing all this shit. Like, trying to get made decriminalized. I wouldn't be doing that. I was actually dating a guy, and I was telling him, a gay guy, that I was an anti-natalist. He didn't like it. And I told him that I was sterilized, and he told me I was selfish. Um, and I think that was the main reason that we broke up, because he didn't like the fact I was an anti-natalist.
Wow.
I mean, at that point, I was like new to it, so I was like talking about it a lot. And then I didn't even know that it was rubbing him off. It was rubbing him the wrong way. I just thought, he was sharing his ideas. I was doing the same thing, but I guess he wanted to have kids. A lot of gay guys want to have kids.
A lot of lesbians want to have kids. I got propositioned twice by 2 lesbian couples. And that was like really early on in my antinatalist thinking. Like, I mean, proper antinatalist, not just the Pascal's procreation thing. It was like, they want kids. They're taking care of the child. And I was like, questioning, but then, yeah, I was reading more about antinatalism. I'm like, I can't justify this. So what a weird thing to ask your friend, but whatever. They want.
Yeah, that's like, I don't know if you saw Aquarius Folk. That's what they did. I mean, that's kind of old. Nobody remembers that anymore. It was like 2 lesbians, and then they asked like the guy to have their baby, and there was like a problem. Anyway, that's probably an older reference. I don't think anybody remembers that.
And then my I don't know, my straight friends who are kind of more, how do I put this, doggish. They're like, you had an opportunity to sleep with lesbians, Mark. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, oh man.
I don't know why people act like that. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not straight, so I can't imagine that. But I would assume that it's awkward as hell to.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, especially if you know the person. Like, I don't even know. It's just, I think it took a lot of guts to ask, and they were able to get IVF, and then another person got someone else. So. And the kids are doing well, and they're still together. So it worked out for them. People want to start families.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think right now people are reconsidering that. I mean, they know that there's not a future for anybody.
I heard during some times of turmoil, people procreate even more. It's kind of like, if you look at it just like as an organism trying to survive, we're not. I don't think we're going to wind down voluntarily. It literally goes against us, the DNA. Do you think we will? Because you kind of advocate for that, right? Voluntary winding down.
I mean, I want people to, but I think as long as the government is bailing people out to where like they don't have to suffer any consequences, and unfortunately, they did get a scare because their SNAP benefits were cut, so they couldn't get their food stamps, and a lot of them actually had to go without food. So if the government stopped bailing people out, they would stop procreating. But they have the safety net, so they don't feel like they have to change their behavior.
But if you look at us as just an organism, as just a species trying to propagate and survive, I don't think we're fully rational agents where we're just thinking rationally all the time. I think there are other drives in place that are pushing us forward.
Right. When I was listening to all those women crying on TikTok about how they couldn't feed their kids, they never stopped to think that I did this to myself. They were talking about how the government failed them and the government was supposed to feed their kids. And it's just like, no, no, that's for you and your partner. That's not for the government to do.
I mean, there was a time where people had a lot of kids because they knew a few of them would die. So, I mean, if that's part of our history as a species, I mean, I think we're willing to take the hit.
People, I mean, we have 8.5 billion people on the planet. Even if people stop, even if there was a population decline, it's not going to be a problem. There's just not enough jobs already,
Right.
and then AI is replacing them. So what are you going to do when these children become of age?
No idea.
You're just going to figure it out. You're just going to wing it. That's what I was saying. That's the reason why I'm an anti-natalist specifically under this system, because if you were in a state of nature, you would not have to figure out what your job was going to be. You would just find your wife, build your little mud hut, go hunt and forage, and you would just be fine. But you can't do that under this system. You have to work. You have to pay taxes. You have to be a wage slave.
Yep.
I mean, I get it. I get it. Once you've lived a civilized life, it's difficult to go back to being primitive. But
I could have done it in my 20s and early 30s. I mean, you put me to the fire, maybe I can get some survival instincts back in me, but honestly, I think I'm like Chickpea. Just cast me out and let me wither.
well, if there's like an economic collapse, I'm not struggling to try to survive. Like these people have all these survival classes on how to purify water, and they're like storing food. I'm not doing any of that shit.
You ever read Peter Wessel Zaff's The Last Messiah, that essay?
I don't think so.
I'd recommend it. It's one of my favorite essays. Talks about, I don't want to spoil it, but it's kind of related to this topic. He's going to look it up right now.
Just Googled it.
So, okay, I'll spoil a little bit of it. The reason why I brought it as a reference. Let me see if I can get the quote. It says here, well, it's the first few sentences. One night in long bygone times, man awoke and saw himself. He saw that he was naked under cosmos, homeless in his own body. All things dissolved before his testing thought, wonder above wonder. Horror above horror unfold in his mind. Then woman too awoke and said it was time to go and slay. And he fetched his bow and arrow, a fruit of marriage of spirit and hand, and went outside beneath the stars. But as the beasts arrive at their water holes where he expected them of habit, he felt no more the tigers bound in his blood, but a great psalm about the brotherhood of suffering between everything alive. That day he did not return with prey, and when they found him by the next moon, he was sitting dead by the water hole. That's like that's the start of it.
Wow, I used to be doing audiobooks. Like your rhythm is like really good. Like I always go too fast or too slow. I don't know. Like I don't. I mean, because I've been reading my chapters, and I always feel like my rhythm isn't good. Like it's sometimes I'm just trying to get through it.
I'm just groggy. uh, Marcus can't leave Earth until you hear what silence really sounds like. Yo, I don't know if your place is like that. I am constantly hearing noise, and I have to wear earplugs during the day just to work. That's how bad it is.
Well, it's still. I mean, I guess it's early spring. I know during the summertime it's going to be. It hasn't gotten bad yet because it's still somewhat chilly outside.
Brothers, Marcus' voice is so ASMR. Oh, thanks.
I guess I will look at. I'm not good with acronyms, but I'll look it up.
With what?
ASMR.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what that stands for. It's like when people whisper and into the microphone. It's like soothing sounds. Digital campfire philosophical discussion, so peaceful. It is. There's an
Right.
audio
Okay.
version.
The way I would describe it, like you sound like an academic, like some type of like college professor who's like reading something like.
Wow, I'm gonna rewind this and listen to myself later today. It is one of my favorite essays, so like I read it with reverence in a way.
I thought about that also, but you know, teachers can actually make more money than college professors.
Really?
Uh, yeah, if you teach like math or science and you like get like I don't know if you get the certifications, the extra like certifications, you can make six figures, which a new college professor who isn't tenured probably wouldn't make that much.
Wow.
I've been looking into it. I'm not sure if I don't want to deal with people's badass kids. That's the problem. And I'm trying to figure out what would be the perfect age. I would assume that high school would be better than teaching like young kids, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to do like middle school because those are probably the worst.
Right. Like near the end of high school, I was pretty chill as a kid.
Right. I would want to teach like seniors and juniors, but I don't know if if you have any control over that.
Right.
And I probably should have started a long time ago. I don't know. I don't know if I should talk about it because I don't know who's listening. I didn't think that things were going to turn out like this.
I hear you. I feel bad complaining about it though, because I live a very simple life.
I just would like a clean start. Like I would just like my student loans to disappear and just it's like the one debt that can't be discharged in bankruptcy, and I don't think that it is justified.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, thanks for the live stream. I'm gonna start my day now.
Yeah, this was nice. Oh my gosh, we're almost 10 hours in. I've never done a live stream that long. This is like a record.
Wow. That's amazing.
Right. If I add the time on finding gnosis, that's probably much longer than that.
Damn.
This is so unproductive. Well, let's see if I at least got some new subscribers, then that'll be a good thing.
There you go. Well, hope your day goes well, or if you're going to bed, I don't know. I'm going to push through. I'm going to go for my walk, and I'm going to push on through. That's how I recalibrate my sleep schedule. I just push on until the next day.
Yeah, I did get 2 subscribers. I'm assuming one of them was Objective Ethics, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have a good day, and
You too.
I will talk to you later.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.